And this is the PeckerAbi broadcast. Y'all close them eyes. Let's go there in our mouth. 100 fishing and loving every day. That's the brand this country boy prays. Thank God he made me this way. Hunting and fishing and loving every day. Black coffee in the morning. Oh, goddamn partner anniversary, it turns out. I didn't even know about that. It's the PeckerAbi broadcast, baby. Loving every day. Hank Pecker broadcast. Coming to you live from California, folks. Come on. That's right. We're hunting, we're fishing, and we're fucking every day. What? Won't you come along with me? God damn it, folks, I'm riled up. Let me tell you something, folks. I know you want to see a hunting, a fishing, and loving every day, yeah. Woo! Sheesh! God damn it, folks. We're live and we're fucking alive. This one goes out to all the barbussies out there, all the debrussies out there. I fucking hate you, Barbara. You left me. You won't let me see my children, but it's all right. I was drunk driving one time. It's not that big of a deal, okay? What about all the sober times that people crash their cars? Right, folks, I'm live and alive from California out here, and I wanted to represent, you know, the last time California had some good people in office, if you know what I mean. We're hunting, we're fishing, and we're loving every day. Why am I doing this? You might ask. Well, it's because I shaved. And every time I shave, it can't just be like a regular situation. I have to basically turn it into a commotion, if you know what I mean. It's a stash anniversary. Got it easy into it with a little bit of cosplay. Gotcha. Exactly. Makes me sad seeing that picture on the ground still every stream. Yeah, welcome to a Twitch streamer's life. Let's be real. That's how it works. Why do you guys know it's my partner anniversary, by the way? Is it somewhere on the stream or something? Does it say it somewhere? Because I don't know when my partner anniversary is. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life on this beautiful, wonderful, glorious Tuesday. Tuesday, August 8th, 2023. My parents are en route to Los Angeles, California, and I'm very excited about that. I'll tell you. Turns out it's my fourth partnered year. My partner anniversary. And, you know, my mom, my mom, my pawpaw are on their way on the Sky Tube coming out here to sunny Los Angeles, California. We're going to be hanging out. We're going to be celebrating Dr. Anne's birthday. Been doing all that. Don't you worry about a thing, sugar. Don't you worry about it. Gotta have your mom on to talk about her research. No, absolutely not. Am I quiet? It's probably because we just did the podcast last night. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news.
Jeff. Hey, I want to...
Okay. Part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news in between the time period where I press the stop stream button and press the start streaming button. And, you know, not a lot has happened other than the fact that last night I ended the broadcast. We shot an episode of the podcast. It's already out. Shouts out to March for the incredibly speedy production. I mean, it goes from having having shot the episode all the way to uploading it immediately. Leslers Rise Up. This one's for you. This is also the month of August, and August is usually a very scary month for me. I usually get canceled in the month of August. My goal, my hope for this month of August is to have no issues. This is oftentimes the month that, I get a lot of media attention. This is the real anniversary you should be celebrating? Oh, this is the Dave Matthews Band incident? That's crazy. We're gonna be white knuckling our way through, baby. Anyway, also, what was I saying? Oh yeah. This week I'm gonna have Jeff Whittick on to cut my hair because it's crazy. My hair's gotten crazy, folks. So no leftovers this week because Ethan's too broke. Yeah, he's a broke boy. I didn't realize he was fucking broke, dude. I was working with him because I thought he was rich. We'll talk about that in a second. So I did see the XQDMs. Insane. I think that look, I don't know. I don't want to get like parasocial. I haven't really talked to him that much in the past couple of months, so I can't make an assessment, but he's not doing well, it seems. Not. So, yeah. Ohio issue 1, we're going to talk about. Do not worry. Excuse Ethan? No, not Ethan, man. Ethan is like, in all of my years of knowing Ethan, which I guess technically aren't that long. I mean, his long-term fans probably know Ethan better than I do, even though I know him in person. Ethan has been, I don't think Ethan's ever been better. He's thin, literally losing a shitload of weight, having his third child, take that, all the fucking tradcons, you know what I mean? Who are constantly talking about like how nobody wants to have kids anymore. This motherfucker's having his third. It's like, goddamn, bro. His hairline is immaculate. His podcast is doing incredible, including leftovers, by the way. Like, he has better mental clarity than ever. Kind of interesting to consider. Semi-viral gym tweet. Yeah, I saw this and it made me kind of jealous. I'm not gonna lie. We'll talk about that too. He also, he's doing great. He's doing fucking awesome. He's doing much better than when I first met him. I'll tell you that much. Even with respect to like how Ethan is received online, a lot of people used to shit on him so much. Some for like justifiable reasons, like when he would have a slip up or whatever. That would get blown out of proportion, certainly, but understandable, right? I mean, I have my moments similar to Ethan as well. But even those crowds that are normally like incredibly cynical weirdos, like everyone in those crowds are still kind of saying like, you got to hand it to him. He's been popping off. He's become a great debater. Over this time period, he is so fucking good. Obviously his team is incredible, but I mean, he has a very good style of unwinding people slowly but surely, and it's like clockwork every single time. It's like he hits beats slow until you realize, oh my God, I'm boiling and I'm going to die. And it's always wonderful to watch, a wonderful experience overall, very entertaining. And I think it's really changing people's attitudes about them, which is really good, which is really solid. It makes me happy. Ethan grew up because he has kids now. Okay, let's not go that far. Okay, let's dial it back a little bit. He still has his immature tendencies, just like I do. That's why he's a content creator. That's why he's a great entertainer. Come on now. Come on now. But yeah, new video's up, by the way. Just wanted to give you guys a little piece of my content action, my reaction. That's what's gonna happen. Have you started playing Baldur's Gate on Steam Deck yet? I downloaded it last night. I deleted Yakuza 4 so I could have some space for it. It's a big game. Speaking of people who've lost weight, have you seen Jonah Hill Unrecognizable? I did see it. We'll talk about the Tory Lane sentencing in a little bit. Hold on. I downloaded Baldur's Gate. Problem is, it's big. Also, I'm going to have Felix on, I hope. He hasn't responded yet, but he doesn't usually wake up at this hour, so we'll see. But he hasn't responded yet. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a bit about what's going on. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on for all the parasocialists. And last night I got some bad news. Jordan Peterson backed out of the debate. I asked my management why that was the case. I was supposed to debate Jordan Peterson at Oxford Union Hall, the famous location for many meetings of the minds, and he backed out. I don't know why. I think he said it was a scheduling conflict or something like that. I believe him. I don't think he got cold feet or anything. I would like to think that Jordan Peterson thought that I would be doing the worm, which is an expert debate move that no one is, which is an expert debate move that was revealed, weaponized, deployed, like Robert Oppenheimer, atomic bomb, right? Felix Lion of Laval Lengel, the worm. Which one is more devastating as an ultimate weapon? Well, you can't win a debate with an atom bomb, but you absolutely can destroy someone with the worm. So the worm destroys all. So I think I saw that and I talked about it on stream, oh, I'm going to do the worm on Jordan Peterson. Or at least when I saw that, I think Jordan Peterson's team was probably following closely and he recognized that I might utilize the worm on Jordan Peterson at Oxford Union Hall. And he said, no, we can't have this. No. If I was in the vicinity of the dragon of chaos, the true dragon of chaos, much like a regular worm, a dragon swirls through the space-time continuum, metaphorically and metaphysically. If I were to see HasanAbi deploy the worm of chaos, I would not like that. I would not be able to handle it. And for that reason, I am backing out of the debate. So, let's be honest, your impression would scare him like a dog finding his reflection. Yeah. So, that was pretty wild. Sucks, but what are you gonna do? I was excited for it. Here's how you know I was stoked for the debate with Jordan Peterson. I was willing to go to England in the fucking fall too, which is like objectively not a time frame that I want to be in England. Not a time that I want to be in England at all, right? So that's how much I was down to do it. So by the way, I'm promoting Felix coming today, but like, what if he doesn't show up? It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Major news, major legal news. That's so funny. All right, we'll talk about Tory Lanez in a second. Yeah, what of this photo? This is a photo from my yes, this is yesterday when I was so fuck you doing arching your shit like that, buddy? Any tips, bitch, or what? First of all, I'm arching my shit like that because I have too heavy of a fucking lower body for me to be able to perfectly hold up. Speaking of which, speaking of gym stuff, I am currently in the process of doing a lot of ring workouts, more calisthenics, more stability work. It's actually been really good for me. You know, I still obviously do my compound muscle exercises with the regular things that I usually deploy. I did deadlifts this morning because like I do full body press, full body push on Mondays and then full body pull on Tuesdays. And on my full body push, I'm usually doing push exercises as well, incorporated into my regular workout routine that is focusing on stability. And it's been really good because, as you guys know, given my double jointedness, I absolutely have to figure out how to pack my shit in. My shoulders don't pack. This is not bro science at all. I hate that people just completely discount like years of actual research deployed at making sure that people can do physical therapy, not just like, you know, being a big brolic guy, straight up physical therapy exercises. It's so wild. Shut up, nerds. Anyway, physiology, physical therapy, and kinesiology are all bro science. Yeah, it's so crazy. Did you guys know that? They're all bro science. Like, people get PhDs on this, and it's like, well, did you know you're getting a PhD in bro science, sir or madam? Thank you to Macy's for the fat playlist. We're going to talk about little Rhonda's campaign issues in a second. So this must be great for your ribs. So my ribs are busted, but this actually is not bad. Part of the reason why we're doing a lot of ring work is because I need to improve. There's muscles in every part of your body. And a lot of people don't recognize that if you're a normal person, you usually won't even have this kind of problem anyway. A lot of people that sit have gamer neck. It's a big issue. That's very easy to fix. Not easy to fix, but it's much easier to fix than like having hyperlaxativity, right? It's an easier fix. You do wall angels. You basically make sure that The other muscles that normally would pack your shoulders down, like your lower lats and the like, are combating the hypertrophy that you develop on your upper traps. Okay? No, I'm upside down here. This photo is upside down. Anyway, so the reason, like, normal people can just do some stuff, do some regular physical therapy. This is not bro science. It's physical therapy. Shut the fuck up. Normal people can just do that and get away with it. I am unfortunately not normal because I'm double jointed. My joints are significantly weaker, which makes me a lot more flexible. But it actually, ironically, because of my hypermobility, it actually makes my muscles less flexible because my muscles never actually stretch because it's my joints that are doing the stretching. So, for that reason, I have to do a lot of stability work in order to make sure that I can combat my winged scapula. I can combat my rotator cuff traveling to different areas that it's not supposed to go to during regular compound muscle exercises. If I don't do that, and a lot of people don't recognize that, a lot of people will just like keep working out. And they keep injuring themselves and don't realize why. The other part of the reason why I'm doing the ring stuff is because it's not necessarily too terrible on my ribs, because I have a broken rib still and it still hurts. So, I know the intro music is still playing. What, you got a problem with that? We're just chilling. Never had anyone explain hypermobility so well and accessibly. Well, I am a communicator by trade. So, and this is an issue that I've had my whole life. Are you speculating about your body, or did you have a pro tell you this stuff? None of the things that I'm talking about are speculated upon. I'm 32 years old. I've seen doctors over the years. I've seen physical therapists over the years. Of course, I'm not just assuming this stuff. But always remember, one aspect of this is American attitude, and the American healthcare system in general does very little to do, does very little to combat actual pain, and works on pain alleviation and not necessarily a way to truly just eliminate the problem altogether, because personal training is expensive, but physical therapy is also not only incredibly expensive, sometimes not covered adequately, and also it takes a long ass time. But there are things that you can do with your own body weight, with especially with calisthenic. I trust you with researching for your news coverage that I listen to, but I don't trust that you research how to care for your own body that you know better than me. Yeah. It takes a long ass time, but incredible things can happen with physical therapy. I used to hate it too. I used to hate physical therapy. And whenever I needed it for an injury, like when I busted my knee, had to get surgery, after that I didn't really do enough physical therapy, and usually that comes back in dividends. But anyway, being hypermobile, like I said, I have to be a little bit more careful about certain things. I mean, it doesn't matter, especially when you're young. I mean, my whole life I've been able to put up a lot of weight, right? With not much problem. But The older I get, the more careful I have to be because my recovery window is different. And I don't want to get taken out for a week. Hasan, don't you think that training with your body weight is better and more natural? Certainly, but it depends. Different strokes for different folks. It depends on what you need to do. How many steps do you put in a day? Not that much. I usually walk like 4,000 to 6,000 steps a day. It's actually not that much. Like, I never hit 10K. To be fair, my 6,000 steps is not the average person's 6,000 steps, I don't think, but still. Even with the treadmill. Yeah, even with the treadmill. It's probably better if you just sprint for 5 minutes. I mean, high intensity interval training is something I also engage in. Average is 10K fatty. Yeah, I mean, it's fine, I think. Like, I know for a fact that I work out more than you, so I'm cool. You guys know what my regimen is. I train with a personal trainer 4 times a week, and then I play basketball on 2 days that I'm not actually training, which is like super high intensity cardio activity. So, I mean, my daily burn is insane. I burn more than my fucking personal trainers do. Like, I know that because we're friends on the fitness app, and I track their training, like what they're doing. I get notified every time they do like a core exercise or every time they go climbing. Those dudes are on their feet all day, every day. They're moving all day, every day. They're training other people all day, every day. And I burn more than they do because I'm a big boy. Obviously, that's part of the reason. But, like, I get most of my steps in the morning. I already burned through 3K steps. By the end of the day, I usually will have, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Like yesterday, I exercised for 89 minutes. I burned 1,273 move calories, like during exercise. I stood for 13 hours. I got 5,000 steps, and I covered 2.5 miles. Would you be interested in adding boxing to your workouts? Absolutely. My trainers won't let me do boxing, cardio boxing, until I get to 245. I guess that's like, or consistently stay at 245 rather. More so just a way to motivate me to ensure that I don't fuck up my diet. That's what it is. Rest is what stimulates muscle growth. 1 to 2 days a week is ideal. Oh yeah, you guys don't listen to my workout regimen and think that that's perfect. It's just good for me. Okay? That doesn't mean it's good for you. Not everyone can work out, especially with a trainer, 4 days a week. Or not everyone can work out 4 days a week in general. But you have to also remember, I've been working out for many, many years. And back in the day, especially in between like my mid-20s, I was working out 7 days a week. So this is actually lower than that. But the reason why I have to do that, is because of my need for consistency. Even your height is 245, not too low. What? Brother, look at me. Does any part of this look like I'm too skinny to you? I'm not even below 20% body fat, chat. Let's be fucking real. Still got a good, I still got a long ass way to go. I got a lot of belly fat still. I retain so much fat around my belly. It's fucking annoying. You can't tell from this photo because I'm literally upside down, stretched out. Like you're not gonna be able to see in this photo. But even then, think about it this way. I'm flexing my core. I'm flexing every muscle to be able to like stay up like this. Stay stable. This is upside down photo, obviously. And the reality is that I should, if I was lower, if I had lower body fat, you would see every muscle. You would see a tremendous amount of vascularity. So it doesn't work that way. But we'll get there. I mean, by no means am I in like bad shape. I'm in remarkable shape. I'm in the best shape in years. I'm getting better. I'm getting in better shape every fucking day. I'm back. So that was really fucking weird. My stream key. Twitch decided on my, I guess, on my 4th year anniversary of partnership that they will just reset my Twitch stream key. That's cool. That's literally what just happened. This has happened before, by the way, ironically. Love when they do that. That's really cool when they stream. Luckily, it happened. This happened last year, too. This happens pretty much every fucking year, as a matter of fact. Don't know why. Love when they do that. Love when they do that. Luckily, I'm prepped for it. Yeah, immediately, I knew what the problem was. I had full internet, full bars. I have everything going on. Rotating credential is good for security. Yeah, fucking do it when I'm not. Do it when I'm not live, Twitch. Do it when I'm not live. Why do you do this? You've done this before. God damn it, it's so annoying. Anyway, I did everything right, and they took away my stream key. Anyway, where was I? So, or you could tell or they could just tell you the time is to reset your stream key and give you like a 48-hour window. Again, yeah, that would be great. As I was stating, folks, I'm in really good shape. I'm really happy. And I hope you guys can be too. As far as like the person who asked, well, what if you know that you're depressed? What if you know that you're depressed and you know you have to work out? All right, hold on. I gotta tell my account manager. I've been there. During COVID, during the RP arc, I was stuck indoors, obviously, not working out, super sedentary. My muscles atrophied. I gained a shit ton of fat. Okay? The reality of the situation is, and I know this sounds stupid, obviously, like, get therapy and all the other stuff. It's not easy, but just take it one day at a time. Ultimately, build very achievable short-term goals that create a structure for you. This is what worked for me. Maybe it'll work for you as well. To be fair, I was lucky enough that I had already gone over that hump one time in my life. Grew up obese my whole life, but I was able to overcome this and become the only person in my family who actually ever had a six-pack, became the only person in my family who ever, kept the weight off without any kind of like medical intervention. So little short-term goals like cleaning your room, unironically, shouts out to Jordan Peterson. Little short-term goals like making your bed will kickstart your brain into setting a pattern where you have this like super easy thing that you can accomplish. And then once you accomplish it, you're just rewarding yourself. The brain automatically will start kicking in your reward mechanism. Some larger goals that are also short-term goals that correspond to your midterm goals, that correspond to your long-term goals are also the right way to go about it. Ultimately, for me specifically, in my life, I found that 21 days of a healthy habit and a healthy habit that I have consistently followed through will actually become a normal part of my life. By the third week, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just doing it. But I also do know that in order to get to 21 days of consistency, you're going to fuck up a lot. But you can't fuck up at all. As long as you can get through the 3-week period, and it's different for everyone, obviously. But for me specifically, as long as I know if I can get through the 21-day period, 3-week period, I'm good. People say it takes 21 days to build a healthy habit, but 2 to break it. And I think that there is some truth to that. As long as you have developed that time window of breaking that habit obviously changes. But the time window of establishing that habit does not. Weirdly enough, in all of my experiences like dieting, working out, building healthy habits for myself, streaming every day at the same time, things like this, tracking my macros, tracking my calories, all the stuff, burning hell rat, thank you. What I have found is that it takes 21 days to build a healthy habit, and at the end of that 21 days, it'll take like 1 day to break it. But if you've been developing that healthy habit and consistently following it for like a year, it's going to be a lot longer for you to like genuinely break it, like 7 days, maybe. But the point always is to like trick yourself into being a little motivated. One thing you can do is maybe buy a gym membership, or one thing you can do is buy gym clothes, new gym clothes. You know what I mean? Things that will like make you feel more confident, things that will make you feel more motivated, because you're like, well, I got these new gym clothes. I want to wear it to the gym. I don't know. Just find a different way. Figure out a way that you can cheat your brain into thinking that you can do it. And obviously, don't be too hard on yourself, especially in the beginning. You know what I mean? Because, like, think about it this way. It took me a year to go from 320 pounds all the way to 225 pounds, like a little bit over a year. When I first fully committed myself to losing weight, that was when I was like 24. Okay? This time around, I already have the muscle memory. I already have the experiences. I already have the confidence to be able to, like, to know what I can and can't accomplish. And yet, I'm 32. This time around, it has taken me basically 2 years plus to go from 280 pounds down to 245 pounds where I'm at. And it took a shit ton of recomp in the first year to be able to even see noticeable results. And there were so many hurdles in that process. I injured myself a lot. You know, I failed a lot. But the one thing that's always carried, I changed my diet. Last time I did it, I was doing OMAD and basically following OMAD permanently. For 5 years, I did OMAD. 1 meal a day, or like a small window where I would eat. The reason why I did that is because that's the best way that I could possibly combat my binge eating. Okay? Once I break my fast, I don't stop. I'm always hungry and I always want more food. I know my habits. You know what I mean? I have tracked my habits very well. I binge eat. I'm an emotional eater. I'm a bored eater. You know what I mean? And more importantly, like I said, when I break my fast, if I don't have the consistency and the rigidity in my diet, I just unwind. You know, I go crazy. But it's good to keep up good habits, you know? Consistency is key, for me at least. Just like at the top of the hour, there is consistently a 3-minute ad break. Would you say to someone who says that's disordered eating, I follow a similar method, but my friends keep telling me I have an eating disorder? I mean, it's different strokes for different folks. I think most people are probably going to tell you whatever works for you works. You know what I mean? I don't know. Most people will also tell you to not do OMAD though. So I do agree with that. But as long as you're taking in the calories that you need to survive, depending on what your dietary goals are, whether it be gaining weight, whether it be keeping your weight stable, whether it be increasing muscle mass or losing weight, losing fat, you know, as long as you're eating either more than what your BMR is to gain weight and taking in protein as well, the adequate amount of protein, or eating less than what you're, like, you know, a couple thousand calories less at the end of the week, going to amount to what? How many pounds is it? I keep forgetting. Obviously, it's not an exact science no matter what, because everybody is different. But do you ever eat pizza now? Pizza and donuts brick me. Oh, it's 3,500 calories per pound. Okay, thank you. No, I usually try not to. I try not to eat pizza because, like, I know there are certain things like I'm like an alcoholic. Well, I mean, I literally did have an issue with alcoholism as well. But I mean, like, if I have a little bit of pizza, it just like breaks everything for me. It just sucks. I can't stop at one slice. I will eat the whole pizza and more pizza later. That's my biggest weakness. Cookies are another weakness of mine. And what else? What else is a big weakness of mine? I mean, but like here, dude, I eat like a fucking god, okay? I eat like a king. I gorge myself. I eat 2 meals a day, and both of those meals are pretty fucking solid. It's either a plate of chicken that I'm heating up, okay, that I'm making before the stream, and I'm heating it up with a salad, okay, or Chipotle, a Chipotle steak salad, and a sweet green salad. And then I'm packing on good fibers. I get enough veggies in there. I get enough carbs in there. There's a little bit of rice in there too. You know what I mean? There's protein in there. And basically, at the end of the day, I have like around 500 calories remaining. And I like to play around with that and try to change out my desserts because I have a massive sweet tooth, right? I have a massive sweet tooth. So what have I done? Well, I've cheated. I figured out a way to fulfill my sweet tooth by cheating myself, like cheating my brain into tricking my brain into thinking that I'm having like a delicious treat, which I am usually. Sometimes it's those super low calorie, 40 calorie tortillas, like the low carb tortillas. I make like a little pocket pita with that tortilla with peanut butter and jelly. Sometimes I eat a lot of Nick's ice cream. That's the new wave for me. These are kind of expensive. Okay. I will. One thing I've been doing recently, I have protein waffles. They're 250 calories for 2 waffles. I'll take 2 fucking big ass scoops of Halo Top style Nick's ice cream, vanilla. Slap it onto the protein waffles that I throw in the toaster, and boom, all of a sudden you got like a 400 calorie dessert that is decadent. It's delicious. I mean, I'm having fucking waffles and ice cream. It doesn't get any better than that. Big sweet tooth. No, I don't drink protein shakes. I never drink protein shakes. That's a lot of sugar, man. Yeah, it's not actually. So I don't know why you're saying that. It's not even sugar. There's no sugar in these. Like the waffle has a little bit of sugar, but oh, you were just making a Ron DeSantis joke. Sorry. But yeah, no, there is no. Nick's ice cream is not sugar. It's like high protein. It has alcohol sugars in it. I mean, I used to, in my most shredded, I would literally have an ice cream sandwich a day. You guys remember that? We don't even have that emote anymore, but back in the day, we used to have a ice cream sandwich emote. Or maybe we still do. I don't know. Oh, yeah, we do. Ask Sammy. Yeah. Because I would eat an ice cream sandwich a day. I don't anymore because I figured out, I'd rather have more savory treats. But I love chocolate chip ice cream sandwiches. It's my biggest weakness, I would say. And I would have one a day on stream usually, sometimes 2 a day if I have enough calories left. Why don't you drink protein shakes? It's almost impossible to consume the daily amount required of proteins without it. No, it's not. No, that's not true. You're talking to someone who's 245 pounds who absolutely gets 200 grams of protein. Easy. From what I just described. No, I'm not a vegan. You know what I mean? But you're not right. I'll tell you. Tell you exactly. You know what? I'm going to put my calories in because I haven't been really good putting my calories in because I've been traveling a lot. But I'll do my calories from yesterday, okay? For lunch, I had my sweet green double white chicken bowl, okay? Warm wild rice, 2 servings of roasted chicken, 1 serving of sweet green roasted potatoes, 1 serving of spicy broccoli. There's also kale and some other stuff in there, but they're not big enough for me to like add on calorie-wise. 2 servings of spicy cashew dressing and 1 serving or half a serving of miso ginger dressing. So that comes out to 776 calories. Okay? That's 50 grams of protein. At dinner, I have, usually I will also add in 1, I'm using MyFitnessPal. At dinner, I usually will add in, oh, by the way, I can't believe I told you guys I was serving the top of the hour ad break and I totally forgot. I'm going to run it right now. Sorry about that. But at dinner, I have my classic Chipotle salad, steak guacamole, and Quest chips. That is black beans, cilantro, lime, brown rice or white rice, doesn't really matter. Cheese, fresh tomato, salsa, romaine lettuce, green salsa, red salsa, steak, 1 serving only, 150 calories for 4 ounces, guacamole, and also a bag of spicy sweet chili protein chips. Okay, that's 62 grams of protein. Usually I also have, like I said, a Quest bar in between. So that also is another additional 20 grams of protein. So we're already at like what? 120? 110 plus 20, 130 grams of protein. And this is before I get to my my snacks, my protein snacks that I have at night. I get a NYX vanilla. NYX vanilla ice cream. That's like half of a container, 100 calories. And also protein waffles. It's not the Kashi ones, but our Quest bars king in terms of macros. They seem nutty for protein calorie ratio. Yeah, they're pretty good and they taste good. That's another 20 grams of protein as well. And we're at what, like 100 and I don't know. Like my daily protein goal is hit at this point for the deficit diet that I'm doing. We're at 170 grams of protein. I'm a big ass boy too, and that's 2,000 calories. I've hit it at 2,200 calories. I've hit 170 grams of protein. Think about that. I didn't eat. I had a lot of protein supplements, but I did not drink a protein shake. How do you force yourself not to eat a ton on the days you're super tired? I feel like on days when I'm tired, it's just a bottomless pit. I do bodybuilding, and during some of those cuts, I just can't stop myself. Yeah, I know. That's the worst problem. Yeah, if you overexert yourself, like Sunday, I fucked up. I had Indian food. I had fucking Hawaiian barbecue. Why? Because I played basketball in the sun for like hours, right? I played basketball in the sun for 2 hours. I'm burning like 1,500 calories. But the reality is, like, when you overextend, when you're overexerted, when you're tired, you absolutely do have a much harder time, holding it back. And I don't really have a good answer for you. The best answer is just rigid structure. Just try to eat clean protein with some fiber. I'm not against protein shakes at all. No. I like protein shakes. They are decadent. They are a treat. They are there was a long period of time where I also was trying to have more creatine. So I would have a creatine shake, a creatine induced protein shake at night. And that was my big treat at the end of the day. That was my shake, like a milkshake. And it's great. I put dates in there, put a couple dates. Blueberries are OP, frozen blueberries, some dates. I would mix and match. I like to put zero fat Greek yogurt, which is also high protein, to like add more consistency. And it was awesome. How much water are you drinking a day? I don't know. Gallon. You used to eat an ice cream sandwich a day and you've turned it around? No, no, no. Eating an ice cream sandwich a day is also fine. Chat, you're not understanding. You're failing to comprehend something. It's entirely dependent on your goals and what your sedentary, like what your resting metabolic rate is, how much lean muscle mass you have, how active you are, how twitchy you are. Like literally things like that add up because your body is a machine and it burns. It needs an amount of fuel to go through the day. Even when you sit there and think, or even when you're eating food, you're still consuming calories. Okay? So all of that combined creates this complex machinery that needs fuel. If you put less fuel in it than it actually needs to just operate, then you're going to start eating away at the reserves that you have inside of you. And everyone has a lot of fat. So you just start, your goal is to try and eat away at the reserves. Obviously, it will take away some of your muscle mass as well. It's very difficult to just like cut while also continuing to build muscle mass. I mean, people do it, but non-exercise activity thermogenesis is what you're referring to. I use ChatGPT to create a workout schedule for me based on what to accomplish. Oh, fuck. I forgot to tell my editors. Yeah, you breathe out calories in the form of carbon. You sweating. Your body is an excellent machine. You should get Jeff Nippert on stream. Brother, let me tell you something, okay? I've been wanting to do that for the longest time. It's up to him. If he comes to California, I would love to have him on stream. Anyway, let's blast off already. You know, we've done enough workout talk. Will be potential hopefuls. I hope Felix doesn't cook me here. I haven't had him on in a long time. He was here for my birthday and I was like, bro, I know you're coming. I mean, we said it a while ago. He's the one, I forgot about it. He's the one who hit me up to come on stream. So anyway, we blasted off. Jeff Nippert knows Dr. Mike Israetel, the doctor with the six-pack on his head. You guys should try to collab. It'd be great content. This is funny. Yeah, end wokeness, making so much money. Just ending wokeness. And just being all around a white supremacist, racist asshole. It's great. Wonderful. Twitter is so sick. Love it. Why does anybody think of Felix when you say or what does anybody think of XQ when you say Felix? We're on Twitch. And he used to be the largest Twitch streamer. Yes, I'm gonna cover out the roided 21-year-old going viral on Twitter while we're sort of on workout talk. Let me tell you something, okay? I saw this fucking behemoth. I saw this beast of a man-child, rather. And first of all, just let's do the blast off. Here's the tweet. Sam is goated. Hasan, don't talk shit. No, I'm not. I'm not talking shit. I'm not talking shit at all. I saw this fucking juice monkey, okay? This gorilla. This Baki villain. Okay? This is literally Baki IRL. And let me tell you, the first feeling that I had in my heart was jealousy. Was envy. Okay? Well, the first feeling I had in my heart was respect. This man is going to probably die by the age of 25. Like, he doesn't have a lot of time left on this planet. But hey, listen. It'll be a fucking really cool 4 more years. Okay? I mean, holy moly. Look at this. Look at this guy. His liver looks like a 50-year-old smoker's lung. Yeah. Let me tell you something. This guy's off the real goop, man. He can barely breathe was the original post that went viral on Twitter. Semi-viral, I guess. But he is a god. Okay? Straight up. I'm sorry. You will never tell me that this is not peak. You will never be able to convince me that this is not excellence. Man is here, okay? Man is here to achieve great feats. And sometimes you're here for a fun time, not a long time, okay? If you want to look like your goddamn serving titty milk, like straight Anwar coming out of your titty, when you squeeze it, it's just fucking spraying it, and you should be able to do that, okay? Sorry, the amount of dedication to be this is so tremendous, okay? It is incredible. This is bulk. Imagine it's cut. I mean, the amount of steroids. Please tell me we are being sarcastic. I am not even remotely being sarcastic. Come on, I have Bradley Martin on my fucking stream. What are you talking about? Brother, why do you guys think I love LeBron James? Because I have so much respect for people that can just manipulate their own bodies and basically craft themselves, okay? LeBron James is 6'8" and has the grace of a ballerina. He's been playing basketball for a longer time professionally than half of this fucking chat. And he's still absolutely dookie-ing on people. Okay? Now, I respect that. I love that. This is very different. But I respect this too. It's all about the amount of dedication that you put into your craft. Let's take a look.
Everybody is lacking in their upper chest. So that's why all heavy pressing movements always incline for me. Flies, I'm a little more lenient. You know, I'm just trying to fucking...
It's pretty funny that he's 21 years old. And if you close your eyes and you hear this man speak, you would be like, oh, that's a diabetic 54-year-old. Okay? Like, he is 21 years old. And if you don't hear, like, my man took so much HGH that his vocal cords expanded. Okay? So much respect. I can't. I respect him like I respect women who get the max size breast implants. That's a lot of health risk, but I respect the grind. No, I think when women, no, that's synthol. Okay. That's different. No, getting breast implants is not the fucking same as this. How dare you? Okay. No, getting maximum size breast implants is like those dudes that you see that get like synthol injected into their fucking biceps. This is a shit ton of work. A lot of people don't understand being able to make your body look like this, even with the roids, all of the roids is a tremendous feat. And guess what? Even with all the fucking roids, you still might never look like this, even if you had his exact same workout regimen and diet regimen. There's also a natural advantage that you need to have as well. It's fucking psychotic. It is unimaginable. It is one of the hardest things that you can achieve. Straight up.
Pump the shit out of the whole thing. But heavy pressing, I haven't done flat in forever, and I've never done decline. Or at least I've never had decline like in the routine.
He's never done decline. LeBron put crazy effort and grind into it, has blessed genetics, and has the longevity and accolades to back it up. What this titty bubble is doing is lame. I mean, it's lame to you. It's lame to you. Like, yeah, exactly. It takes a lot to make the heart explode at 27. That's why I said this guy is not here for a long time. Okay? He's not. I mean, maybe he doesn't know that. Let's be fucking real. Okay, but show me his legs. If you think a dude that has this much muscular development in his upper body doesn't have behemoth fucking legs, you're delusional, okay? You're coping. Are you insane? This dude is probably just I mean, he's the most juiced person I've ever seen. It's fucking lame and also looks ridiculous. There's no place for this in society. I disagree. I absolutely disagree. Aren't you for roads? Yeah, no, I am. I don't personally take them, but I am absolutely in favor of steroids. I think steroids are great. Obviously, they're very unhealthy unless you do it with medical supervision. Don't take steroids. Don't get fucking SARMs or whatever the fuck you saw online. Don't get over-the-counter shit. Never do oral steroids. Okay? There's some basic stuff that everyone should know. But, you know, with a doctor, knowing full well that you are shaving years off of your life. Okay? Knowing full well that you are shaving years off of your life. Because you have to recognize that. It comes with that recognition. How do Zoomers grow up playing with rescue heroes but hate when men look like them IRL? Yeah, look, there you go. Fucking called it. Look, let's look at his legs. He did leg day. I can't believe the maximum copium coming from chat being like, oh, what does his legs look like? Like, imagine thinking that he wouldn't have insane legs.
Freaking, oh my God.
Why would you think that? I don't even think you can build that level of upper body strength without, like, your body also boosting fucking natural HGH production that you also get from doing leg day. What is your opinion on creatine? It's great. Might cause hair loss, but he looks uncomfortable having both hands on the steering wheel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this isn't. My man is not a normal human, dude. Why do you guys not understand this? Like, there is nobody's thinking that this is normal. I am respecting the abnormal quality of his existence. Okay, that's what I'm saying. To me, doing this to your fucking body. It might not be your speed. It's certainly not mine. I mean, I'm not doing steroids. I love working out. I'm not doing fucking steroids. It would help me tremendously, especially at 32. Are you kidding me? Okay. There's a reason for why I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it specifically because I have a very addictive personality. I don't want to fucking get into that wave and then, you know, never be able to get out of it, and then and also become bald. You know, there's a lot of shit. But creatine does not cause hair loss. It can speed up hair loss if you already have male pattern baldness. Okay, well, I do have male pattern baldness. Okay, so yeah. But watch him do a squat. He puts his soul into everything. What is he? How many places? Was it 1, 2, 3, 4? Fucking Christ. He got. God damn. That is so tight. What the fuck? How is he doing 4 plates that tight? Is he? Am I not? Is it the angle? What is that foot positioning? Holy fucking moly, dude. That's 4 plates that he's just ripping. Oh, he's doing elevated. That's not even... Okay, this motherfucker's not even doing regular squats here. He's doing... I feel like if I did that one time, my spine would evaporate. It would perish. Heel elevated to target quads. Yeah. That's psychotic. Please explain the point of this to a distance runner. I don't know what's going on. Is it cosmetic for strength or genuine? It's cosmetic and for strength. But mostly cosmetic, I think. I mean, I don't know. He's doing... It seems like he's targeting his quads in the most insane way I've ever seen, and you don't do that unless you're, like, competing, right? I kind of want Felix to be here to talk about this fucking guy. Holy shit. Get him on the show. I mean, I just have so much respect for this dude. I personally do not care if you recognize... Okay, that you've basically shut off, like, every new stack that you apply to your body is another 10 years that you're taking away from the top. As long as you recognize that, you know, it's just whatever. You know what's going on. As long as you're not fake natty, absolutely 0 people would ever believe that this person is natural. Okay, I don't think that anybody thinks this guy's natty. If you think this person is natty, you might be like a QAnon guy or something. Like, you are a very easily tricked adult or a child. Get him and Bradley on your show or go on Bradley's. People believe Liver was natty. This person is not anywhere near Liver King's level of musculature. What are you talking about? Look, one thing that you can always see is if you're a big boy like this, okay, and you're walking around fucking 10%, 8%, 7% body fat year round, that's very difficult, okay? You kind of can't do that, especially if you're eating the shit that Liver King was claiming he was eating, okay? But a good way to figure out a person like this is, like, your normal human body, especially at 21, is not going to build this much muscle mass without additional help. He's 21 years old. That shit's not happening. He could be natty. No, he can't. Shut the fuck up. You're so insane. You have no idea what you're talking about. At 21 years old, the human body, you haven't even existed on the planet enough to naturally weight cycle up to that degree. There is no way. Here's the thing, chat. Like, I have friends that are natty and they're in tremendous shape. My trainer right now, they're in great shape. But you can tell that they're natural, okay? You can tell that they're natty. because they don't have this level of muscle mass. A good example of this, a person who weight cycles, is Tomei, also natty. And it has taken him years and years and years to get to the point that he's gotten to. Okay? It's taken him years and years and years to get to this point that he's gotten to. But even then, like, I've seen him gain weight. I've seen him put on fat. I've seen him, I've seen him put on muscle, gain weight, shred back down. Put on muscle, gain weight, shred back down. It takes years to develop. It takes years to develop that much muscle mass. Like, you can't do that in 21 years. But that's calisthenics, and his goal isn't mass. That's a terrible comparison. First of all, he didn't start out with calisthenics. Okay, the fuck are you talking about? I love that you're telling me, a dude that I've known for like almost 10 fucking years. You're telling me about a dude that I've known for 10 years, dude. That's insane. My point is, I don't think you can ever get to that while being natty. I guess the peak of this is, the peak of natty physique, like literally the full peak, is Pete Scalar. Okay? This guy. Is it Pete Scalar? No, is it Paul Scalar? What's his name? Yeah, Paul Scalar.
My tits.
Okay.
I want to claim my tits.
The fuck? Oh god. Here, I'll show you. We're gonna move away from this. I think, unfortunately, there's a big issue with gym bros having genuine horrible body issues, cyst, dysmorphia. I don't know if you really can get there otherwise. Yeah, of course. No one will argue with you on that. Anyone that spends a shit ton of time in the gym absolutely has body dysmorphia. Anyone that tells you that that's not the case is out of their minds, dude. What are you kidding me? The amount of dedication and consistency and rigid lifestyle that it takes for you to look like that, even if you take steroids, is unimaginable. It also pisses me off that people are like, oh, dude, that's easy. He did steroids. Like, no, dude. If you took steroids, you would not look like that. There's plenty of fucking people who take steroids and look like shit, okay? It's so dumb that people think, oh, it's just a cheat code. Like, that's just copium. Here, I'll show you what you can look like at peak. At the age of also 51, for the record, okay? Here, this is peak. This is peak natty. 51 years old. That's it. At that point, you're at 51, you're basically at like diminishing returns. He's already way past that point. You know what I mean? He's on gear. You cannot look like that at 51 naturally. This person is hailed as the natty king by fitness influencers. Nippered, natty versus enhanced
this video.
I think I'm going to wait for Felix to cover the rest of this. He said he's coming. This guy claims natty and no one believes him. Wait, why? People... I mean... I think he could be. I don't know. I think he could be. It's not it's not that far. It's not that outside of the realm of comprehension. I mean, there is some aspects where it just looks. There are some aspects of his body that look a little wild, but I'm looking at like his hypertrophy. I'm looking at like what muscle grows in areas naturally and how you get to that point. Look at his legs. He's definitely not natty. No, what do you mean? Okay, that part is just vascularity. This is post-competition, chat. What are you talking about? This motherfucker, when he's taking this photo, this dude is so insanely starved and so dry. He doesn't have a goddamn drop of water in his body. What are you talking about? That vascularity is not what you look at in that situation. What you're supposed to look at is how large his veins are. Okay? My man is at like 3% body fat, looking like dried beef jerky over here, and you're like, wow, that's crazy. The vascularity isn't the problem. What you're supposed to look at is his veins, the size of his veins. The thing is, like, a donut would kill him right now. No, I'm kidding. But, like, he's so dry, unironically, he's so dry right here, like, missing a meal could kill him. At that level of body fat, if you don't make sure that you're eating correctly for every meal, you might die. You might perish. The normal human being the average human being can probably survive, depending on the amount of body fat that they have, for like 3 weeks without eating a single thing of food. I think like the record is like something insane. It was like an obese person went and fasted for like a year or something. I forget. As long as you drink water, you'll be fine. This person has such little body fat in his body that he would not be able to survive. Like, you know, he's out in like 48 hours. 48 hours of not being able to eat, he's dead. There's no shot. He's fucking so dead. Um, 382 days. Holy shit. Oh, that's the record. Okay, there you go. Agostino Angus Giuseppe Barbieri was a Scottish man with the most Italian name on the planet who fasted for 382 days from June 1965 to July 1966. He lived on tea, coffee, sparkling water, and vitamins while living at home in Tapor, Scotland. Yeah. Like, there you go. Every fat person in the chat can also say, listen, you can survive a lot longer than shredded people. So there's that reality for you. So think about that. It's true. In an apocalyptic situation, people who have high body fat will be able to survive much longer without eating food than people who are shredded. Keeps forgetting protein metabolism. So, brother, you need fat not just for survival, not just for energy. You know that, right? You need it for your organs and shit. Like, you need fat. You need to have fat in your body. And the further you go down from like 7% body fat, the more dangerous it gets for you. It's so funny. People forget, like, there's a lot of like weird like gimmick diets out there that I think have broken people's brains into thinking that like a healthy diet is not a necessity for a healthy living, surviving. It's very odd. Like, you still need all that shit. Anyway, should promote before guest. Cutting weight for competition is brutal too here. Cyborg cutting weight. How much you weigh right now, big boy? Like 246, 247 probably. I just haven't been able to have consistent dieting. I've been injured. I've been traveling a lot for work. It's fucked up my regiment. So I haven't really been able to do my regular, like go back to my regular diet, consistent diet. It's funny people forget that the human body needs to be at the start of homeostasis, so you need a healthy amount of fats. I mean, people forget a lot of shit, like the top of the hour ad break, you know, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You know what I mean? People forget that. Of course, you know, you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. LA makes people think inflated equals healthy. What do you mean? All right, we're going to do Trump. Trump is in New Hampshire. Do not worry. We're going to cover Trump. Okay? God damn it. A lot of you are so horny for Trump. God damn it. I totally forgot about the top of the hour, 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. God damn it. Yeah, it happens. The Felix waiting room, man, won't lie to you. Hell yeah. Fat is a huge necessity body. That's why sometimes when cutting you hit plateaus, your body goes into emergency power saving mode and tries to store all the fat because it thinks you're starving and will need you to completely run out of food. Yeah, I know. I know. I plateau regularly. It's really fucking annoying. It's the absolute worst. Can you cover this? The Montgomery Brawl training videos. Yeah, we already covered it extensively. Living in Texas, I'm so tired of Trump because it reminds how annoying everyone around me is. Yeah, Trump is back. He's popping off. We're going to get to how back he is. But before we get to how back he is, let's talk about someone else. Little Rhonda. What the fuck? What just happened? Dude, I fucking hate how absolutely unimaginably stupid this fucking website is, dude. I click on a video and it takes me to a communities tab. It happens like regularly nowadays. Like, it happens on my mobile app too sometimes, where I just like click on a video to watch it and it literally will like take me to a different post.
Today, your poll numbers behind President Trump have been pretty substantially behind. And you not here.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fucking terrifying.
not here.
Oh! And then the quick switch up. Dude, he is such a fucking creature, dude. He is such a cretin. I'm like disgusted by him, but also at the same time, I'm like scared, but not necessarily because like I think he's going to win or anything like that, but more so I'm just like scared that aliens might be real. The UAP shit might actually be genuinely real. This is the most alien-like way to exist, dude. Every single moment he is in public reacting to stimuli, it feels like I'm watching a fucking alien. More alien-like than Mark Dick Zuckerberg. You know what I mean? It's so odd. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at the switch up. He's looking at the camera like, oh, fuck, did they catch me? Did you like that? That was a funny laugh, right? That's like how humans laugh. Bro should never smile. He should never laugh. I think that it's also that he's so painfully normal that he doesn't know how to be a person in public law. I just don't know. I've never seen, like, Ted Cruz had more charisma than this, and he is the most rizzless motherfucker out there.
Today, your poll numbers behind President Trump have been...
Dude, look at that. The coverage on this. Like, how much spittle did you have, my man? How much spit was going around in your mouth in the vicinity? How much? Every part of this is so disgusting. I like that Trump doesn't even need to do anything. It's just like we're doing it for him. You know what I mean? Ron DeSantis is doing it for him. DeSantis took a fit pic with Larry Elder. DeSantis posed for a photo with fellow Republican challenger Larry Elder, who is also polling at 0%. That's so wild when you're polling at fucking 0% that you're just like, oh, I'm just here to have fun with the rest of the candidates. Like, I love that. It's so terrifying. We're going to talk about little Rhonda firing his campaign manager as well. But before we do that, here's a quick Twitter moment. Thank God, guys. End Wokeness says, when I originally paid $8 for Twitter Blue, it was a gesture to support free speech with additional perks, which, of course, is not free speech. It's paid speech. It's quite literally paid speech. Free speech is not supposed to be paid speech. Oh, my God. Anyway. Little did I know that it would result in $14,000 of X payouts in a span of 2 months. $8 well spent. Thanks, Elon Musk. This post, Adolf Hitler. Oh mein Gott. Speaking of Twitter getting fucking ruined, you will now have to click a view post engagements button to see quotes, reposts, and likes of a post. The three will be separated in different tabs. What? Oh, so they're really just destroying everything that was good and unique about Twitter, aren't they? What is he doing? I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, this goes beyond, okay? This goes absolutely beyond what you would expect. Like, unless he is deliberately trying to, like, take a gun and shoot Twitter in the fucking head, I don't understand what he's doing. Is he, like, purposely trying to destroy his own product that he bought? Like, there is no fucking way that someone could be this short-sighted where he's just basically behaving like an animal. He's just reacting to stimuli. He's just going, oh, yeah, I want to make sure that the blue check marks that pay me $8, okay? I want to make sure that the blue check marks that are paying me $8 fucking dollars are, you know, their feelings are spared whenever they get ratioed into oblivion. It makes no sense. Even TrueAnon is dunking on XQC. Wait, what? The bobbing tilted head, the title of the pause video, the absurd amounts of food wasted piled next to his computer, in the almost empty, barely decorated room, the maid's expression, the silence while writing in the note. Who on earth would want this life? Dude, this is... Why is TrueAnon getting involved in this? That's weird. This video is rough. I haven't seen it. I know that it's like going viral on Twitter. I couldn't get myself to see, like, I couldn't get myself to watch. Like, I'm sure he pays them a fuck ton. Like, let's be real. Like, if you were to ask them, they're probably very, like, they probably think he's gross, but I mean, this is not a defense of XQC at all. But he pays minimum wage? No shot. No, you guys are fucking ridiculous. Are you really sure? No. If there's one thing, okay. I think a lot of people fail to remember something. Twitch streaming, very profitable, very low cost. If Twitch streamers do one thing well, at least in my experience from all the people that I've met, usually they drop a fuck ton of money. Rich people are known to be really cheap, yeah, but you're right about that. You're absolutely right about that. However, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about XQ's situation. This is like unimaginably bad. It's just like, dude, every day, when I eat at my desk, okay, at the end of the day, I'm so fucking methodical with this. That's why I lose my goddamn mind when Austin just throws trash everywhere. Every single day, when I'm done with my stream, I sit there for a brief moment, I take a breather, and then I have already a bag that if I've delivered food, if I've gotten food delivery, I have a bag, right? I will take that bag, I will take everything that is in my trash can, which there's nothing right now because I just started the day and the trash can is empty. You want to know why? Because I fucking dump everything at the end of the day in that trash can, which accumulates a lot of trash throughout the day because I'm sitting right here. And I put it into that other bag, and then I take it and put it in my fucking trash can, my actual trash can. Okay? Do you not line it with the bag? No, not really. I don't understand. Like, I've seen all of those, like, this is how you live, Twitch streamer react shit. And I do not understand how they do that. I don't get it. You don't recycle? No, I do. I cannot comprehend how you just don't do that. I don't get it. I mean, I think this is just an autistic thing. I do the same thing with my maids. It's not to be mean, but it's just so awkward that I'm scared to speak. I mean, listen, I have had cleaning done after events and whatnot. Yes, it is awkward. It's awkward even if you are spending a shit ton of money. It's still awkward because you're like, well, this is something that like someone is doing. Also, this guy said my maids, multiple. Holy fuck. It's awkward. I think. No matter what happens. But regardless, like, you know, you gotta help it out a little bit, you know? I don't know. You gotta like pick up after yourself a little bit. It's like pretty basic. Having said that, though, I think, you know, you don't do this. What is this?
Ooh. Looks, not on my keyboard.
Yeah, Twitch streamers are very, very gnarly. Was going to be an annoying lib and say something about recycling for a meme, but someone just did it seriously. No, but I do recycle. Even though it goes usually to the same fucking landfill, let's be real. I still do it. I don't know. It makes me feel better at least a little bit. And it's also not hard to do. So that's what it is. Because normally I'm not like embarrassed, chat, so like I'm more social and chill, but this time there's a lot of fucking trash. Holy fuck. I'm like actually shy. Sorry. Bro, they've been cleaning for years. I don't even know what to say. And then you see her face. And then you see her read what she wrote.
Art while carrying a knife.
Drop the knife now! Drop it.
Body cam video.
I should have done the worm to break the ice. Dude, it is like... The funny thing is on Twitch, like you have moments like this all the time from many different content creators, right? Like it's just that right now he's just getting fucking flamed. So there's more attention to the bad behavior that he does on a regular basis. But it's pretty funny. Oh God, it is definitely a very awkward moment. Ethan is out of his mind thinking X doesn't make good content. I mean, yeah, that's a perfect example. The worm is also a perfect example, but that one is a pretty good example. So many of my normie friends have seen this clip and are now aware of XQC is a rough week for him. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, listen, it's a lot of people in this space. A lot of people in this space have cleaning people. Okay. On. Gotta mess. Felix. A lot of people in the space of cleaning people, like it's understandable. Okay. I get it. I have recommended that people get cleaning people, as I literally talked about on the fucking on the goddamn podcast on the latest episode of Fear and I was talking to Leslie. I think it was in the paywall proportion, but like Will and I have been to the roomie's house multiple times, and I straight up said, you guys need cleaning people to come in every day. Okay. You have too much trash. You have too much trash piling up all the time. Yo, Felix should stay at your house. He has stayed at my house. Exactly. That seemed like just a regular DJing clip. Why are people going viral? My friend, it's because your brain is so broken from being on Twitch all the time that you think that that's normal. That's not normal. To the normal person, when you show that, they lose their fucking mind. They go, what the hell is going on? That's insane. That's why every single time I have like a regular person here, like a real normie, a civilian that sits right here next to me, their first response is shock. Sometimes horror, where they immediately go, how do you do this? What is going on? There's so much happening. It's very concerning to me that people need a maid to clean up after them. Like that part I understand. It's just the thing that I don't understand is how you don't clean up in your immediate vicinity. Like even that, it's just like pretty basic. Cleaning is also a very therapeutic experience for the most part. Like laundry, therapeutic ass experience. It's like a lot of stuff that, I mean, I have like also very A-worded tendencies, like I'll admit, especially when it comes to rigidity and my structure and the way that I like certain things. And I will get like very anal, like when my dad and mom are staying at my place for extended periods of time. Like, I feel like if my dad is cooking something, he's very messy and he gets stuff in his hands and then he'll touch a cabinet with stuff on his hands and then he'll leave the residue on the cabinet handle. And if I touch it, I feel like it's zapping my brain. If I accidentally open the fridge and I touch like gunk that is crusted out on the cabinet, it literally fires into my spine. Like I just go, like I don't know how to describe it to you, the moment. And I know I'm weird for that. It's gross, but it's probably like a manageable situation. For me, it literally feels like I just got zapped from the top of my fucking dome all the way to my ass cheeks. My entire spine lit on fire the moment I touched that shit. And I'm like, ah! Ugh! Okay, anyway. So, you know, I just want to clean up after myself all the time, and I don't get it. Nah, that's real. It's like how you can't chew gum in the bathroom because poop particles will get in it. So, other things that I do, for example, for those of you who do not know, like I have this weird thing where I will reuse plates. Like, I have one plate. Like, I have a shit ton for guests and stuff. When I have party or, you know, when I have people over or whatever, I have like enough placemats and because my mom, you know, she got enough for a whole party, a whole hosting situation. But one thing I do, and I know is weird as fuck, one thing I always do is I don't like having to clean a lot of plates. And I don't even think that it's that big of a nuisance to clean plates. Like, I know, you just like fucking put it in the dishwasher, right? You rinse it off and then you fucking put it in the dishwasher and the dishwasher cleans it for you. It's not that big of a deal. But I just have something very weird about like constantly having to, you know, put shit in a dishwasher that I will just like reuse the same plate unless it's like really dirty or something, you know what I mean? Unless it has like residue on it. So for the past week, for example, I've been using the exact, like, well, it's only been 3 nights in a row, but 3 nights in a row, I've used the same dish that I put the waffles on top of after, but it's just like, it's just 2 waffles. It's 2 waffles. You fucking rinse it off after the end of the consumption, and then you can use it again. I just put 2 fucking waffles on it, and I use it for like, you know, 15 minutes at a time. What do you mean? I feel like I didn't get enough utility out of that plate. It's not dirty. With syrup? No, just waffles and ice cream. Unless the ice cream actually gets on the plate, in which case you have to rinse it off. But if you don't, and there's nothing on it, there's no residue on it, there's no ice cream on the fucking plate, the plate is fucking dry, why would you not reuse that? That makes no sense. I think you guys are crazy for this. No, there's no syrup or no whipped cream. I thought you were saying you didn't rinse it off at all. No, I rinse it off only if it has like, if ice cream gets on the plate. But if there's no ice cream on the plate and it's just like some fucking waffle crumbs left on it, you just, you know, you push off the waffle crumbs into the sink and then you're good. Put the waffles in the toaster, take the waffles out of the toaster and put it on the fucking plate and just, I use it as a carrier basically. I don't even like eat out of it. I think you guys are crazy if you think that I'm wrong for this. I mean, I know it's a little weird, but I don't think it's that weird. It's plate maxing, okay? Bro, if it's fresh after eating, rinsing it with some hot water and wiping it with a towel is good enough. Thank you. The only time I reuse them is if like it has a basic sandwich and just breadcrumbs. It's just like brush them off and it's good. If you were born in the 1900s, you definitely not believe in germs 100%. Yes, I agree with you. Probably. I probably would not believe in germs. I don't disagree with that. Yeah. Plate maxing, fork maxing, spoon maxing. What am I going to do? I barely used it. You don't think I should use it again? That's crazy. Or throw a little bit of dishwasher fluid on it. If it's a dishwasher soap on it, rinse it, use it again. Why the fuck do I have to, why do I have to like put it in the sink and, or put it in and wash it and whatever? You know what I mean? It's just one plate is fine. That's all I need. That's actually lazy as fuck. I agree. Well, you say lazy, I say efficient. Yeah. That's all I mean. Yo, I do the same exact thing, but I found it helpful just to not mention it, Lamau. Okay, well, whatever. I mentioned it. Big mistake, I guess. There's a bunch of real freaks in here getting mad at me over this. What the fuck's this guy talking about? Like washing a plate without a dishwasher, like a normal wash? Yeah, dish soap. You put dish soap on it. You put a little dish soap on it and rinse it off with water if you've used it. And then, you know, you let it dry out and then you can use it again the next day. Why not? If it's gotten even dirty, yeah, you just clean the plate. I clean it manually instead of cleaning it like with the dishwasher, instead of putting it in the dishwasher. Instead of putting it in the dishwasher, I just clean it manually. And it's like, I don't know why. It's simpler for me because I feel like the dishwasher process is a whole ordeal. What do I mean by this? You let it sit there for a while, like until it's full, right? Because you can't run it unless it's like full, or at least I don't run it until it's full. Okay. So they're just sitting there for like, you know, a couple days. I've scrubbed it and I put it in there and it's just sitting there for a couple days and then it gets full and then you have to take it out and put it in the right fucking cabinets and all this shit. Like that's too much work. It is infinitely more efficient to take one plate that you're using, okay? One plate for desserts and one plate for like regular meals. And then, you know what I mean? And then just fucking wash it. You just hand wash it and then just reuse it. Yes, it's normal dishwashing, but you were describing it completely differently originally. No, this is when it's actually dirty. This is when a plate is like actually dirty. That's the difference. I'm talking about like if I eat from a plate, okay? If I'm eating from an actual plate and there's like, you know, food residue left on it, then I wash it, of course. I hand wash it instead of putting it in the dishwasher, and then I just eat from the same plate over and over again. I would much rather clean one plate manually than like do the stacking process and then fucking unwinding and, you know, putting it all back together. Are people not understanding that the plate is being reused right away? Or for the record, like I said, if there's no food residue on it, then yeah, I just fucking brush off the crumbs and then I reuse it like until there's food residue on it. And then when there's food residue on it, you just, you know, wash it manually with your hands with dishwashing soap. Bro, you just spent 39 minutes talking about fucking dirty plates? Yeah, whatever, dude. It seems to me like it's something that we need to be discussing, okay? Calm down. Hasan, there's food residue on it. You can't see bacteria and mold grows on dry food too. Okay, first of all, how the fuck would it grow in like 3 days? Not like I'm using it for a week. You'd give your guest a plate like that? Absolutely not. No, I would not do that. No, I wouldn't give it to a guest. I'm talking about my own plate. Also, you have to remember, I'm just literally fucking... This is just like my... me on my lonesome experience, okay? Stop fighting with germaphobes. Germ perverts are absolutely coping. Reusing plates is normal. Yeah, we're fucking germ maxing. Guess what, germ perverts? You want to know something crazy? We're going to outlive you, okay? You want to know why? Because a little bit of germs is good, okay? We're not living in this fucking, oh man, I'm so scared of germs lifestyle, okay? We're getting a little bit of germs in our body. Good for the soul. It's good for the mind. It's called natural immunity, okay? Gotta have a little bit of germs in you. Didn't your ass get COVID multiple times? No, it didn't, actually. My ass only got COVID one time. That's it. What do you mean multiple times? I'm also fucking vaxxed at the wazoo. So you're wrong on that too. One COVID, one immune. What about cups, huh? Be honest. Dishwashers are sized for a family of 4. If you're a solo or a working couple, the dishwasher ends up smelling because it takes so long to fill it up. Yeah. To be fair, you get sick like once a month, bro. No, I don't. I don't get sick once a month. I will injure myself working out. But even that, you know, hasn't been that bad. I do think that, like, you don't need a dishwasher. And I get why people don't. I get why there's places where they don't have dishwashers. Like, what are you, running a kitchen, dude? What the fuck? Why do you need a dishwasher? I guess they're good for families, you know? You need to use soap and hot water. You can't just rinse it. This is the reason you shit all the time, chatters. Bacteria grows insanely fast at room temp, hours, not days. Okay, to be fair, I'm also like, you have to remember something. I'm also a machine, okay? I poop at the same exact time every day. That's why I never have to poop on stream, and my poops are perfect. Perfect poops. Not too soft, not too solid. Comes out immediately. They're fucking... I'm using maximum efficiency, okay? The best part of American consumption, dishwashers, AC, vented clothes dryers, perfect poopers in. Okay, worst part about American consumption, no bidets. It's fucking gross and weird that, like, Americans that have figured out laziness in every capacity of their lives have not been living on haven't figured out the bidet lifestyle. Very stupid. Anyway, as far as everything else goes, before I move on to the Ron DeSantis thing, I know a lot of you were like, "Oh, did you see XQC's DMs with Ethan?" Yes, I did. Absolutely nutty mode. I don't know. I mean, I do know why it's happening to XQC in the way, because he's like isolated himself from a lot of people. I hope he has people in his life that will, lead him on the right path. Part of a kick contract to go nutty. No, I think part of the kick contract is to fucking shit on Hasan, but I don't think it caused him to go nutty. But he's going nutty with it. He's going nutty mode. He's going nutty, buddy. I mean, he is in the HasanAbi hole right now. Twitter has realized that he is a content mine that is freshly tapped. Everything he does is going to be under a microscope going forward. I don't even know if he recognizes that in all of his career. He's never had this kind of situation. The situation that I've lived in pretty much for the past 4 years, I would say. I've never seen somebody else get his ass eat this hard. That wasn't me on the fucking timeline for shit that they've been doing that maybe even other people would consider normal. Some of the things. And the problem is, yes, but you've learned how to thrive in this hole. No, it still fucking sucks. It absolutely sucks. Dude, no human being, regardless of like their weird mannerisms and all the weird dumb shit that they do, no human being could live under that level of scrutiny. Especially because, like, yeah, since I bought the house, every August I've gotten absolutely destroyed. Okay, every August I get canceled. Whether it's the cracker thing, whether it's like buying a house, whether it's like Twitch contracts leaking, you know what I mean? All this shit. And the unfortunate reality is that even if you figure out how to exist in that space, leftists naturally find it hard to feel sorry for omega rich multimillionaires. Yeah, I don't really care about that stuff. I've been canceled for shit that like every content creator does as a given that no one would ever consider to be ridiculous or wrong. Buying a house for yourself and your family, buying a nice car, and then making fun of yourself for your midlife crisis. Things of that nature. But that has created a space for me that I have to exist in, where I have to make sure that like everything I'm doing is like copacetic, up the code, and not super offensive. Other creators openly saying they moved to Texas for tax purposes but don't get any hate. Lamau, yeah, I know. Because there's different standards for it, right? There's different standards. Those guys, they're not socialists. They don't have to be socialist Jesus. And a lot of people, XQC included, have ridden that wave, have rode that wave. When everybody was doing that to me, there were a lot of motherfuckers out there, XQC being one of the main people, absolutely riding that wave, like hamming up the fucking narratives, hamming up and beefing up every single time I got fucking quote unquote canceled or whatever, playing into it. Always. Okay? Always. And now he's like in the crosshairs in a similar situation. And I hope and I know what the mental space for that looks like. It's not great. I'm very lucky that I have a decent mechanism for grounding myself in reality. I have a lot of friends and a lot of family members that I am, seeing every day. And, he needs a similar support structure for himself and not just fucking yes men. Stop affording him charitability when you know for a fact he would never do the same for you. Bitch, I don't give a shit. First of all, I don't care. I don't care. He will probably look to me covering this and already get mad and be upset and say, like, fuck him. How dare he cover this? When that motherfucker has done this nonstop to me over and over again in way worse ways. Okay? Yes. In his situation, it is self-inflicted. 100%. Okay? But I don't give a shit. Like, I'm not here to fucking play out and be malicious and be vindictive, okay? You can be critical of someone and still practice a little bit of empathy. I hope that ultimately this will be a moment where I hope that this will be a moment for him to recognize that, like, he has played the role of trying to lolcow people, whether he inadvertently recognized it or not. And now that he is a content mine that is fresh for the tapping and the crosshairs are on him in a similar capacity, maybe he will recognize and change his behavior a little bit. Or I assume that he will just keep going down and seeking out yes men and sycophants and triple down and quadruple down and like hype up members in his community that give him what he needs. You know, the same thing that people accuse me of doing all the time because I ban people so quickly. Like, motherfuckers will come in here and be like, and try to relitigate the same exact bullshit that has been relitigated 1,000 times over when we're doing like news coverage, and then they get clapped for like a week and they make it seem as though this is an echo chamber. This is an echo chamber. It's like, yeah, no, there is an echo in here for sure. But yeah, not good. Where's the dog pen, by the way? The dog pen's gone, brother. She's perfectly fine without the pen now. I just moved the gate to the wall. What do you make of him adopting all these right-wing talking points, calling people paid actors, high roofing? You mean high roading? He doesn't know what he's saying. He just wants to use words that he thinks will help him win arguments. He does it all the time. My man's a high roofing. He does it all the time. He does the whole like goalpost shifting. Andy, I'm the referee, Andy. All this stuff. Because he watches debate content, he watches people debate, and he wants to basically repeat what he's heard there. Disingenuous, bad faith argumenting. But yeah, I mean, it's content though. At the end of the day, the worm was content. The debate conversation, the point of contention in this debate that Ethan and XQC had, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can watch my latest video on it. We uploaded my reaction to it. I was reacting to it live. Was one that is very. That debate was not exactly on really just like really important issues, right? It was just like, are you reacting hard enough? Are you not reacting hard enough? Whatever the fuck, right? It wasn't that serious of a situation, especially because there's a lot of nuance, and on top of that, there's a lot of people who don't consider it to be bad. Okay, and ultimately, that was for content. And it was great. It was great content overall. XC did the worm. Ethan did his classic slow cook. There was some really funny moments about it. But then I guess it fucking fell apart a little bit because they kept DMing one another late into the night, which is never a good idea. Ethan started off. What is it? He by the way, Vince Vintage is the GOAT. I love him, for the record. Holy shit. I mean, I love his videos. I watched some of his videos on stream before, but like, I never would have expected him to turn around and do this. Well, because one is which is pretty funny because it happened right after XQC pulled the Hasan bad cord, which is like a classic thing that people do in arguments, is to be like, hey, Ethan, you know your co-host Hasan? Bad. Like, A classic distraction. So for it to come for Ethan's counter to that to be, hey, look, I went and I've reached out to a content creator who you reacted to, and this is what he had to say. This is what he had to say. It fucking was awesome. Who this Vince Vintage? My friend, you've got a new fan, okay? I don't know who this Vince Vintage. I love seeing big streamers like Hasan Miss give Moist Critical react to my videos on stream. Clouding me out for watching my video equals fair exchange. But when a streamer has nothing to say and then re-uploads the reaction on their YouTube channel, that's the problem. Yeah, this is, he already, yeah, this is from, look, this is all the way from September 21st, 2022, like when I fucking watched it. I responded to it. I said that video was fire. But yeah.
Swear to God.
So you went to ask, are you a victim, by the way?
Let me, hold on. This is important. This is important for you to
understand. This was the cook. This was
so
the epic cooking.
And I said, hey, I'm just curious. Did XQC get permission? And I'm going to read you the message he sent me, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
He said, really appreciate you reaching out, Ethan. I've never been contacted by XQC at all for any of my Iraq videos. My personal take is this. I love big streamers watching, like XQC, Hasan Mizkif, Moist Critical, watching my videos on their stream. It's a big ego boost. But when XQC does it, it's different. When he watches my video, he always re-uploads the whole thing on his YouTube channel with his insightful commentary as, wow, chat, isn't this crazy? Compared to when Hasan watched my stuff, he shouted me out and he says he loves my stuff and he sent a bunch of subscribers to my channel. A fair exchange. Here's a video. He showed me a video of Hasan doing that. And then he said, XQC, he really just steals my shit. Entertains his audience of hundreds of hours I put into my videos while I get just a link in the YouTube. I swear to God.
That coming right like 30 seconds after XQC tried to pull that fast one, the classic like Hasan bad, that was, I never get that. I never get that, dude. I never take accident. Dude, I only catch stray L's. People still say you are the chair streamer even after this clip. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Those people never watch. It doesn't matter. They never watch. They only watch someone else basically clip in a malicious way for the most part, in an identical capacity to XQC trying to do that to Ethan, a fucking random moment, like a sequence of time where like I either had an emergency or some shit like that, which happens, you know what I mean? I can't tell you every single thing that's going on behind the camera, but there are some certain moments where I cannot be on camera, okay? It happens. I usually tell you what I'm doing if I like walk away for a minute and 21 seconds maximum. But ultimately, the people that are constantly saying like, oh, Hasan is a fucking chair reactor. He's a chair reactor. He's a chair reactor. Those people don't watch. They watched a content creator make a YouTube video about how I'm a chair reactor, because if you come in here and see for yourself, you will recognize that that is not the case. So it's just, it is whatever. It is what it is. I can't do anything about it. I can't. My hope always is that hopefully someone that does get brainwashed by those ridiculous memes or whatever, who believes in it in their heart of hearts, is coming in here at least with like a crumb of charitability, and they will recognize that that is not the case. That's it. But I think people don't know we had that psycho chatter that used to time your P's, and they have that spreadsheet. I mean, I have psycho chatters who time my P's still to this day. I don't think they have a spreadsheet anymore, but they still do it. So it doesn't matter. My point is, it doesn't matter. But a lot of those memes have permanence, okay? A lot of those memes become reality. And what ends up happening in that situation is people, if they see you as like someone who's constantly getting in hot water by freaks, it doesn't matter if the people that are yelling at you are like literally mentally ill. They just see the toxicity. There's an air of toxicity around you. And that's not really good for any kind of content creation, where you don't want that toxicity to seep out to others that are in your orbit. That's why I always am very careful with who I have on my stream, things of that nature. And what I was trying to say is the reason why this was so like such a wonderful change of pace for me is that clearly I have a lot of friends in YouTube, right? I have a lot of friends who make YouTube content, and you know, I talk to them all the time. I make YouTube content as well. I want to make sure that this is as not shitty for other content creators as possible. Okay? I don't want to harm other people. And harm might happen unintentionally in this structure that we have. So basically, harm might happen unintentionally in the structure that we currently have, in the way that we make content, especially on Twitch, that, you know, I try to minimize that as best as possible, but people still never really, people don't usually come out and say like, no, Hasan is good. Like, Hasan is good actually. You know what I mean? They don't. They don't say that because they know that if they say that, in a lot of instances, the toxicity will go after them. It's a risk to put yourself out there. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. Yeah, then they use that toxicity to isolate you. Yeah, it's a deliberate attempt. It's a deliberate attempt to do that. To create an island for someone like myself. Are you gonna cry? Yeah, dude, I'm gonna cry. Tears of joy, really. So that's why I usually catch stray L's. But this was a situation. This was a situation where it was a stray W, which I loved. Haas, this should be such an easy layup for you. It's a labor issue. A big streamer rich off the back of small content creator, but you are being so goddamn obtuse. Oh, I think a lot of people that are watching the YouTube content don't necessarily understand how YouTube content works, which is why there is a more nuanced conversation to have in this situation. That's the problem. Because when you're a YouTuber, your entire job, your goal is to get maximum amounts of fucking eyeballs on your content, because YouTubers make money off of those eyeballs. If those eyeballs are being displaced, as is the case that some YouTubers do, okay, as is the case that some YouTubers make, then that's not good. But if the eyeballs are being displaced minorly on Twitch, but then it pays back in dividends for the content creator that you're watching, okay, for the content creator that you are watching on your Twitch stream, then yes, of course, that's a good exchange. That is a good thing for YouTubers. We watched this. We watched so many YouTube videos about Ludwig creating a YouTube channel out of nothing and then actually making a video that got thousands of views simply by getting a Twitch streamer like Miskiff to react to it. It is absolutely a successful method. There are hundreds of content creators at this point that my community has become longtime fans of. Content creators that I also have on my stream, whose YouTube videos I watch on a daily basis, that are great. They don't have an issue with it. So it's weird that to have such a cut and dry, black and white approach to the subject, but there are best practices that everyone should adopt. You know, it's not up to who is stolen from to address this. Big streamers like you and XQ have a responsibility to be more responsible. Come on, brother. Okay, I've addressed this so many times, chatter. I think you can watch my other videos on this. I think there's like multiple videos on this that I've covered on my YouTube page. You can go and check that out. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to rehash this issue more and more. People see exposure and assume it's bad in the same way as it is when people are paid for art and exposure, but it's a different ballgame. Exactly. Like, this person is not coming in here to have a well thought out discussion. They're just in here to duke it out. They want to argue. They want to debate. It's derailing the content, which is why I'm going to give you a day off. Okay? And we're going to move on. Because I'm not the one being obtuse. You are the one being obtuse. Ironically.
Kari, where is Kari?
Anyway, yeah. People will stop dragging you into this if you just pause the video when you walk away or go pee. Simple man. I don't know why you won't do this. I'm going to give you a day off as well. I saw you earlier that you were trying to get my attention. The reason why I'm giving you a day off is because that is not true. The reason, if that was the case, then people wouldn't say I'm a chair streamer or a react streamer. You're not right. It does not matter. The overwhelming majority of those people are never going to watch me. It doesn't matter. They're never going to watch. They already do that. I already have changed the way that I do it. Okay? The way that I make content. They don't actually care. So why are you behaving like a fool? Why are you getting fooled by these people who don't actually care? This is a damn near identical structure to when someone whose name is like Groiped Up Himmler's Dick 1488 will make a tweet about how racist I am or something. And then you come in here and you go, I'm really concerned. A lot of people have legitimate concern about your racism, Hasan. Look at this guy. Himmler's Titty 1488 says that you're actually, anti-white racist. Why do you continue doing anti-white racism? If I were to consistently try and address that, I would not be able to make any content whatsoever. So please exercise a little bit of critical thinking, okay? And make up your own mind and understand. Make up your own mind and understand that those people are gearing you in a way so you come in here and say this so then I, give you some time off so that one, you develop a little bit of resentment towards me, and two, then they can clip it and post it on Twitter and be like, look how fucking much of an echo chamber Hasan is creating. Bro, been seeing gimmick accounts on Twitter shitting on you just to farm impressions? Yeah. Those guys do not have any personal politics. Their only ideology is to generate more clout for themselves and then hopefully try to move that clout away to something else. So, of course, when they see something that is easy to mine for content and likes and engagements, they go after it. XQC is that person in this very moment. He's in the crosshairs. If you just invite the content creator on your stream, shout them out, let them stay at your place, eat your food for a month, and they'd stop. Oh, wait, you already did that, and these assholes still won't drop the chair streamer bullshit. Exactly. So, the people who literally clout farm on you admit in the replies they're making shit up or don't watch Twitch even? Yeah. You always ban and time out people when you don't agree with them or they say something that is against your opinion and might be right. No. It's because they are derailing and it's very selfish for all of the other people that are in here. Let's continue. I'm not banning that person, but let's continue. Let's get to little Rhonda. Ron DeSantis, ladies and gentlemen, has now fired his campaign manager. What is going on? what is going on in the Ron DeSantis camp?
Reporting of another shakeup in Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' presidential campaign. Just this morning, NBC News learned the Florida governor has replaced his campaign manager in what marks another major change within the DeSantis camp. I want to bring back Vaughn Hilliard live from New Hampshire. Vaughn, good morning. It's good to see you again. But what more can you tell us about this DeSantis campaign shakeup?
This is the latest difficult bump for Ron DeSantis' fledgling presidential campaign. He has continued to be seen as the chief rival to Donald Trump, but he continues to be down 20, 30 points in national polling. This latest move, the ousting of the campaign manager, she will stay on the team, but will serve as the chief strategist, is notable because they are elevating the chief of staff from the governor's official Florida office. This individual has been with him for years now and is officially joining the campaign to serve as the campaign manager. They're also bringing on board a new deputy campaign manager, David Polyansky, who had previously been working on Never Back Down, the DeSantis-aligned super PAC. Polyansky is one of the former veterans of the Ted Cruz presidential campaign. He once ran Joni Ernst's Senate bid in 2014 in Iowa. He knows the state well. This shakeup, though, is notable because just 2 weeks ago, they laid off more than 40% of the staff. We are still here in the heart of summer. He hasn't even been to the Iowa State Fair, and yet his campaign has not only had to lay off a significant number of staff, but is now changing the very top of their organizational chart here for any company, let alone a campaign. That is a difficult position to be in. But in the exclusive interview that our Dasha Burns had with Ron DeSantis over the weekend, she specifically asked him about the hiccups that his campaign has faced so far. And in that interview, Ron DeSantis said it would be too many to count the number of times that he had been doubted over the course of his career. And this is the latest episode. He is still very much in this.
This lady glazed my man, okay? I know she had some questions that were like subtly contentious, but we were covering this interview yesterday, and I will cover it again because I think that I didn't do a decent enough job looking at it. But it honestly was, it was shocking. Like when little Rhonda, for example, was saying that, you know, his solution to the border crisis is to just like murk babies or anyone with a satchel at the border, because that means automatically that these are babies that the cartel purchased so they can like cross the border, shit like that. You know, just, he said a bunch of unhinged shit. One of the funniest things he, of course, said was that the election was, of course, not stolen, sorry. The election was, of course, lost. Donald Trump lost the election in the worst, lamest ways possible. Okay? Those babies knew what they signed up for. Hell yeah, brother.
Still tens of millions of dollars between the super PAC and within his campaign operation behind him here. So this is far from over. But for Ron DeSantis, this is a direct acknowledgement that there needed to be a shakeup and a new direction for his presidential campaign.
So, didn't even bring up the Nazi ad. Yeah, that was the last news cycle. That's why. So, yeah, he said military-aged men were renting babies. So, guys, I have an announcement. I'm quitting Twitch streaming. I'm actually Ron DeSantis' new presidential campaign manager. That's right. So, happy partner anniversary to Hasan. This is the last time you will see me on Twitch.tv. I have to take over for my man, because I'm sick and tired of the top of the hour ad breaks and running them at the top of every hour. Just kidding. I love fucking throwing that segue debate in front of your face, because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, okay? That's right. I'm a goddamn sellout. And if you no longer want to see those ads, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite sellout broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Okay? God, I need a haircut so bad. You fucking suck, dude. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Hello? Andrew Filer, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anonymous user, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Hello? Wait, hold on. Still better than moving to kick? That's true. So, let's get back to the full Ron DeSantis interview. Most important part of the Ron DeSantis interview, Felix appearances today. I just need to figure out when he's coming. Let's find the transcript. Let's pull it up. Transcript. What was it? What was it, like, lost? Oh, here. So, where is it?
Election. If the election is a referendum on Joe Biden's policies and the failures that we've seen, and we are presenting a positive vision for the future, we will win the presidency and we will have a chance to turn the country around. If, on the other hand, the election is not about January 20th, 2025, but January 6th, 2021, or what document was left by the toilet at Mar-a-Lago, if it's a referendum on that, we are going to lose.
But
and that's just the reality.
So what's funny about this is that he has literally done that, okay? You've done that, brother. You constantly talk about it. You constantly defend Donald Trump.
Race, you know, with Trump in the race, that is largely what it's going to be about. And right now,
And
you're
that's
not fighting against Joe Biden.
that's
You're
not-
fighting against
That's
Trump.
that's not a pathway for success for the Republican Party. I think a lot of our voters understand that. Look, one of the reasons
His face emotes too much, and like in a gross way. Like he's constantly bobbling like a bobblehead, and that shit is so nasty. Like, I don't know how to describe it. I just have like a very cringe reaction to any kind of camera opportunity I have where I experience Ron DeSantis. I don't like it. Like, that's right. Hello? We need to make sure the election is about the issues and not about Trump's toilet paper. And it's like who? Who the fuck? Who's going to look at this and go, damn, that's my charismatic leader right there, dog? When has elections in the United States of America ever been about issues, man? What are you, fucking crazy? You're a Republican. What are you saying? Republicans are like the number one non-issue guys. The entire mechanism for winning elections for Republicans revolves around voter suppression and making non-issues into the most important issue to churn out single-issue voters. The culture wars. It's wedge issues. It's stuff that has no real bearing on your existence unless you are, of course, part of the impacted minority group that is going to receive the shitty end of that bargain. Like, yeah, he's literally suing Bud Light because they don't hate trans people. It's so dumb, which, by the way, they do. Like, you are not doing the right thing. Culture wars are supposed to simply be a thing that you say. It's not supposed to be actual legislation. Only the most insane freaks want real, tangible, legislative agenda items that make it illegal for a company to like work with trans people, okay? It's all of those like groiped up Zoomers that he has hired that love putting the Sonnenrad in their campaign ads that want that sort of thing, and they have completely clouded his judgment. The best Republican is one that, you know, does the regular things that he's supposed to do: deregulation, tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. But on issues of culture war, you're just supposed to sometimes do it, like every now and then. Just give a little tease. Look at Donald Trump. Abortion was a major issue for years and years and years, a major issue, right? Even though 75% of Americans believe that Roe v. Wade was precedent that should remain. What happened? Donald Trump got 3 Supreme Court picks, and then they turned around and utilized that supermajority to eviscerate abortion protections at the Supreme Court, overturning what they considered to be a super precedent. The fallout from that is clear. It was supposed to be a profoundly successful Republican midterm, and it turned into nothingness because the conversation was on abortion. When Republicans move beyond utilizing culture war issues and actually enact their nefarious agendas, a lot of people start recognizing the cruelty of said agenda and no longer feel as comfortable arguing on behalf of it, other than the very freaks that are going out to Planned Parenthoods, the sweaty gremlins that stand outside of Planned Parenthoods to scream at teenagers who are trying to get a pap smear or trying to get, some kind of STI test or trying to get an abortion. Okay? Those people are insane. You cannot win a national election, not win a general election with just a coalition that you've put together with people like that. If your entire proposal as a Republican revolves around being cruel to marginalized groups, then you can't actually act out those cruel desires openly. Because the inevitable fallout from experiencing the cruelty that the Republican legislative body is subjecting marginalized groups to is going to cause you to lose elections. It's going to cost the election for you. Ron DeSantis has not seen that for some reason and thinks that what really threw people off about Donald Trump was his rhetoric. And it's actually the exact opposite. What made Trump Trump was his incredible ability to read the room and also his awesome ability to communicate the anger that people in the crowd felt and direct it towards the same vectors of anger that the Republican Party has been developing, the same red herrings like immigrants, gay people, feminists, whatever, for years. And now he's doing the exact opposite. He doesn't have Trump's rhetoric because he can't, because he's not as telegenic as Trump. And he thinks it's actually follow through that matters. Like, absolutely not. If that was the case, Trump wouldn't be so beloved. He didn't build the wall, which Ron DeSantis and his idiotic ass also brought up. He didn't lock up Hillary Clinton. Right? There were plenty of promises that Trump made in the campaign trail that he didn't follow through on. Doesn't matter. And they still love him. They love him because he is charismatic. Not charismatic to you and I, or maybe he is charismatic to you and I because he's charismatic to me, but charismatic to the average American. Trump did all of those things? What do you mean? Trump's border wall wasn't necessarily a real border wall. It was just like rebuilding certain parts of the wall that already existed. What are you talking about? It's still porous. Doesn't matter. What are you talking about? That wall was already in place. Hillary Clinton is not in jail. That was a major talking point in the campaign. The swamp never got drained. What do you mean? And yet, in spite of all of that, Trump was a very successful Republican president. Like, not Ronald Reagan levels of success, but still up there. Probably almost as successful as Ronald Reagan. Couldn't even repeal Obamacare. So, after all of that, why do people still love him? Why does he still have like 90%, near 90% of support in the Republican Party? Which never deviated, by the way, during his presidency when he wasn't fulfilling his promises. Why? Because he played the culture war game perfectly. Amazon Piss Bottle, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. He owned the libs. Libs couldn't stand him. He made the libs mad. The culture war stuff works well when libs are getting mad. You want to be the cool, charismatic, funny guy who makes jokes about the nerd in the room. You don't want to be the school bully. You don't want to be the playground bully that's actually beating the shit out of like random onlookers. I've said this time and time again. There was a important study. I forget what year it was conducted. I should find it. I wonder if I can. There was a study conducted on Democratic and Republican Party voters. And they asked the Republican Party voters about Republican policy positions and whether they believed that that was what the Republican Party was actually trying to do. And the majority of Republicans did not believe that the Republican Party was actually pushing those points of legislation, that they actually were. When asked why, they said, oh, that's far too cruel. That's far too cruel. That's not the case. No shot. Was this it? I don't know if this was it. I can't remember. It might have been a Pew Center one. Republican policy positions, like actual Republican policy prescriptions, are so cruel and so unusual that Republican voters and conservatives across the board don't even believe that that's what they actually stand for. Do you understand? How do you make sense of that? It could have been this one, maybe. Is it? God, it's data for progress. The majority of voters think that the Democrats want to protect the health insurance of those with pre-existing conditions, and a plurality think Republicans will. Over 70% of all voters know the Democratic Party supports expanding Medicaid. Almost 40% of Republicans think their party supports expanding Medicaid. Over 80% of voters think the Democratic Party supports a $15 minimum wage, which is wrong. They don't. 30% of Republican voters think their party supports a $15 minimum wage. Also wrong. but even more wrong somehow. Oh my God. A majority of Republicans think their party opposes the elimination of the stream protection rule, which prevented coal companies from dumping mining debris into local streams. The political scientist E.E. Schlatt-Schneider argued that democracy is unthinkable save in terms of the parties. For Schlatt-Schneider, parties solved an information problem that arises with advanced post-industrial society. Put simply, the kinds and quantity of policies that arise are such complexity and scale that no one person could ever hope to know enough to make an informed voting decision. The parties then are to work as heuristics. With their platforms, they work to simplify the great issues of the day. But this metric by which we are to judge their relative success, they have evidently failed. As for why Republican voters in particular don't see a difference between the two major parties, there are many causes. Motivated reasoning likely plays a large role. If a Republican voter doesn't think mining companies should dump debris into a stream, why would they think their elected representative would support this policy? Another great example of this is amnesty provisions. Another moment of clarity is something that we already experienced. 75% of Americans, which means a tremendous number of Republicans as well, believe in protecting Roe v. Wade. You are supposed to play on a delicate tightrope. And the moment that you fall off that rope, the moment that where you show your hand and the actual cruelty of your legislation is for all to experience, like criminalizing abortion instantaneously after the Roe v. Wade decision, all of a sudden, everybody recognizes, oh, wait, no, the Republicans aren't actually on board with this. I don't like that. The entire point of the culture war, the entire point of wedge issues, which are carefully crafted, are to dangle them as a carrot. Never to actually give the carrot to the person. Because when you do that, well, then people realize, oh man, carrots are kind of gross, I guess, in this situation. Okay? You're not supposed to eat the carrot. You're supposed to run towards it. It's a double whammy because not only do you lose the carrot that you were using as a way to mobilize your base of support, but now people are living in a world, in a universe, where they recognize the negative consequences of your legislative agenda. But even when they accidentally execute, like in Roe v. Wade, Republicans are so good at misinformation and smoke and mirrors that the voter base doesn't shift. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Republicans have a really hard battle. That is the reason why currently there's this, is Trump going to be the next candidate or is it Ron DeSantis? Or is there someone else battle happening inside of the Republican Party? But that battle is actually a much larger one. Republicans are victims of their own success. You're not supposed to actually deliver on the horrifying legislative agenda because Republicans get abortions too. Okay? It's exactly like the dog that caught the car. The dog chases the car. But what the fuck's the dog going to do when he actually catches the car? What the dog doing? Most importantly, Republicans have lost a solid base of suburban, upper middle class voters. Those people are very important for elections because American elections are not about like actually getting the maximum number of people to come out and vote for you. Come on. That's why we have the Electoral College. You have to target people who actually vote. You know who votes? Rich people. People in the suburbs. You cannot create a winning coalition by simply trying to build a reactionary base of support by tapping into single issue voters that live in like rural areas. There's not enough people. There was a thing that I believe Chuck Schumer said a couple years back. Let me see if I can find it. He said something along the lines of, for every blue-collar worker that we lose in a rural area, we gain 2 suburban voters. And I remember getting so mad at that. I remember getting so mad at that sentiment. So gross. So frustrating. It was a sentiment that I thought was completely false as well. I thought it was false at the time because, yeah, you said it was about Pennsylvania and we lost to Trump. That was part of the reason why I thought it was false. And I also think it is objectionable because you should not be losing the base of support in the blue-collar, middle class. You should not throw working-class Americans, you should not throw them to the side because you want to win elections. Okay? Now, the unfortunate reality, however, is if you have simply one interest and one interest in mind, and that is to make sure that Democrats win elections, it wasn't wrong. The only moral abortion is my abortion is a well-known phenomenon. Conservatives, especially religious ones, are very comfortable with hypocrisy. We know that they're comfortable with hypocrisy. But here's the reality, Mike. When you live in a red area and your daughter needs to get an abortion and you're a conservative voter and now she's terrified, or when you are a Republican and you're a Republican voter year over year and all of a sudden you have an ectopic pregnancy and your fucking doctor can't terminate because they're terrified, it don't matter. It don't matter. The hypocrisy goes away. So what you're saying is correct with respect to the only moral abortion is my abortion, as long as it's accessible. And it was never really accessible in red areas, but they didn't care because they were rich enough, clearly. They didn't make a bigger deal about it. They didn't think about the trap laws, right? Like, they didn't think about all the red tape that made it so difficult to actually have abortion clinics in Republican states. But ultimately, for an ectopic pregnancy or for an abortion, you could always find somewhere to go. An abortion clinic that's far away, but yet still an abortion clinic without the fear that you would be punished by the law. Once that shifted and you were directly facing legal repercussions for this medical procedure that is an absolute necessity for your survival in many cases, it's done. Here's the Chuck Schumer quote. Oh, you found it?
This is the second point, for every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois.
He's not necessarily wrong about this take. He's not wrong. But this take relies on the Republican Party fucking up and actually giving the game away and actually pushing for cruel measures. There is a tremendous amount of harm that the American people now have to experience for this idiotic idea to come to fruition. Now, of course, it still came to fruition. It's coming to fruition now, but it still doesn't matter. It's disgusting that you're openly and cynically saying it. No, he's wrong because it doesn't fucking work. Well, if it did not work, you would not see it exactly as Killfish is saying in Arizona and Georgia. It's not going to work in Ohio. It's not going to work in Pennsylvania. Well, Pennsylvania might be a little different this time around as well, but it's working in a lot of areas that you did not think it was going to work, specifically red areas or previously red areas. Okay? Do you get it? Speaking of Ohio, I will obviously cover issue 1 today, which is crazy. Like, such a great example of just like the flagrantly anti-democratic nature of the Republican Party, especially. Like, this shows how the Democratic Party operates, okay? In a disgusting manner. They do not care about the lives that they're ruining by allowing, it's very mask off, by allowing the Republican Party to behave in violent ways because they, in their minds, are making a mental calculation that is better for them to win elections without really doing anything. Because if you do something, then all of a sudden you're going against the real people that you care about, your real constituents, your corporate benefactors, right? And it also requires the Republican Party to extend their hand, over leverage themselves, and actually act out on some of their more violent desires. But it's a perfect example of how Ohio and the Ohio Republicans, and just like national Republicans across the board, are so disgusting. Early voting here in Ohio, and had only one weekend for early voting, and staffing multiple places minimal. Yeah, except in spite of all of those hurdles, which are of course a norm now in American elections, the reality is it seems like early voting has been incredible for Ohio in spite of what you are describing. Brother, I'm sorry, but if this is what you're coming in here as a 41-month subscriber, while we're in the midst of talking about, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, like you're so brain broken, dude. Come on. Like, what do you think? You think I'm going to click on that link? Stop trying to farm drama. Shame on you. So, they last minute changed a bunch of polling places in liberal counties. I mean, they'll try to do whatever they can. Okay. They're trying to stop the abortion measure we have in November. I know, Ohio chatters. Shut the fuck up. I know, I'm going to get to it. Spoiler alert, okay? I know what they're trying to do. We're going to talk about that in a second. There's a lot of complicated stuff going on. I think the main issue is that while the upper middle class going Democrat is helpful for midterms, the biggest growth potential for new voters is among the working class and young. Lots of them don't vote and lean left. I know, but the other side of this, Mike, is that, I mean, you can say the Democratic Party has never made a serious attempt to activate these people, but there are people in the Democratic Party who have tried and have failed. The real argument here for the Democratic Party's incompetence, in my opinion, is about losing out on the Hispanic vote and losing out on the black vote. Okay? These two, well, the Hispanic vote is different, but especially the black voter base have been the most reliable voter base for the Democratic Party, historically speaking, post-civil rights movement. Okay? And the reality is that in places like Texas, the Republicans have done a very good job. Texas GOP has done a very good job of just hammering in culture war issues to a Hispanic base of support that allows them to keep maintaining the majorities they need in places like that, when we know that in spite of the Hispanic vote not being a solid voter block in a similar way as the African-American voter block is, right? Because of geographic location differences and the fact that like it's born out of migration and it completely depends on which region someone is coming from and what kind of prior political opinions they have. The Hispanic voter bloc has certain concepts, like the Latino voting bloc has certain concepts that they are infinitely more favorable towards regardless of the demographics, the age demographics. And I am, of course, talking about socially progressive, or not socially progressive, sorry, fiscally progressive economic policies. There is no other voter bloc in the United States of America that openly says, even with the most massaged, the most disingenuous talking point, they say they want bigger government. Okay? The Latino voting bloc loves big government, wants bigger government. They want bigger government. They hate all the, abortion, gay stuff. They don't like all that because they're, hardline Catholics. So the Texas GOP relies on the Democratic Party's incompetence, or rather lack of care, on actually communicating any kind of, strong government initiative, and hammers on the Catholicism angle like crazy. And it's been very successful. Not all Latinos want bigger government, and the Democratic Party already wins about 65% of them. Yeah, keep being comfortable thinking that you will continue getting those numbers with the Latino vote, as those numbers have actually, in prior years, and this is a very important part of this conversation that people are forgetting, in previous years, the Latino voter bloc and the black voter bloc would certainly hemorrhage in support of the Democratic Party. It was going down, right? There was a trend line that is like definitely going down. Okay? But something really scary for the Democratic Party's future prospects has been happening. And it's not that black people are no longer choosing to vote and they're just like saying, I'm not voting, fuck this shit. Some black voters are actually voting for the Republican Party. That is new. Okay? That is new. Because the Republican Party relies on racial agitation as a way to galvanize its white voter base. Do you understand? That is a dramatic shift that spells trouble for the Democratic Party. Think about it. The Republican Party's attitude towards black voters has historically been, let's do everything we can to stop them from voting. Both parties race bait? What do you mean? Yes, they certainly do. But in the opposing directions, silly chatter. Yes, the Democratic Party says, oh, Black Lives Matter. I'm going to wear the kente cloth. Please, I love you. Please, black people, vote for me. Keep voting for me. And then they don't do shit when it comes down to like genuinely improving the material conditions of black voters or black people in general in the United States of America. The Republican Party does the exact opposite, where they're like, they're all thugs. They're all welfare queens. They're all criminals. They're angry all the time. They're violent all the time. They're coming into your suburbs and they're going to fuck your wife. They're both doing some kind of, racial communication. It's just in the exact opposite direction. If you look at that situation and you go, well, this is exactly the same, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like the younger voter bloc is honestly just waiting for Democrats to do anything whatsoever. I see a lot of my friends just have the attitude it doesn't matter, nothing will happen. All they need to do is like say fuck it, cancel student debt, and it would bring out young voters. Absolutely. Another poll that the New York Times conducted was it showed that it was like a 43 to 43 deadlock between Donald Trump and Joe Biden if they were to become the candidates. Obviously, Joe Biden is, and it seems like Donald Trump will be as well. And there was a base of young voters, primarily young voters of color, okay, that would make up the 14% or 17%, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to get the numbers wrong. That literally were just like, I voted for Joe Biden. Don't really feel like it anymore. I don't know what's going on. I don't care enough. It seems like these guys aren't really doing much. And if that undecided but completely aware of both candidates, this is a very important distinction, because in a lot of instances, undecided voters are maybe finding out about the candidates for the first time. This is not that situation because the election already happened in 2020. If the people are the same people, then you would expect in normal circumstances for the undecided voters to vote in the same exact way that they voted in the last election, in the last general election. Those undecided voters can be activated. Student loan debt relief would be a major factor in their consideration. When you say it definitely makes me feel sick thinking I have to vote for Joe Biden again, my friend, you are not alone. In our demographics, in the age group that watches me on Twitch, there are a lot of people that feel exactly like you do. And that is an understandable feeling to have. I really think that Matt Christman is onto something when he says that people don't think of politics as actually able to make people's lives better, just a way of punishing or controlling people they don't like. Yeah, I don't think that's wrong. I think it's a very cynical way to look at it, but I think that that cynicism exists in the heart of every American, because at this point, you know that they're not going to do anything. You know that like neither party is really going to get anything across except for like the actually incredibly cruel legislation the Republican Party sometimes accidentally pushes a little too hard on. So yeah, if you have nothing, if you know damn well through all of your experiences as a new voter that voted maybe one election cycle, 2 election cycles, you already recognize, yeah, the Democratic Party didn't do shit for me. Why the fuck should I vote? Or if you're still a voter, if you're still like a diehard Democrat voter, you're like, well, Democratic Party's not doing all the things that I want and none of the things that they're promising. So maybe they'll just like piss off the Republicans, which is inherently a reactionary way to vote. Spite-driven voting. That is the entire purpose. That is the entire reason why Republicans vote. And now Democrats are also gearing up for that as well. Because all matter of electoral politics in America are run on wedge issues now. I mean, think about it. Donald Trump is running to the left of the institutional Republican Party representative Ron DeSantis. He is cutting ads that primarily communicate that Ron DeSantis wants to cut Medicare. Ron DeSantis wants to cut entitlements. Are you kidding me? That is unheard of. That is actual policy that the Republican Party has worked so hard to secretly enact. Like, I've spent so much time in Vienna. They have massive rent control. 70% of the people live in social public housing. Public transit is everywhere. Fuck, the largest housing building is literally called Karl Marx Hof. And it's rated the most livable city in the world for decades. And Americans think all of what I just said is impossible. I know. I was talking to a normie earlier today, as a matter of fact, on this precise same issue. People in the American political discourse, like media apparatus, rarely ever recognize the existence of Europe and European cities. Because they think like national health care. What? That's crazy. It's like, well, how do they do it? That could never happen. Social housing. Oh, what do you mean? That would never work. It's how they're doing it. They're doing it. It's not like it doesn't work. It's not like it's magic. Europe is not a magic place. They never consider it. Like, even if your goal is not immediately, permanent first world genocide now, even if you're not like a JD Pong guy, okay? And you're running around being like, I want to take over American military bases and destroy the imperial core from within or whatever the fuck, okay? Even if you're thinking like, well, through reforms, you can at least like greatly improve the conditions for the American labor movement to thrive and also, create an opportunity, create an environment where at least there are some social amenities that all Americans can enjoy to a certain degree that will genuinely improve the living conditions of every single person. Okay? Even if that's your argument, they go, you're a socialist, communist piece of shit. Fuck you. You want to literally hang every small business owner upside down. You want to kill every landlord that you can find. Dumb as fuck. You want people to eat rats like Venezuela. Anyway, can't believe we got all the way over here because I was trying to show you a little Rhonda clip. The reason why I took this, the reason why I sidestepped into the Republican voter base and what they understand and what they don't understand about their own personal politics is because Ron DeSantis has it backwards. He's putting the cart before the horse. You are not supposed to damage businesses like Disney, even if they're fucking woke businesses, by using big government initiatives and government overreach to punish them for culture war battles that you're fighting. The culture war battles are supposed to be there so that you can distract away from the actual purpose of why you are elected, which is to deregulate so that companies, no matter if they're gay or trans or whatever the fuck, as long as they're making billions of dollars, are deregulated and can continue to operate and generate value for their shareholders. That is the main purpose of the culture war. So if you become a culture warrior and get lost in the sauce and actually try to enact like fascist policies or whatever, some of which means you're going to regulate corporations, well, Americans are geared against that. You've done something now that goes against the very heart of Republican politics. It's dumb. You can't hurt the bottom line as a culture warrior. Trump didn't do that. Trump also had the wherewithal to recognize, like in North Carolina, the bathroom bill failing and the backlash to that. So he said, I don't give a shit where Caitlyn Jenner pisses or shits as long as she's at Trump Tower. Now, that attitude has definitely shifted in the Republican Party's base of support because of the diligent, agitative propaganda that they've engaged in that has turned some of the more zealot supporters of the Republican Party into actual psychotic terrorists. Think that there are trans people lurking in the fucking shadows, that they think that their cash register is actually trans secretly. They think their parents might be trans secretly. You know what I mean? They're just basically destroying their brains by doing too much Facebook, doing too much internet. Those are not, that is not a big enough constituency to win a general election. Those people are gross. They're too smarmy. They're too passionate about ridiculous issues. They constantly talk about the the genitalia of children, right? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Calm down. Everybody agrees that pedophiles are bad, for example. But if you have dedicated your fucking life like to consistently talking about pedo hunting, and you're constantly like, maybe even you're LARPing as like a young boy to try and find pedophiles in the wild and doing all of that, okay? At that point, you're kind of weird. You're a weirdo. You're a bit of a weird guy. You don't want to be around that guy. You're like, what the fuck? All right, dude, chill out. Ew, gross. I don't want to think about this all the goddamn time. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we agree. Pedophiles are bad. Fucking, what's wrong with you? You don't want, like, the Republican Party thinks, like, no, you don't understand. Okay? Those are the real voters. Those are the fucking real voters. Those are the guys who are going to go out and vote. It's like, there's not enough of them, and you're grossing out the moderate suburban voters that do actually go out and vote. Of course, the other side of this equation is that a lot of those pedo hunter style Republicans are literally pedophiles and have served prison sentences for endangering children or, you know, doing pedophile shit, which is always kind of dark but hilarious nonetheless. But these are some of the reasons why this issue is not simply a Ron DeSantis versus Donald Trump issue. It is a Republican Party issue. Okay? Across the board. They don't know what to do. They're trapped in their own primaries where they constantly have to go super far to the right. But if you do that in the general election, you have to reconfigure your strategy and come across as a little bit more reasonable. Like, yeah, those guys are a little gross, right? Come on, it's fine. We're not like that. And that is a very hard problem to solve. Let's take a look at how Ron DeSantis is trying to solve one additional problem here. When faced with the question, give me a yes or no answer, did Donald Trump actually win the election? Here's what he had to say.
I ran for president was because I think I'm the only candidate who can win the primary, win the general, and then actually get all this stuff done. The reality is you don't want distractions. I mean, this is hard enough, the issues facing the country. You've got to be focused. You've got to be disciplined. You've got to go in there knowing you want to talk about slaying the administrative state. They are not going to give up power willingly. You got to be somebody that knows how to operate. You can't be suffering under distractions. You can't have all this other drama that's doing it. So I have made that point, and I think more and more Republican voters agree, yes, we think he's been treated poorly and unfairly, but that doesn't mean then that he's the guy you want to nominate against Joe Biden.
So you recently said the election is what it is. You said all those theories that were put out did not prove to be true. So can we just put this to bed so you don't have to be asked about this a million more times? Yes or no, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Whoever puts their hand on the Bible on January 20th every 4 years is the winner. And I don't think the election, and I've pointed out in that same quote, and I've said this.
Look at him. He's just like trying so desperately to be like, yes, Joe Biden won, while simultaneously being like, but it was like cheated and stolen.
From the very beginning, when they changed the rules for COVID, I think that was wrong. I think some of those changes were unconstitutional. When they do mass mail ballots, I think that's wrong. I think ballot harvesting is wrong.
You guys want to know something crazy? I looked this up yesterday. In the state of Florida, which he is the governor of, which he won an election recently, the gubernatorial race happened, right? Are you ready for this? fucking insane. More than 82% of Florida's ballots were cast early or by mail. Brother, how is this any different than Marjorie Taylor Greene being like, the election was stolen? And then someone asks her, okay, but you were on the ballot too. Do you think, like, you know, the election was stolen for you? She's like, no. Actually, I don't know. They're like, wait, so what happened really? So you're saying that the election was stolen, there was so much cheating, but you won on that same ballot. Mass mail voting is wrong because it means the undesirables vote. I mean, he's trying to say that, but he is in the state that does mass mail voting.
I think the Zuckerbucks were wrong. I think the fact that the FBI was working with Facebook and these other tech companies to censor the Hunter Biden story was wrong. And so I don't think it was the perfect election. I remember after a lot of the media was saying this is the most secure election in history. How could it be the most secure with those millions of mail ballots going out? At the same time, after the election, they were talking about Maduro stealing votes on the voting machines or whatever, and none of those theories proved to be true. But here's the issue that I think is important for Republican voters to think about. Why did we have all those mail votes? Because of Trump turned the government over to Fauci. They embraced lockdowns. They did the CARES Act, which funded mail-in ballots across the country. Donald Trump signed that bill that...
He's saying Donald Trump actually is a supporter of the provisions that caused him to lose, which, again, is infinitely more difficult an argument to make, okay, if you're also simultaneously running against him and saying that he lost the election. You're saying cheating happened, and that's good. They cheated, and that's good. I'm glad that they cheated and defeated Donald Trump. It makes no sense. It's so stupid. Like, if this is the tightrope that you have to walk on and this is the best you got, you're cooked. Is there a point where he might yell Trump is woke? He might. And that is so painfully Democrat. You guys, he is behaving exactly like Hillary Clinton. Democrats always try to triangulate and hit an avenue, an angle that is inherently center-right. Okay? They always try to do this. It's the John Kerry Swift boat situation. It's the John Kerry is a veteran, George W. Bush never served dynamic. They have failed time and time again to outflank the Republicans from the right. They can't do that. Republicans own patriotism, okay? And in that same way, you cannot outflank Donald Trump from the right unless you are charismatic enough and you have been able to capture that same audience's attention in the way that Donald Trump has been able to. If you can't do that, then no matter what you say, they're gonna look at you like you're a fucking clown. Why is Hillary liked? Hillary is so disliked that a fucking socialist almost won the Democratic primary in 2016. That is how intensely disliked Hillary Clinton was by Democrats nonetheless. So much so that if you look at Bernie Sanders' performance against Joe Biden, a corpse, it was objectively worse than his performance against Hillary Clinton. That is how intensely disliked Hillary Clinton was, and that is how bad the Democratic Party is, that they put her up as the main candidate because it was her time, okay? In spite of the fact that this was the most important election of our lifetimes. Just like this is the most important election of our lifetimes now in 2024. And who do we have? If Donald Trump is the all-encompassing evil deity that we say he is, then what are we doing? We got this carcass that were wheeling around to go up against him. At a certain point, you got to sit back and say, well, if this is the most important election of our lifetimes, like, what the fuck are you doing? You think it's adequate that we rolled out Joe Biden then? Like, you think that was a good thing then? That's crazy.
Funded the mail ballots that all the Republicans have been so concerned about. And also with the censorship of the Hunter Biden. That was Donald Trump's FBI that was working with that. He didn't have control over his
you think you can outflank Trump on hating Hunter Biden? Like, are you out of your mind, dude? What are you doing? This is so... Dude, Ron DeSantis is literally a Democrat. Ron the Democrat. Oh my God, that's such a good... Dude, Trump needs to hire me. Trump, sir, Mr. President, please hire me, okay? I got you. Ron the Democrat. Ron DeSantis. He's Kamala Harris. He's Hillary Clinton. He is a fucking Democrat. He is. He behaves like a Democrat. This is so Elizabeth Warren in some respects. This is so Hillary Clinton with a lack of charisma. You know what I mean? It's just so bad. That's why Democrats lose. Finally going to live up to the grifter allegations? Dude, oh my God, dude. I could be so good. Republican Party, I could be so good to you. You don't even understand.
own government. So me as the nominee, we will not let them run circles around us. If there is ballot, Florida, we ban ballot harvesting, right? I think that's what you should do. If there is ballot harvesting that's allowed, and like
he's still going, brother, he is still going. He hasn't stopped. This is like 4-minute answer for a yes or no.
Nevada, we are going to do it too. We're not going to fight with one hand tied behind our backs. And so I think all of those issues were very problematic. But at the end of the day, you know, Donald Trump helped facilitate that whole set of circumstances.
Okay, but respectfully,
motherfucker even said problematic. Okay, it's done. Those issues are problematic.
you did not clearly answer that question. And if you can't give a yes or no on
Because-
whether or not Trump lost, then how can...
Of course, no.
I'd argue 2016 was important. I'm not a Hillary Rodham Clinton fan, but the bench looks different in the world. Brother, I didn't say the 2016 election wasn't important. You misunderstood what I said entirely. I said the 2016 election was important. And that's precisely why we should have never had Hillary Rodham Clinton as the Democratic Party's candidate. That's the problem. That there is truth to elections being important. I'm not sitting here and saying they're just completely unimportant no matter what. Of course there's importance to it. Even if there are marginal deviations from one candidate to the next, those differences in legislation lead to gigantic problems for a lot of people, okay? A lot of people that especially are in like marginalized groups. Of course. Let's continue.
Of course he lost.
Trump lost the 2020 election.
Of course,
Okay.
Joe Biden's the president. But the issue is, I think what...
Done. Wrong. Wrong. Donald Trump is the president. Wrong. Wrong. Get the fuck out of here. Saying wrong DeSantis, little Rhonda, wrong again, Rhino wrong, Ron Democrat DeSantis, thinking he can avoid the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Wrong. You can't avoid it unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub. It's like a super PAC, folks. Big gifters all around. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Little Rhonda. He's so tiny, folks. He's 5 foot nothing. Duo Max 95. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
But what people in the media and elsewhere, they want to act like somehow this was just like the perfect election. And when you have mass ballot harvesting, Zuckerberg put hundreds of millions of dollars into nonprofits to send money to election offices and basically weaponize the election offices. That is not the way you conduct.
It's also like the lamest ways in which he's like attacking this point. Just like, oh, they're doing ballot harvesting. I promise. Shut up. What exactly is ballot harvesting? Is it just getting more people to vote? I don't get what the problem is with that. No, ballot harvesting is actually a somewhat controversial method, but it's when you, I don't know how to describe it. It's when you harvest the ballot. It's when you go and get big groups of voters and collect all of their votes and then dump it. Dump it as in like cast it. You pick someone else's ballots for them. Like you pick a major group of people's votes, and then you vote on their behalf. Technically, it's not really, but yeah, exactly. It's basically when you go door to door to pick up absentee ballots that people have completed on their own but forgot to mail. Yeah, of course they still filled it out themselves. No. There have been instances, ironically, where ballot harvesting has actually been problematic, except famously, it's happened, and you might be shocked to find out, with Republicans in North Carolina. So, like, where it turns into fraud, where they'll go to Democrat neighborhoods, pick up the ballots, and then dump them. Shocking, I know. You didn't run the ad break role-playing as the student who tells the teacher they assign homework? No, I did. I ran it. But thank you. Yeah, they actually, as Michael from Pennsylvania is saying in the chat, is correct. They actually stole an election and got caught because the results were thrown out. The results were, the disparity was so insane that they were like, oh, there's a major discrepancy here. We need to look a little bit further into this. And then they realized, oh, they just like took a bunch of ballots and then dumped them, like from Democrat neighborhoods.
Elections, and so I don't think it was a good run election, but I also think Republicans didn't fight back. You've got to fight back when that is happening, and you shouldn't have provided all the money to fund the mail-in ballots.
And the reason I press on that is because you make a lot of arguments about the culture of
as in the trash. I don't remember the exact details. I think it was in a river, maybe. It was something stupid. Like, I don't think they, like, threw it in an incinerator or anything. I think they, like, actually found the ballots later on. Like, I think they genuinely dumped it in, like, a ditch or something. What the fuck was it? It was, like, something incredibly stupid. Four people pleaded guilty in North Carolina ballot probe of 2016-2018 elections. After the allegations surfaced in 2018, the Elections Board voted unanimously to order a new election in the state's 9th congressional district. Superior Court Judge Paul Ridgway accepted the plea agreements in Wake County Court, which resulted in no active prison or jail times. Cases against 6 other defendants remain pending, with hearings scheduled through the end of next month. They pleaded guilty to misdemeanors for their roles in the absentee ballot fraud in rural North Carolina, which resulted in a do-over. Oh, he also died. Yeah, Dallas was also indicted on a dozen or more state charges, with his case scheduled last year to go to trial last month. He rejected a plea agreement and looked forward to his day in court, and then he died. So he couldn't get his day in court. But allegations against Dallas surfaced, and testimony and other information revealed at a state board of elections hearing described him running an illegal ballot harvesting operation for the 2018 general election in Bladen County. In it, according to testimony, Dallas and his helpers gathered up hundreds of absentee ballots from voters by offering to put them in the mail. Some of workers said they were directed to collect blank or incomplete ballots, forge signatures on them, or even fill in votes for local candidates. It is generally against the law in North Carolina for anyone other than the voter or a family member to handle someone's completed ballot. Felony obstruction of justice, possessing an illegal absentee ballot that belonged to someone else. Wasn't this the one? This is the one, right? Or am I thinking of a different one? Dallas paid her $100 for every 20 completed absentee ballot request form and $5 for every completed absentee ballot she collected. The legal case for the defense were delayed. Dallas pleaded guilty. Isn't this the one? Or didn't they end up dumping some of the votes? Am I misremembering this? Update. Photos of absentee ballots found in Outagamie County ditch released. Nope. But this is in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin's top election officials the mail, which was discovered in a ditch outside of Appleton last week. Megan Wolf, administrator for the Wisconsin Elections Commission, said that the investigation is still ongoing. She does not know if the ballots from another state were in the mail. The U.S. Postal Inspection Service says it is unable to comment.
The photos make it so funny. There was a different one where they dumped in a ditch. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a ditch, dog. What the fuck happened there? Okay, listen. Anyway, this was a different one. I love that there's a slideshow too. It makes it so much better. All right, let's get back to little Rhonda.
Losing in the Republican Party. And to be clear, you do believe that Donald Trump
here's the thing.
lost.
I mean, like if you look at how independent voters broke, they broke for Biden against Donald Trump. I don't think there's any question. You look at the 2022 election, a lot of the candidates that he got behind, independents, even though they disapproved of Biden, they still broke for the Democrats. And so I think with all those issues, with the mail ballot suckerbucks, if Trump had just won independent voters, he would have won the Electoral College. And I think in Florida, what we showed is, we won independent voters by 18 percentage points. You cannot win a national election just with Republicans. You got to have appeal beyond that. And if we do that, we'll be able to win.
And to your point, I do talk to a lot of voters who are frustrated with these indictments because they do distract from the issues. And in Iowa and so many other places, GOP primary voters care a lot about immigration and other issues. So I do want to talk to you about some of the policy plans that you've rolled out. You're one of the few candidates that's been very vocal and outspoken and have put out those platforms. So credit to you on that, and we can talk about that. So when it comes to immigration, you went down to the border, you put out a plan to secure the border where you outlined some pretty severe consequences for those who come into our country illegally. You've said that folks can use deadly force, that law enforcement can use deadly force, saying if cartels are trying to run product into this country, they're going to end up stone cold dead. How far might you take that method for preventing illegal crossings in general? Like under a DeSantis administration, would anyone crossing the border illegally potentially face deadly force from law
It would be,
enforcement.
no, it's similar to like if you're in the military. You have rules of engagement. Anyone that's hostile intent or a hostile act, which the cartels are, you would then engage with lethal force. I think these cartels are basically foreign terrorist organizations. They are responsible for killing more Americans on an annual basis than any other group or country throughout the entire world. And yet this is just happening, and it's happening in communities all across the United States. You can find these angel mothers who've lost children to fentanyl overdose in virtually any community in the United States. And it really hit me when I was down in Arizona. Most of the border doesn't have a wall, of course, but there was parts where there was a wall. And these guys are working on the wall. I'm like, what are you doing? They're like, we're repairing the hole. The cartels cut through the steel beams. So if you see that happening and they got the satchel of fentanyl strapped to their back, you use deadly force against them. You lay them.
He's literally, this is awesome. This is where Ron DeSantis openly states that if you are a military-aged male with a satchel and a baby, it's time to be murked at the border. Felix will be here by 4. I love that. Okay? I mean, he's just, his border policy is kill people who have a bag on them at the border. Okay? Like, what is... I haven't even pissed yet. I only let Kaya piss, and I'm heating up my chicken. I'm going to go piss in a second. Let me explain something to you, okay? We know, and I'm not making this number up, this is the Department of Homeland Security statistics, that the overwhelming majority, more than 94%, I believe, of fentanyl trafficked into the United States do not come from fucking border crossings that with like a bunch of random people trying to come into the country. They come from regular ports of entry, okay? They come from the ports, and they come from Americans going into Mexico and putting fucking a shit ton of fentanyl into their cars and crossing the border that way. Okay? It's white people that are trafficking the fentanyl and other drugs into the United States of America. Come here. Come here. Oh. Don't leave. Okay? So remember that. It's crazy. It's crazy that it's like random fucking law-abiding, otherwise law-abiding abuelas are the ones who are actually trafficking fentanyl, or military-aged males with babies and satchels. Like, it's fucking bullshit. Bullshit. And then also, my favorite, it's police union chiefs. It's Deborah, okay? It's Barbara. It's Deborah. They're trafficking the fucking fent. They're trafficking the drugs.
Them out, you will see a change of behavior. You have to take the fight to the cartels. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see Americans dying.
Well, and I spent a lot of time at the border, too, and I'm sure, as you know, it's not a monolith, right? In the Rio Grande Valley, you've got a lot of families with young children crossing, whereas you go somewhere like Arizona, Cochise County, you've got a lot of single men.
But the cartels will use the children and they will use the families to help camouflage the illicit activity.
Right.
And the children... I mean, so we actually are doing, we have a statewide grand jury in Florida that's investigating all the illegal migration because we've had it come into Florida. They've actually found instances where a mother will basically rent out children to military-age males because if you come in with a minor, it's better for you to do that than if you come in as what kind of a policy is this that is incentivizing that type of behavior? So what we're going to do, we're going to stop it. We're going to put Remain in Mexico back in. We are not going to accept bogus asylum claims. Right now, you come in, you do a bogus asylum claim, they give you a sheet of paper, come back in 3 years for a court date. How is that a disincentive to come illegally? And the thing is yes, there's massive drugs killing people. Sex trafficking, human trafficking, horrible. You do have criminal aliens coming across. But put all of that aside, the sheer number of people, communities are overwhelmed. You can't have, even if it was legal immigration, you can't have that many people pouring into communities, it puts stress on schools, it puts stress on healthcare, criminal justice, the whole 9 yards. So we'll stop it. We will actually build a border wall. I mean, I think that, you know, we have good experience of getting things done in Florida, so we will do that. But I think being willing to lean in against the cartels is going to be the critical element.
But to that point, I mean, you know, you yourself were an advisor to Navy SEALs. You know how hard it is sometimes when it comes to rules of engagement, how to tell good guys from bad guys, especially when folks are crossing the border under cover of night. How do you discern if it's a child, a mother, or a cartel member?
If it's a child, I mean, you're not going to do that. But I mean, they have...
Right, but a pregnant mom in a baseball cap with a backpack
They have
versus...
indications.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's... I mean, if you have people blowtorching through a border wall, that is not going to be... That's not
But as you mentioned, the wall isn't everywhere. How do you know you're using deadly force against the right people?
It's the same way you would do in any situation. Same way a police officer would know. Same way somebody operating in Iraq would know. You know, these people in Iraq at the time, they all looked the same. You didn't know who had a bomb strapped to them, so those guys have to make judgments. But the fact that we're going to stop the phony asylum claims and stop the invasion, that's going to be half of it. Because here's the thing. If people know that coming illegally is not going to be a benefit, they're not going to make that whole trek knowing that they're not going to be able to get entry. The reason why people keep coming is because they know the United States has a ridiculous...
Just like you still need like a level of charisma to be able to be just openly talk about how psychotic your interests are in protecting the border. Like, you can't go on national television and be like, no, I want to fucking kill moms, okay? I want to kill moms that have backpacks on. It's fucking insane. He's like, no. It's vibes-based murder. If they got fucked vibes, we murder them. It's pretty simple. I like that he also said they all look the same. You can't be serious about it. It's weird. Yeah. He's like, come on, we'll do a little racial profiling. Yeah, Iraq went so fucking well. Exactly. Famously, a success story, Iraq. What's the difference between military-age male and a regular man? They're just introducing this term to propagandize the narrative. No, that's because Ron DeSantis is a JAG lawyer, right? His job in the Navy was literally to oversee misconduct. And a big part of that is creating boundaries around rules of engagement. That's precisely why he's saying military-aged male, which is a different way to say, like, oh, no, you can kill them. You can kill them because they're military-aged males. It's a way to, like, try to immediately, post hoc, or even before you do it, justify and rationalize why you shot a person. Yeah. He's JAG. Military-aged male was a term we used to justify kill on sight. In OIF. Which, by the way, there's no, like, the idea, Operation Iraqi Freedom, the idea that, like, a military-age male is an appropriate target, especially for fucking border crossing, is completely psychotic. The fuck do you mean? That distinction led to many Iraqi children being fucking shot, first and foremost, okay? And secondly, and then also rationalize the deaths of, and secondly, like, that was fucked up in Iraq even, but it's additionally fucked up on top of that in a way that, like, might even penetrate the American consciousness in a negative capacity when you consider it to be a fucking border crossing. That's insane. I just don't think that it would ever go through regardless, but...
policy where they're literally on an app coming illegally and signing up with our own government to get a court date. They get released in the interior of the country and then they come back what, 2-3 years later, how many of them are actually going to show up for those court dates? So once you say that.
That's the regular Trump narrative, which is, of course, we know the number. It's 90%, which is why Trump plays more than 90%. It's like 99%, but which is why Trump plays fast and loose. Now, he used to say, oh, they're never going to come. They would never show up. And then I think someone told him that they do actually show up. So he changed it to, you'd be an idiot if you showed up. Even if you show up, you're an idiot. Why would you show up to the court date? You're free. You're free to go. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe because they fucking think that, perhaps foolishly, the American legal system will offer them asylum as it states in the law. You know? Kind of goes to show what kind of dude Trump is too. He's like, what do you mean? I just don't show up to my court case. I'm fine. It's okay.
That doesn't work anymore. You will see it decline. The cartels are going to still try to move product in, but that'll make it easier for us to be able to focus on them rather than having hordes of people come.
Another issue that's been talked about a lot on the campaign trail by both Democrats and Republicans, abortion. Now, when it comes to your position on abortion and where you stand on any sort of national ban, you've been asked about this a lot, and I've read through a lot of your answers, listened to your interviews, and I just want to clarify. In this post-Dobbs era, do you believe that abortion is an issue that should just be dealt with on a state-by-state basis?
So I'm pro-life. I have a record of being promoting a culture of life in Florida, just like they've done in Iowa, just like they've done in South Carolina. Dobbs returned it to the political branches. I think the reality is that that basically means the states are going to have primary control over it. You know, I do think the federal government would have an interest in, say, preventing post-birth abortions or things that are really horrific, but I don't think that there's enough consensus in the country to see a lot of mileage in Congress. So I think what I've said is, you know, if you want to protect life, it's a bottom-up movement. And so let's work with states that have done it, work in your local communities. But you also have to understand, you know, what Iowa's done is not what New Hampshire is going to do. And what Wisconsin will do is not what Texas is going to do.
So would you veto any sort of federal bill that tries to put a nationwide ban in place?
So we will be a pro-life president, and we will support pro-life policies. I would not allow what a lot of the left wants to do, which is to override pro-life protections throughout the country, all the way up really until the moment of birth in some instances, which I think is infanticide.
Well, actually, I got to push back on you on that because that's a misrepresentation.
White woman alert. Wee woo, wee woo. You just activated the one issue that she definitely cares about, okay? She's about to push back on you, Ron. This is why the abortion conversation is so fucking devastating for the Republican Party's like electoral prospects, okay? Are you fucking kidding me? Where is it? Someone just said, I'd say it's just a woman in general issue. It's pretty important for us. My friend, you're failing to understand what I mean. 52% of white women voted for Donald Trump. That number will be significantly less this election cycle. That's what I'm talking about. You get it? You can sit there. You can sit there and fucking say whatever you want. Of course, it's an issue that impacts all people, not even just women. It's like, well, you know, men have daughters at the end of the day, right? I mean, if you have a consciousness, you don't want this kind of injustice to happen. But this is the one moment where you would have an otherwise conservative person go, no. No shot. And that's why it is such a major fuck up. Do you get what I'm saying?
Of what's happening. I mean, that 1.3% of abortions happen at 21 weeks or higher. There's no
right.
evidence of Democrats pushing for
But their
abortions
view
up
is,
until...
Their view is that all the way up into that there should not be any legal protections.
There is
even
no
in the
indication
end.
of
Now,
Democrats
you're right,
pushing for
right.
that.
Well, yes, they are. They've done it in California. They've done it in other states.
They have
there
not
been some-
instituted that policy.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have. They basically will say that, you know, if there's some type of they'll use like different ways to really have a wide exception for it.
It's extremely rare, 1.3%, and in those circumstances, they're typically extremely emotional decisions.
Well, no, I mean, I don't say that that's the norm.
Bro, where was the spice with the military-aged male conversation? The pushback, which she did have for the border crossing, is nowhere near as passionate as this conversation. That's important for you to understand, because that is a relatively conservative talking head in the media. If you got a relatively conservative talking head who's a white woman who's like, well, logistically speaking, maybe it would be difficult to kill everyone that crosses the fucking border that has a backpack on, but then it draws this level of ire when you say Democrats are trying to do post-birth abortion. That's why it's good to fucking, put federal restrictions on abortion at a time when abortion is criminalized as a consequence of the Roe v. Wade decision. You have the problem right in front of you. You are arriving at the issue that the Republican Party is facing right there. And the way he phrased it is cucked, yes, but it's also very close to the way Donald Trump is trying to phrase it, which is, oh, yeah, well, you know, I did this because I wanted to have a conversation about abortion. It's like, bitch, there is no conversation about abortions. Trigger laws were immediately implemented. It criminalized abortion. There are women right now suing the fucking state of Texas because they can't get ectopic pregnancies to be medically treated due to the legitimate fears that doctors have. It's done. There's no conversation being had. There are victims. There are children that have been sexually assaulted that have to go to other states to get abortions. You can't do that in Ohio. You're done. You're done. There is no conversation at that point. So Donald Trump trying to massage his way into that narrative where on the one hand, he's claiming like, oh, well, I did so well with the abortion, didn't I, folks? And then simultaneously be like, but I did it for you so you can have a conversation about the abortion. No shot. That's a terrible way to message. It's probably Donald Trump's weakest way of communicating.
In terms of this, but I do think that the left in this country has moved on from a position that said, you know what, we do want to discourage abortion, it's not something that's a good thing, to now viewing it more as a positive good for society. And I think most Americans, regardless of how they feel on legal protections, I don't think most Americans think it's a positive good for society. It's obviously a tragic circumstance.
The FDA just approved over-the-counter birth control. Do you support widespread access to contraception, or do you think there should be some limits?
No. Contraception in Florida, we actually, our Department of Health, we provide about 100,000 people a year with access to contraception at no cost to them. And that should be, I think it should be available over the counter, and I think people should be able to have access to it.
In Florida, you signed a bill.
Why'd you let him get away with that? No. Does that mean Plan B? Does that mean Plan B? Does that mean an abortion pill? Or does that mean condoms? Because I think he means condoms. Anyway, she's lasering him on this issue. It's the most important issue of the election because women like her are going to make a decision on whether they want to vote for the Republican Party to uphold white supremacy, or maybe not vote, or maybe vote for the Democratic Party because the Republican Party is openly taking away their rights. That's it. That's a huge deal, okay? That's a huge problem.
bill that criminalizes any person, quote, who performs or actively participates in the termination of a pregnancy after 6 weeks. In terms of enforcement or limits on abortion, to what extent do you believe that women should be punished for violating an abortion ban?
Not at all. No, I don't think this is an issue about the woman. I think a lot of these women, are in very difficult circumstances. They don't get any support from a lot of the fathers. And a lot of them, the number one reason why women choose to have an abortion is because they're not getting support and they feel abandoned.
Guys, this has always been the common Republican Party position. The only time they've stepped away from this is when Donald Trump accidentally said yes to a question in the 2016 election cycle. And it was like a massive ordeal. When in fact, of course, abortion criminalization harms women. Of course it does. And this actually directly harms women because it criminalizes it. It always does, but Republicans always turn around and say, oh, actually, we just want to, we want to criminalize it on the doctor side. Because you can't say you want fucking like a random 14-year-old that was raped to go to jail. You can't openly say that. It's much easier to change the narrative and redirect the crosshairs to doctors. They're the evil doctors. They're the fucking nerds. You know what I mean? The guy heard that dog whistle? Oh, the fatherlessness? Yeah. She's sleeping through it. She might be a conservative, I'll be honest. He was literally lying. Amid abortion battle, DeSantis vetoes birth control funding again. That's such an easy fact check. If only journalists had the capacity to engage in fact checking. Wild. On.
And now in Florida, we've provided support and we put our money where our mouth is. But at the end of the day, I would not support any penalties on a woman.
In the post-Dobbs era, one of the concurring opinions from Justice Thomas is he brought up the idea of considering issues like same-sex marriage, potentially sending those back to the states. Would you want to see same-sex marriage sent back to the states in the same way as abortion?
Well, he was the only one that signed that opinion, and so I think that the other justices pointed out that, when there's a reliance interest, it's less likely that they're going to do that. So I don't think that that's in the cards. And in Florida, even though our state had a constitutional amendment when Obergefell came down, we basically honored that, and that's what we'll continue to do. However, I don't think that the federal government should ever be in a position, or any level of government, to force churches to adopt different definitions of marriage than what they have traditionally done, whether Christian or Jewish. And I think that that's going to be a live issue going forward because I
What Jewish church is doing that? I mean, I guess maybe Chabad, like Orthodox. I was thinking like, also, he's woke. He didn't say Muslim because a Jewish church. Well, yeah, I mean synagogue, whatever. He didn't say Muslim because he knows Muslims are woke. This is again a non-issue. The idea that like churches are denying people marriages is silly. The conversation is about legal protections and marriage certificates and the state recognizing marriages. And also on top of that, go ahead, make the same argument about miscegenation then, because it protects both, right? Go ahead. Tell everybody on NBC News that you don't think churches should be allowed to be forced to engage in race mixing, officiate weddings that engage in race mixing. Love to hear that. That would be such a fire quote. And Anyway, the church blessing is also silly. The real problem isn't necessarily church blessings with your weddings or whatever. The real issue is when churches don't want to adopt, don't want to allow gay couples to adopt children. Now, obviously, the state in the United States of America cannot compel a church to refuse to do such a thing. Part of the reason why this is a big deal is because churches do a lot of the adoption services, right? They have a massive, they have a massive amount of adoption services, so that's why it's important. And secondly, the state technically can't compel churches to engage in any kind of discriminatory practices, but here's how they do it. There is a lot of free money that churches get from subsidies, and the way that the state tries to compel churches from stopping any kind of adoption from happening with gay couples is by saying you don't get any federal funding if you refuse to serve gay couples. That's it. You can stop them from receiving money. And that's precisely what the conversation is. In America, here's another fun fact. Let's say Planned Parenthood, for example. People will always say, oh my God, Planned Parenthood is getting federal funding. Planned Parenthood is getting federal funding. Yeah, none of that federal funding touches abortions, however. Planned Parenthood, of course, offers abortions. However, it's a tiny fraction of the over-encompassing sexual health care that Planned Parenthood provides, sex health care that Planned Parenthood provides for all American citizens. And there already is a battle that was fought and lost where Planned Parenthood cannot fund abortions with any of the federal money that they get. So whenever Republicans say, oh, we're funding Planned Parenthood, we're funding abortions, it's fucking bullshit. Which, by the way, we should be able to. Suck my dick. It is a fucking medical procedure, you fucking demon. Of course we should be able to fund abortions. What do you mean? I hate people who are diabetic. Okay? We should never subsidize insulin for the elderly in the form of Medicare. Okay, that's sick, man. Good shit. How can you make an argument like that? Oh, I don't care. Sorry. I think it's indecent and unlawful. And if you were a real one, you just simply would not be diabetic. Make that argument. Go ahead. Abortion is no different in that regard. I hate the conversation moves away from this being a fucking normal medical procedure to, something that's inherently political. All diabetics are fat. We shouldn't subsidize insulin.
I think people are going to be more aggressive on it.
Florida's new standards for teaching African American history cause a lot of controversy. You have made education a really big part of your platform.
By the way, I'm saying that as an argument that an insane person would provide. Obviously, there's also type 2 diabetes. But listen, it's a joke for everyone who's going to fucking be up my ass. Type 2, type 1 diabetes exists. Listen, the reason why I made that joke is because it's not a fucking joke. That's literally how some Republicans will argue against socialized medicine. They say, oh, well, it's too costly because Americans are too fucking fat.
Both as governor and as a presidential candidate. So let's just talk about your take on these new standards. And the one sentence that's received the most backlash, I'll just read it to you. Instruction includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. So let's just be clear. You believe this is an important topic that should be taught in schools?
So that means they develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of slavery. It was them showing resourcefulness and then using those skills once slavery ended. And the people that put those standards together were scholars of African American history. These were not political standards. Florida eliminated critical race theory because it's ideology and we want education, not indoctrination. When we did that, a lot of people were saying, oh, you don't want to teach about African American history. The bill actually required more robust standards. So that's how that working group came into being. So they had copious standards. I mean, just real.
Dog, they're showing PragerU kids videos in the state of Florida now in schools, okay? Suck my dick, robust educational standards. Like, making slavery out to be like an unpaid internship is not only ahistorical, but also insane.
Really thorough, and we're one of only 14 or 15 states that even has African American history standards. That was written by primarily African Americans themselves who were scholars, and they've been very clear. They are not saying that slavery was a positive good at all. And if you read the entire standards, it's very clear that they're showing that this was a grave injustice, and it contradicted the founding principles of our country.
But to my question, I mean, you've been so involved in Florida education standards. I mean, do you believe that this is important to teach?
We've been involved in education, not indoctrination. Those standards were not political at all. The legislature didn't dictate any of that. Governor's office didn't dictate anything of that. These guys worked in a very professional manner. They produced those standards. There was public comment. This was all done in the public. They were being praised for what they did because of how thorough it was. And then Kamala Harris decided to come down and demagogue it and basically lie about it.
It's like, wait, I don't get it. Like, every psychopath that I allowed to join the fucking signing document meeting said I was great. And then all of a sudden, other Americans found out about it, and they were like, oh, no, this is not great. I wonder what this spells for my electoral prospects. Let's not pontificate. Let's not think about this any further. All the psychopathic wingnuts who were involved in the crafting of this legislation sure liked it. People in the state of Florida who heard about it, who are really invested in psychotic, really liked it. But it seems like other people didn't really appreciate it. I wonder why.
About it. And these guys who wrote it, they've defended what they've done. And so as governor, I'm going to stand by them. I am not going to let people lie about things that are going on in Florida. That's become a cottage industry. We have got to stop acting in bad faith in this country. There's no way you can read that whole list of standards and come to any other conclusion that they are accurately depicting the injustice of slavery, but they're also depicting the resourcefulness of people who overcame great obstacles, and not just with respect to slavery. During the American Revolution, they're actually showing the black founding fathers. A lot of people don't talk about that, and so I think that those scholars that did that, many of whom were black themselves, I think that they deserve to be defended on that.
But do you see how some folks might find that kind of language offensive? I mean, Tim Scott, who was a fellow Republican, said what slavery was about was separating families, about mutilating humans, even raping their wives. It was devastating. So I would hope that every person in our country, and certainly running for president, would appreciate that. People have bad days, he added. Sometimes they regret what they say, and we should ask them to clear.
I'm going to be honest. This is a very Trump-style controversy to be in. And he's not doing a good job. Like, you're supposed to, in this situation, you're supposed to never back down, never surrender. What you're supposed to do is say, these guys are crazy. Okay? Some of those African Americans love slavery, believe me, and double down. And then find like every black person that will say you're not racist, and it's actually the Democrats that are racist for even saying this, and keep pumping that narrative over and over again. He's like, he's not even doing a good job of like good controversy for him. You know?
Clarify their positions.
Don't take the side of Kamala Harris against the state of Florida. Don't indulge those lies. Those
What
are not true.
What is Kamala Harris lying about?
She's saying that those standards that were developed by African American history scholars are somehow saying slavery was a good thing. That's false. That is not what they said. That is not what those standards.
No, he would be like, I could see Trump saying, like, obviously he won't now because it's Ron DeSantis and he can use it against him. But I could literally see Trump saying something like, what do you mean? Of course there were positives to slavery. Look at all the black people living here instead of Africa. Something like that. You know what I mean? I love all of my African Americans. I love that they live here. They love it too. Without slavery, they wouldn't. You know what I mean? Ron is over here flailing around. He's like, oh, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's like a classic. That's like a classic racist trope. And Trump would immediately deliver that, I feel like. Yeah, developed by Thomas Sowell, African American history scholar. Exactly. Boom. Ron DeSantis is too much of a fucking liberal trying to implement fascist policies to be able to push that.
Said, and incidentally, she endorsed an advanced placement African American history course that had the same exact provision in it just a few months ago, and somehow that was an issue.
You said that approach won't win moderate suburbanites. 1, you're wrong. It would. 2, he's not actually in the general election. He's in the primaries running against Donald Trump. So it doesn't matter. The moderate suburbanites are not in play here.
There's scholars, hold on.
I think you're also forgetting, like, I never said that the moderate suburbanites weren't fucking deeply and undesirably anti-black racists, okay? They are. That's why many, many years of racial agitation against black people has always succeeded. They live in the suburbs for a reason. They live in the suburbs because they want to be away from black people, okay? Even if they didn't choose to live in that suburb, that is the main reason why the suburb existed. And that is now, of course, without their consideration, playing a role in their social conditioning. So just understand that perspective. That's number 1. Number 2, I didn't say that the moderate Republican, suburban, upper middle class person is not deeply white supremacist or anti-black. They are. They just don't like how fucking annoying these weirdos get about gender, which many of them might have like a child in school that knows like a trans person and they don't really like it. They don't really understand it, but they're like, whatever. It's not as terrifying as like the prospect of a black person, which they will usually never encounter unless it's in a service industry sector. I think a lot of people forget that Americans do live in incredibly segregated communities. Like if you look at the red-blue disparity, if you look at the red-blue dynamic, a lot of these Americans do still, even if they're now voting blue for the first time ever, they're still living in very segregated communities. Even if they don't recognize it, even if they didn't deliberately move to a white town or something. Of course, if you live in a city, it's very different because you're living around other people from other backgrounds all the time. You're experiencing diversity all the fucking time, which ends up making you more tolerant.
Scholars affiliated with the liberal 1619 Project who have identified similar situations. And I think what the head of our working group, who was the former chairman of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, he's pointed out people like Booker T. Washington and how they conceived of their life's journey. So it is not in any way, saying anything positive about the institution. It is the standards as a whole are clearly showing, what it is. And so we've got to get beyond demagoguing people. We've got to get beyond the lies on all this stuff. We are doing education. We've put people in place to develop a very strong set of standards that most states are not teaching any of this stuff. We've made African American history a priority, and we're going to continue to do that. But we are going to speak the truth, and we're going to fight back. I mean, it's wrong. If this was a different state and the governor wasn't running for president, no one would have said anything about that. They're trying to whip it up just to be able to launch political attacks against me. But I take offense because these people worked really hard on it. They were not doing anything out of the ordinary.
Well, I think you're right. If you weren't running for office, this wouldn't be in the spotlight. But you've also put education in the spotlight, rightfully so, because it's an important issue. But to your point that there are similar standards in the AP African American Studies course. I looked at both. I read your standards and I read those as well. The line that you're talking about, it says, in some areas there were distinct roles separating domestic and agricultural laborers, although enslaved persons could be, it's in addition to agricultural work, enslaved people learned specialized skills, trades, and worked as painters, carpenters, tailors, musicians, healers in the South. Once free, African Americans used these skills to provide for themselves and others. I think the issue I
think there was like 3 examples that actually suited that. Like, historians looked into it and found that there were like a sum total of, I believe, 3 examples of that actually happening. Every single example that they use in the textbook is wrong. And the only 3 that they found that were like maybe right is because it was questionable and there wasn't enough there wasn't enough evidence either way. A lot of these people that they used in the textbook they didn't learn their skills during slavery. Or some of them were not even ever slaves. They were born after. It's fucking bananas. Look, there you go. Black folks who were touted by Florida as benefiting from slavery weren't enslaved. We're going to talk about Tory Lanez in a little bit, everybody. Calm down. Now, of course, the reason why I'm bringing this up is twofold. Like, this part of it doesn't even matter. Even if there were actual fucking slaves out there who learned skills because they were slaves, that still is not something that you can fucking put in a textbook to be like, well, it's like kind of justifiable. Okay? Like, yeah, they learned how to fucking pick cotton. Wow, it's so wonderful. Which they could translate to sharecropping later down the line. Like, that's an insane argument to make. You know what I mean? If you make that argument, you're a fucking psycho. So, which, by the way, ironically, that is the argument that they are trying to make without saying that, for the record, just so people understand, because that's the overwhelming majority. The through line there is slavery, not all bad. Maybe some good sides, right? That's an insane thing to say in and of itself, but it's also a historic. You're putting this in a fucking history textbook, and it's not even true. Black person here, in fact, they actually picked the type of slaves that they wanted because the slaves had special skills that white people could exploit. Yeah. It's fucking nuts. It's not even true, which, by the way, hasn't stopped these fucking assholes from, purposely and maliciously spreading false information time and time again about the real and accurate assessment of slavery and white supremacy in America. That is the whole point behind the anti-CRT arguments that they make. They're like, we want the Daughters of the Confederacy to write the textbooks. Anything that goes against that narrative is CRT and bullshit. It'll make our beautiful white babies feel guilty.
Take with is the word benefit and the overall framing of the Florida standards where, looking at the AP course versus yours, the word enslaver appears dozens of times in the AP course. It doesn't appear once in your standards. And the criticism that I've seen beyond just that one sentence is the general framing of a slightly more positive light.
No, that's not true. I mean, there's all the gory details are in all of those standards. And in fact, you know, since I've been governor, we've added to what type of African-American issues been.
Yeah, real big brain ideas are actually thinking about the bright side of slavery. You know what I mean? Come on now. Why can't you be a little bit more positive? Why can't you be a little bit more positive about the brutal history of slavery? It's like, yeah, he added a lot to African American issues, just the wrong shit. Like, he's like, what do you mean? Look at how much we added to the discourse on African American issues by just lying and saying idiotic bullshit.
And Todd, for example, we have mandatory instruction on the Election Day riots, the Ocoee Election Day riots in 1920. When I became governor, one of my first acts of office was to pardon the Groveland Four, and the reason why we did that is because they got railroaded through an unjust legal system. And so we've recognized this throughout all of Florida history and American history, and there's not been any ambiguity about it. This is all just about, you know, trying to create a phony narrative, going after a political opponent, and trying to create demagoguery and fake narratives. But we got to get beyond that, and we got to focus on, you know, what's best for students and what's best for parents. You know, we believe protecting parents' rights, letting them direct the education, and we believe the education in the school should just simply be factual and it shouldn't have a political agenda. At the end of the day, the reason why they're coming after this is because we did take the critical race theory out. You know, we're not going to let people shoehorn.
I think the funniest part about this is, sure, you got the critical race theory out, right? Except now, this concept that was otherwise vague and weaponized towards anything and everything the Republicans thought was like woke, now has tangible boundaries. And those tangible boundaries are not favorable to you. The boundaries now mean, oh, we're taking out CRT. What does that mean? That means that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and we are not going to let you know about it. We're just going to serve it. Okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, but they don't want you to know that. They want to take that out of your education system. Now, again, you could also get gifted a sub at the top of the hour and avoid the 3-minute ad break that way. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Fuck, that was one of those where it was like so good that I forgot what the actual point I was going to make. God damn it, I had a really good point. Fuck. Amazon piss bottle. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Yeah, no, you didn't. No, I absolutely had a point. I always like, my best segues are when I do have a legitimate point. And then in the spur of the moment, I decide to be a ruthless piece of shit. Oh, tangible boundaries for woke. Thank you, Hellbender. Okay, so wokeness and CRT is not supposed to have any sort of serious boundaries, right? All of a sudden, in a spectacularly public blunder, you have made eliminating CRT synonymous with slavery had some positives. Like before, no Republican can even mention what CRT is, but now Democrats can say, well, Ron DeSantis eliminated CRT and then wrote in the Florida education bill that eliminating CRT is basically saying slavery has some fucking real benefits. You know? So congratulations on that part. Your stash looks fucking incredible. By the way, Hasso, go off. Thank you. That's why I did it. I did it for all of you. Another example of Republicans catching the carrot. Yeah.
History into a modern day political agenda.
Yeah, you've also talked about, and one of your bills includes making sure that folks aren't made to feel uncomfortable or guilty when it comes to their race when they're taught
Well, that's
these
critical
issues.
race theory. I mean, you literally will have situations where if these are like young kids, 6-year-old kid happens to be white, they're an oppressor. 6-year-old kid happens to be African American, that's there somehow oppressed. That's a horrible message to send to people.
Older children, middle school, high school, 17-year-olds.
To categorize people and to scapegoat them based on things that may have happened 100, 200 years ago is wrong. It is not going to help this country come together. What I think we have to do.
That's such an insane thing because, like, it quite literally extends to don't talk about slavery. Like, that goes even beyond the slavery had some benefits. That turns into, actually, let's not talk about slavery because, like, some random white people might feel uncomfortable about it. Bro, it happened. Like, what do you mean? You have to learn about it. The fuck? Which, by the way, of course, is the true purpose behind these sorts of initiatives, is to deny the historical atrocities that did actually happen, or at least whitewash it, or in some instances, just straight up write a new narrative that if it did happen, it was kind of good. There were benefits to it. Hold up.
As a country is focus on the things that unite us and let's de-emphasize some of the things that divide us. That is how I thought most people used to think was the aspiration. Now things like critical race theory, what they're doing is they are trying to emphasize the things that divide, even if superficial, and they're de-emphasizing the things that unite us. We should be united that the founding principles of this country are our guiding light. The great things about American history are when people stood up and achieved recognition of that throughout history, whether it was after the Civil War and the 13th Amendment, whether it was the civil rights in the 60s and a whole host of other things, that have happened. But those ideals were what drove all those advancements. So let's not say that somehow those are not great ideals.
Yeah, why did half of those things happen? I wonder. Almost like the other thing that you don't want to mention created an environment where those things became an inevitability for progress to occur. For things for people to take for granted now. It's almost like you need to learn about the history so you understand why the civil rights movement exists, for example.
That is what we should be united behind and say no matter where you come from, no matter what you look like, you should have an opportunity to succeed in America. But I don't want to divvy up people in the classroom based on their skin color. That is a dead end for this country.
Let's talk about I just want to ask about Gavin Newsom real quick, that debate.
All right, one more. Go ahead.
You said yes to debating Governor Gavin Newsom. You're debating someone who isn't even in the race. Some are saying this is more like an undercard debate for 2028. Why are you doing this?
No. Well, I think a couple things. I mean, I think that, the debate between Florida and California, that debate has already been had in the sense that people have left California, people have come to Florida, they voted with their feet over these since both of us have become governor, and I don't think California ever lost population until he became governor. But looking forward for the country's future, I think this is very much the live debate about do you want the California model or do you want the Florida model? Biden basically would like to Californicate the United States. Biden also may not be the nominee. You could have Kamala from California. You could have Newsom.
You think it could be?
No. I can't believe he said that. Felix is here, by the way. He said Californicate? Bro.
And basically would like to Californicate the United States. I think this is very much the live debate about do you want the California model or do you want the Florida model? Biden basically would like to Californicate the United States.
Unacceptable. The worst thing I've ever heard. Hold on one second. I wanna show you something immediately. Immediately as we start, there's a matter that requires your attention. It's not hey, it's Sugar Man moment, but it's pretty gross. I'm gonna issue a trigger warning here for you. Your sensibilities will be assaulted.
Every day during the Bush administration. With Ron, it's like Lil Wayne's golden era. Every week he could drop something.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's see this.
Before I do that, let me fix your microphone a little bit, maybe. Right. Wait, speak into it.
Okay, testing 1 2.
Oh, okay, it's fine actually.
Okay.
As long as you don't like move away from it.
All right, no, I'll stay as put as I can.
Okay, Felix Biederman is in the building.
Hello, everyone.
Look at this, please. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Felix Biederman's so hot. Please ask him out. Please get married. It says hypocritical Luddite. He says they're saying. What are they saying? Talk to him. Oh, we have so many. We have a lot of topics to discuss. I have an absolute banger of an agenda for you.
Very intrigued. I guess the chat. I'm finally in the age where like the chat is telling me to start a family. But
yeah.
Screw it. No, I want to get in the.
Okay.
Do that later.
Have you?
50 years to start a family.
Are you familiar with this guy?
Oh, this guy. I just saw him today.
Yeah. He's incredible. Oh wait. The problem is this microphone also dies, I think, randomly.
Oh, okay.
That might be the issue. Is it going in and out still? Wait, speak into it again.
Okay, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
It's fine now.
Okay.
It's not. I don't know if it's the noise gate chat. I think like that microphone we gotta fix, and I haven't. Austin sabotaged it last time he was here.
These SM7Bs, they're the best, but sometimes they can just shit out. Sometimes something just gets disconnected inside.
It's the Go XLR cable. That's what the Go XLR cable. Unfortunately, is very very unreliable. But like it I feel like it gets damaged easy. Like
it's weird. I've had SM7Bs that I've traveled around with, put in like check bags, and I've over the years just taken absurd damage, and they're fine. And then I have ones that like I had them 6 months, they never left my place, and they just fucking died.
Light off, so the lighting is a little bit better. Okay. Right. Yeah, we got an agenda in front of us. We're gonna talk about steroids and why they're awesome, because it makes you look like this. We're gonna talk about Tory Lane's sentence to 10 years, which is a little bit on the aggro side.
I'll
admit.
It's federal, right?
No, Los Angeles. I mean, you know, I'm a Megan Thee Stallion supporter, obviously, and I have even duked it out with your favorite DJ Academics on the subject matter and have defended her vigorously. But I do think that, you know, I mean, he'll get out on good behavior in 5 regardless, but even then it's like, God damn, like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, I up until now, I haven't been following it that close. I saw a bunch of people saying like federal time, so like 85% of your time, like 8.5 years, which I thought was like, you know, obviously I did something terrible, but you know, 8.5 years in a federal penitentiary is very few things warrant that, even if there are things that warrant it.
This is the funniest. This is, in my opinion, quite literally the funniest reason to justify America's carceral state. He deserves it for the red pill content he pushed with his disinfo op.
Like, was Tory Lanez part of the Russia hoax?
No, because that is like an extremely online chatter. You know what I mean? Who like saw the Adam 22s and the fucking DJ Academics and everyone else, like even like a Shade Room and these other otherwise unbiased journalistic outlets like Shade Room were all heavily siding, it feels like, with Tory Lanez on the issue, spreading conspiracy theories.
Shade Room was?
I don't know if Shade Room was doing it. I feel like maybe I'm shading Shade Room a little bit, because they are They have a standard that is rigorous, and their standards are better than the New York Times.
Yeah.
Just don't look at the comment section.
I never do. I never do. I never have. I never will. But I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the rules are for like California sentencing. Like, can you get out like just with serving half the time on good behavior?
I think so.
I don't know. I mean, I have to say this
He
is
went to
things I never would have thought about. It's like, how long do you send someone to prison for shooting someone in the foot?
Yeah.
Out of all the things I thought about, that was not one of them. I
No,
thought about
that
everything else.
No, that was what I was. That's why I was thinking, like, because it was like, if it's a deterrence, right? Like, I don't think he's going out and immediately grabbing a gun and like doing it again. You know what I mean? It's not like a habitual reoffender situation,
Right.
you know?
Yeah. Right. It's like it's not like, you know.
But
like
I do agree there should be a punishment for the record.
Right.
100%. We're just talking about like whether or not 10 years is like apt or maybe a little too much.
It would be right. It would be easier to convince something if like American prisons weren't what they are. And I mean, it's a terrible thing, but it's not like the War Machine case, right? Where you're like, this guy should like fucking never get out, right? I don't know. It's tough. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm glad it's not in my professional purview, because it just like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, no.
But that's like,
even if I went to law school, I could not tell
brother,
you how
this is
much
a
time.
Twitch stream. The entire point of this is to talk about shit that we have no idea, and surely there will be no repercussions for that.
But I mean,
no, I'm kidding. No, it's fine.
Typically, I mean,
They're saying get a little bit closer to the microphone.
something like a Wahhabist royal family, that's fine to talk about. This, I don't know. It just there's no prize for getting it right, and there's infinite penalties for getting it wrong. I'd rather do like 1,000 2017 type episodes than do like one episode of our podcast about the Tory Lanez case.
Okay.
I feel like Leon Kennedy when he gets to the castle,
So
walking around the bear traps.
You're playing a lot of Resident Evil 4?
Yeah, I'm just about done. I just started God Hand because I'm very interested in Mikami's designs now. God Hand, have you ever played God Hand?
God Hand?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Wait, no, I have not.
You can emulate it. If you have a PS2 or PS3, you could just get like a physical copy. But God Hand, it's really fucking weird. It's like a beat 'em up, and there's a sort of juggling system like Devil May Cry. But it's also sort of tank controls, and you use the right analog stick just to dodge. It's like an inversion of you ever play Fight Night?
No.
Fight Night were the best combat sports games ever made, and you punched using the right analog stick. So it's like an inversion of that. But yeah, this is I'm like 3 hours into this game. This one's amazing.
Water! Coming for a dance.
That's sick.
Yeah, no. You you customize like your combos and movesets. The shit you see where like the menu pulled up, that's
Yeah.
your special attack.
Yeah. Dude, I love dude, Japanese gaming has always been a cut above like Western gaming when it comes to like storytelling and just making such incredibly cinematic masterpieces with the limited technology that they had even back then.
Yeah, Japanese developers are like they gave the PS2 sort of a second life cycle because they realized there were all these amazing things that you could do with it that people didn't really realize in like 2001 and 2002. A lot of what Kojima did with Snake Eater was him like figuring that out. It was,
Yeah.
like an incredible technological accomplishment. The only thing that like Western game developers do better is like you know probably FPSs.
Oh yeah.
like Counter-Strike, the greatest ever made, the greatest competitive FPS ever made, or Battlefield. Well, Battlefield is Swedish, but same idea. But
I love. People get mad at this take, but I think I'm probably guided by like what the Yakuza franchise looks like. Like, it's so good. It's like, maybe it's because it's new to me. So for me, I'm like, what the fuck? But it's basically a beat 'em up Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, it's a similar
But it's
idea.
incredible. Like, it's incredible. The storytelling is really good. And the deep lore and how meticulously crafted, like, each individual side quest on top of, like, the fucking massive amounts of mini games that are games in and of itself, like standalone properties in and of itself that you can engage in is great. One, I guess, immediate, I guess like a Western example of this that comes to mind is Witcher.
Yeah.
Like the card game that you have inside of Witcher is like a system in and of itself that was like pretty exciting for a lot of people, not for me necessarily, but
I thought it was cool that they like made a whole new card game. I mean, I can't even learn a new card game at this point. I don't think I could make one for a game.
No shot.
When we talked to Josh Sawyer on our show, he did that in Fallout, which I thought was really fucking cool. But it's like shit like that where go so in depth with making the world that your games in feel. I mean, like, you know, these are just, you know, we just gave two examples of like, you know, Western game studios who've done that. But like, it seems like the Japanese games that make it here, at least, they're the best at it.
Yeah, they're very good. Anyway, but that's not what we're here for. We'll talk about gaming in a little bit. I just wanted to show you something really important.
For the model.
Ron DeSantis, you know, today we found out new campaign.
It's the reboot.
Yeah. No, he's back. He's so back. No, this is before. This is the old campaign manager, technically. So I just, he did an exclusive with NBC News. I don't know if you saw it, where there was a big deal. He said, you know, Trump lost. That's that, you know, in the most like Hillary Rodham Clinton charisma you could ever have. And he said a bunch of insane shit, like he wants to kill every military-aged male that crosses the border with a satchel next to a baby. Straight up, that's not. I'm not even paraphrasing at this point.
And he looks like the groomer Wojak right there. On top of it all.
Yeah, he's so disfigured, but not even disfigured. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like, he makes me angry. His face invokes. It's just his face is just so gross. I don't know how to describe it.
Right. There's no major problem. There's no like deformity, and it's not even like there. I could probably name like 100,000 uglier politicians in America alone, but it's not ugliness or anything like that. It's just something about his face just immediately communicates.
He's not serving cunt.
Yeah,
he's not serving cunt.
He's taking it away.
Trump serves cunt. Even in his sweatiest moments, he's still serving cunt. He's off-putting. There's just something about it. I know it when I see it. There's just something so off-putting about the way he carries himself.
Any frame you freeze his face on, it looks terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really bad. Gross. Anyway, here's an absolute banger from Ron DeSantis that he came up with. He whipped this up.
Basically would like to Californicate the United States. Biden also.
That's what that's
Ron DeSantis thought that dumbass shit was hot.
Yeah, he popped off on that.
That line was hot.
Yeah. But like, because he's so nervous all the time, like that nervousness, that anxiety just like exudes. It permeates through every orifice, and you can just like sense it, and it makes you naturally be disgusted with his behavior. Because he's so nervous, he couldn't even fucking like follow through with like a bet you like that, huh? Like one of those.
Right.
He just goes, Californication, like he's like trying to say it. He's just trying to say the words as quickly as possible and then move on.
Yeah, like anyone else, even like, I don't know, Chris Christie would like, they'd do one of two things. They'd like let you sit with it, or like give some indication that they meant to do that.
Yeah.
But he's so uncomfortable in his own skin and self that he just I mean, it's like the same reason why any frame you freeze on with his face looks terrible. He is trying to get away from himself both verbally and physically.
Yeah, his face is trying to escape.
Yes.
He's trying to get out of his face. That's why he looks like one of those like shitty masks that you would wear to like rob a bank.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He looks like, oh my God. What was the fucking what was the surfer bank robbery movie? Was it no, it wasn't
the
Total
Keanu Reeves one, right?
Is it Total Recall?
No, Total Recall is
No.
Arnold. Get your ass to Mars.
Yeah, fuck. Well, Point Break, Point Break. Point Break, Matt. Wait, what the fuck? What is happening? Why is it saying Point Break movie? Am I like pressing something? What the fuck?
You have.
I don't know why it's like autofilling. Yeah, it looks like he's got this shit on him. Like a little bit more advanced version of this.
Well, have you ever seen the latex mask guys that Tom posts?
Yes,
that's what
I was thinking. Yes,
let's see if we can find the Devin mask. Like that's exactly what it's like. I think, like, go up. That one.
This
that
one.
I think that's the Devin mask.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
The Elder. Oh God. Oh God. This is stuff nightmares are made of, dude. Look at this. Yeah.
I never knew about these guys before Tom, and like usually I pride myself on knowing every
weird
awful
guys.
thing.
Yeah,
but like I never knew about these guys, and it's weird because they're not like. They don't seem like harmful, but like there's something like unseemly about that. You're like, if this is your thing, that you have to do it in public, you know, that you're employing everyone, even if you're not like jacking off in the moment, that you're sort of employing everyone to in some way get you off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
even if they never know
I
it,
didn't consent. I didn't consent to your fucking kink. Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird. Keep that shit to yourself. You know what I mean?
I wonder what like.
I just don't know who, like, what is it? Like, what is it about the human psyche that's like, I want to wear this elder mask and walk around and like trick people.
That's what I was saying. It's like with stuff like a foot fetish or something, it's like, I feel like not always, but it's like deducible, right? You know, you could kind of figure out how someone could get that. This, I don't know.
I guess in order to engage in bank robbery, maybe.
Well, I mean, for bank robbery, yeah, but like if this was the only way you could get hard, like how? Like why did that happen?
Oh no. This is unrelated to you, but Austin Show just sent me something. That butthole conservative gay guy that like nared his asshole on YouTube. It's the same gay guy, right? Just came out with a TikTok. Is it the same guy? Am I thinking of the same guy, or am I being am I mistaking my gaze?
Holy shit, this guy's a bitmoji.
Internet men I'm currently thirsty for. Gulpy gulp. I didn't know who this first man was like a month ago, but Austin from Austin Show started to pop up on my For You page, and I have not been complaining. He's like super hot and has like the sexiest, raspiest voice. He talks about topping dudes all the time, and honestly, I wish I was a subject, but I don't know if he's into Asians. I feel like he's not. We'll see. I've said this before, but Joey from the Backyard Basement podcast has like the best personality. He's also super cute, and I want my future hubby to be like him. Reiner Braun can actually like do whatever he wants to me, anytime, any day, any place. I love his manliness. I love his bipolarism. I love that one scene where he puts a rifle in his mouth. He is just daddy. The only thing in this world hotter than
This is the guy that said he would have loved to be molested by Epstein. Was that the guy? No, he says some unhinged shit. That's his whole shtick.
I've never seen this guy. But how recent is like when did he start popping up?
Dude, there's so much guys like this on TikTok. Sometimes I'll see like they're just like kind of saying crazy stuff. I don't know. Sometimes they just say things. I don't know how else to describe it, and you just have no idea. Show Felix the Nair video off screen for a TikTok. This is okay. Here, this guy is famous for.
All right.
Do you want to see? I don't know if.
I mean, I've seen worse.
Yeah,
I've
that's what
definitely
I
seen
said
worse in my
too.
life, you know?
That's what when Ethan showed it to me, I was like not really fazed by it because, you know, I've seen worse. Full bottoming routine, how to stay clean and loose. Wait, what the fuck?
It's only 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, what? Damn, I guess maybe it's not that hard to be a bottom. I was wrong. Oh, here, this is
For
it.
reference, this is how hairy my butt is right now. All right, so step 1 is to squeeze.
It's like that's it. That's
yeah,
like
okay, yeah, no,
I've seen worse.
I've seen way worse.
Much worse.
I wouldn't like elect to see it, but you know, I would hazard to say
He shows it a bunch of other times over and over again. But like, I mean, I think like literally the hairs on the paper towel are nastier than like him just showing full butthole.
Yeah. I think it's more that like you expect to see it later in the video. He shows the asshole really quick.
Yeah, no, he just gets right to the prize.
Yeah, like if that was YouTube ad roll, you wouldn't get the option to skip the ad before the asshole shows up.
Okay, let's see the last one here.
Better than Reiner Braun is the Armor Titan, which is Reiner Braun in a different form. I actively
Is there a guy
to be
named
crushed
Reiner
by the
Braun
Armor
who didn't
Titan.
die in
Like, I
1945?
think about that before bed.
No, I
Thought
think
of
this
it,
from,
keeps me calm and aroused.
It's
okay,
what
last
do
but
you
not
call it?
least, we have
AOT.
Noah Beck.
Anyway, so Austin sent this to me. Congratulations to Austin. You won this one. Okay, you won this round.
I mean, that guy might be a senator. Austin could, be a political husband if he chooses.
Seeking Derangements guest. Oh, he went on Seeking Derangements?
Wait, he did?
Colonization video. I was like, okay, I have to check out this guy's YouTube. And then I saw your ass. I was like, what the is going on? I didn't know you could just show your butthole on YouTube. And Kevin, it's 3 seconds into that video. There's not enough time to breathe. It's literally, I'm going to show you how hairy my ass is right now, and then bam, right there.
Is it what else is going on in this TikTok this phone call, Zoom call? Fuck. Okay, never mind. I just scrolled through it. It's fine.
The title literally says a visual guide. And before I show my hairy ass, I said, for reference, this is how hairy my butt is right now.
Yeah.
I gave like 3 warnings, basically.
Yeah, I give a lot of warnings, but it's still shocking because I've seen, as a gay man, I've seen so many strangers' ass.
Oh my God, it's so loud.
But in the milieu of a YouTube video,
YouTube,
it's
never
very
on
it's jarring.
YouTube, never in that frame. There's something about it that really was just like, what the hell? But
it's probably because my ass was 2 inches away from the camera.
One was close.
How much political content does this guy do?
A lot.
It seems like very, very little of it is political.
No. So TikTok is like a target-rich environment for the kinds of people that you're like, oh, this person seems normal, and then the like search bar will literally be like Jeffrey Epstein username, you know what I mean? And you're like, what the fuck? It's always like that. The search bar like betrays the content creators a lot. And then you click on their profile and they'll have like 1 million fucking followers or whatever. And you're like, what is happening here? I every now and then go on for market research on my TikTok For You page to just try to better understand what's going on. I'm a content creator. I have to do it. And, you know, maybe people will poo-poo that, but whatever. The thing is, like, yesterday I was on my For You page, and there's this guy with the worst tattoos I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, it's just like he's got like a weird, fucked up, like half head tattoo, and he's just like living in one of those like communes. I guess he's just like making his own thing. It's like one step above van life. And in the search bar, it literally said like Charlie D'Amelio, this guy, his name, controversy. So I clicked on it, and apparently he made like a video reacting to a Charlie D'Amelio video where he was like fake jerking off or something. And he was like, "Oh, but you're 16 though." And it blew my mind. I'm like, what? Like, what is happening?
A lot of questions again. Guy's content.
No, he seemed like oh, your fucking mic is out again. God damn it. He seems like a relatively normal person. Otherwise, if I hadn't seen the TikTok search bar that came up above his video, I would have never even knew any of that. I saw it too, and there was a massive rabbit hole to go down with that dude. Yeah, then there's like allegations that he was like an abuser or something, and it was just crazy. I don't know. He was a white guy, not an Asian guy with face tats on. It blew my mind.
This guy, the guy on the other monitor, the bodybuilder guy who can like barely breathe.
Yeah,
I've seen him.
Oh, do you want to go back to the Asian dude?
Yeah. I saw Jewish. Let's see what he says here.
Yeah, let's see.
James Dean, daydream, look in your eye, and I get that red lip, classic. Love Jews, like the typical like Ashkenazi Jew, and I love their like curly hair. I love their financial status. To be honest, is like if they're manly, but Jewish overall. I don't know how many people like died. I think the worst of the worst is the Hulk.
Oh God. Oh wait, where is he going? Oh no.
Cost though, because that was like a lot of Jews. Like I don't condone that at all. Jews so much. I'm obsessed. It's Jewish is first, so it's always gonna be Jews. Thank you, Anara. My type, Jews. Everyone else is kind of like the same, to be honest. It's Jews first, then it's everyone else. Taylor Swift as a Jew or 1989. I pick 1989. Taylor Swift or Jew.
What does that even mean? Wait, what? 1989? What is that?
What does he mean like Taylor Swift as a Jew? Like her converting?
Oh, it's an album. It's a
She
Taylor
has
Swift
an
album.
album called Jew, like Ari Shaffir. She wrote the Ari Shaffir special. Jew, Taylor's version.
Listen, even she can't get away with that. Okay, actually, never mind.
I would let her.
Yeah, she could get away with that. They're gonna kill you. Yeah, Felix dies.
I have
Jew,
I have
Taylor's
nothing
version
against her. I'm not saying she did that. If she did that, I'd be like, whatever, you know. She's
yeah. Taylor never got credited for the Ari Shaffir album.
It was a good special. I'm complimenting her, saying that she may have written it.
He went viral for saying 1989 was way better than. Oh, that's how he went viral. He said 1989 was way better than to Pimp a Butterfly, and that it winning had nothing to do with racism.
Okay. So that's like a cheat code. That's like an easy way.
Yeah.
It's like killing the wet nurse in Dark Souls 3 before Vort to get to Dancer first. That's like you can skip a lot of the game of life on the internet or Dark Souls 3.
Yeah,
by
that's
going
like
directly to Dancer or
yeah,
Taylor
you
Swift fans.
you have immediately elevate your status.
Yeah, and if they don't fucking kill you when you're under leveled at like level 12, then you level up like this guy, and 10 million people have seen your asshole.
I love
Jewish
this.
men. Right now, Jewish men, but generally probably Taylor. Solve
There's a
world
wetness in
hunger
Dark
or a
Souls
big
3.
Jewish men. I have to solve world hunger. I'm not that crazy, you guys. A Jewish man in a bathing suit or 1989. Ooh, that's hard. Like a hot one. Like right now, Jewish man in a bathing suit for sure, but only Ashkenazi.
That's
I
crazy.
mean that's pretty racist. Like, what?
Dude, he's fetishizing. He's a chaser.
Well, I don't even think
For Ashkenazi Jewish men.
I don't even trust this guy's ability to like tell just a randomly picked Sephardi apart from an Ashkenazi.
Yeah.
I don't. Sometimes.
Are we busting out the CalPERS or not? Okay, I need to know.
But it just like for some people, they really think they know. It's like straight guys who claim they have great gaydar. But I don't know. I think a few things would get past this guy.
He's orientalizing Jews.
Yes.
Finally.
Yeah.
It's one of those fun stereotypings where it's like you go, huh? Wait, what?
Well, there's nothing like bad about it until he was like, but only Ashkenaz, like only the whiter ones, you know?
Oh, I didn't even. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that.
That's what I'm saying. But it's like there are some like Sephardis he would see who like in his mind he'd be like, oh, that's an Ashkenazi. He doesn't like. I don't trust his ability. He could be as horny as he wants for it. I don't think he's gonna bat like Ted Williams numbers, picking the two kinds apart.
Okay, but he's got more takes.
Yeah, in my throat from someone's How to not choke and barf when you swallow his nut. Try not to cut yourself if you're sad. Getting head at 6 years old from a male pedophile definitely sucked. Like, my butthole is really hairy, and as a gay dude, I really don't want AIDS. And when you short his jizz out on the toilet after getting... I used to rub my own jizz all over... We all love to call him daddy, right? Like the bottoms on the girls that have daddy issues. Like, let's talk about why I asked my ex-partner to put a knife to my throat during missionary. When I... Very attractive things that tops need to do more often. I want to first address, don't forget to poop after he comes in your butt. Common douching problems and how to solve them. As requested, this is my twink workout routine. Here's what every homosexual needs to remember before getting nut. There is this big misconception that bottoms need to not have coffee. How to give better glucky gluck in a way that makes your throat hurt less. Here's how I managed to successfully douche my butt with a water bottle. How getting raped and molested at 6 years old affects my sex life. Here is my personal experience with different STD tests. How do I douche without accidentally squeezing? If you're a
Now you get a better understanding of what's going on, I think.
Yes and no. Yes and no. So is this a Trump or DeSantis guy? You said he's conservative, right?
I don't know if he's conservative. I don't know where I got the he might be conservative thing from. I don't think he is.
Okay. I was under the impression that he was
What did he say, chat? Like didn't he have a video? Why do I think that? I don't know.
Well, I wish him the best.
Yeah.
I mean, he's great. Like he's figured a system out.
Yeah, no, this is what's going on. This is what's popping. TikTok is riddled with stuff like this. That's what I mean. He loves his people. He loves that his people got colonized. Is that what it was? Yeah.
Well, that's his. I guess
Oh yeah, it was trad life. Yeah, he's like, I love being domed by conservative men or something.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Yeah, he said he's a trad bottom or something. That's what it was. Anyway, but regardless, I mean, we did the little Rhonda. Have you seen the other Ron DeSantis stuff? Like,
I've seen every video where he has a beer in his hand. I've seen.
Oh yeah, this is a new one.
Pretty substantially behind. And you
Not here.
That's insane. Why is he doing
That's
that?
the fucking climax of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. He's such a fucking tune. I've said it before, but he's tune. People say Homelander, but it's more tune from Roger Rabbit.
I agree with your assessment 100%. He looks like if he ever was like capable of being horny, his mouth would fall onto the ground and his tongue would roll out like the red carpet with like fucking, train horns coming out of his ears. Just it's crazy.
Here.
Like what is that face? How does his mouth do that?
If he like fucking unhinges his jaw, his mouth becomes like half of his head. So, like it's fucking insane. I mean, like I get the Homelander.
Have some decency.
That's so much of his tongue to see.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if he was president. The world has seen 90% of his fucking tongue.
No, this is not decorum. You can't do that. You can't run for president and behave like this.
I mean, Homelander is like scary, but that's why those scenes are great. Anthony Starr is a brilliant actor, but what makes those scenes like tragic, but tense and captivating, is how terrifying Homelander is. Even if he didn't have superpowers, he'd be a terrifying guy. But this is like, I don't know. I guess it would be scary if you lived in Florida, maybe, but like, it's more whimsical, I would say, in a bad way.
Yeah, he never comes across as, he never reads as scary or an intimidating man ever, even if he's desperately trying to play that role. It's always like you're just like angry at him, but not because of the policies that he's pushing for or anything like that, or the cruelty that he's like defending. It's more so just like, I'm annoyed by your face. You're such a fucking nuisance. You're such a nervous wreck all the time. And you conduct yourself in a horrible fashion.
If it's scary in the way that a fever dream is. Like it's scary in that it's like it's similar to like how a real person would behave or act, but it's an uncanny valley type thing.
Ugh. Anyway, I don't know what this is.
To war with the Tate Bros celebrated Queen Elizabeth's death. There's actually a clip of that. I'm not even kidding. Wore mascara and wanted to fight Aiden Ross. Today we're going to be rating popular streamer and radical feminist Hasan Piker's physique. So right off the bat, this guy is huge. I believe he's 6'5" and he's around 250 to 260 pounds. Really big guy with a huge frame. For his height, he's got a lot of muscle. He's a bit of a higher body fat percentage, but he's got this kind of powerlifting strongman physique, which I actually quite like. So obviously his abs aren't that visible, but he's got a really solid chest, good shoulders, decent arms. There's no pictures of his lats, but I can't see them from the front, so I'm assuming they're not that good. Legs are okay. It's hard to have big legs being that tall. His insertions aren't great, but he makes up for it in mass. Also, his physique is completely invalidated by wearing mascara. And
dude, that's awesome. Wait, this guy with the broccoli cut and like a fucking steroid regimen is still glazing me up while simultaneously being upset that I'm like, I'm wearing mascara and shit.
Is this guy open? Is he self-proclaimed?
I have no idea. I'm looking at him, and well, he might even be. Is he Turkish? Why is his last name Sinann?
I mean, his traps are pretty impressive. Natty or not. Those don't, you don't get those overnight, even if you are on all the great chemicals that the Russian Olympic team has made. Americans tried to imitate.
Is he memeing? He might be memeing. He might be Turkish. I don't know. I mean, is he like an Andrew Tate lover or not? I can't tell.
He's got a little bit of gyno. Since he's a feminist, when his kid comes out, he's gonna breastfeed them. And so overall, Hasan has
that's fucked up. He said he's got a little bit of gyno. He's not wrong. You fucking asshole. I'm sorry. I don't have fucking. Goddamn.
Pretty good physique, a lot of muscle, tall guy. I'm gonna give his physique a 5.5 out of 10.
What?
Wow,
dude, what? That's fucking awful.
He didn't give you like. It really did not sound like he was gonna give you a 5.5. I was expecting like at least like
he fucking
mid-sevens.
glazed me.
Yeah,
he slobbered on it and did tricks on it only to turn around and hit me with a 5.5. Is he trying to fuck me? What's going on? He's negging.
Every time he like said something bad, like every time he was like, well, like his insertions are good, but he more than makes up for it, like with math.
Yeah,
he could not bring himself to fully commit to saying a bad thing. But like, I don't know. Does he give a breakdown of how his system works?
I don't know, which is kind of fucked up. I'm a little rattled. It's just I don't know what to say. 5.5. Jesus Christ. I mean, he's not wrong. I wouldn't. I have body dysmorphia. Plus, I wouldn't rate my physique anywhere near good, especially right now. But still, look at another. 5.5 is good. If Jay Cutler is 9,
Is that the highest rating he's ever given? Jay Cutler at 9.
What is he? What did he give like Aiden Ross? You know what I mean? See, this is how he captured us. He's already getting us.
Yeah. This is another kill that again. I want to call your chat for something. They said I was mixing up my Soulsborne games by talking about the wet nurse that you kill in Dark Souls 3.
Go ahead,
and
defeat them.
Lothric Highwall. That NPC is called the wet nurse. She was the wet nurse for Princess Lothric and Lorien. There's also Margot's wet nurse in Bloodborne. That's a different fucking character. That's not mixing that Miyazaki likes using almost identical character names and job titles and descriptions. Whoever said that I was mixing things up, you're wrong. I know it better than you know your own life.
Okay, let's hear what he had to say about Aiden Ross.
Himself made a commitment to the top G, saying that he would lift and start training.
Stop going gym because I got addicted to liquid heroin.
I think you hold the record for making the most stupid life choice.
He so far has not kept up that promise, so let's see where that left his physique. We're gonna be rating Aiden Ross's physique. All right, Aiden Ross, he's tubby, little bit of guy.
Wait, we need to figure out, like, the only reason why we're looking at this is because, like, we are trying to figure out if his rating system is decent, or if there are other externalities that we are unfamiliar with. Like, what are the outside factors that he's adding in?
A little too much chest hair for my liking. Arms are small. He looks like a prepubescent teen. And then it throws you off because he has a beard and a bald head. Honestly, if he were to get lean, we'd get a better idea of how good his genetics are. But with all that fat covering his midsection, I really can't tell. I think he has pretty bad genetics, especially for someone who's 5'3". You'd want some muscle definition at least. Overall, I'm gonna give his physique a 1 out of 10, but don't let that discourage you, Aiden.
No, I mean, if you had given him, like, within striking distance of your, like, if it was like a 4 or something, I would have been like, okay,
no, this hurts
full
me.
of shit.
Yeah, this hurts me because, like, now he gave Aiden like a correct rating, so now I feel like his rating on me is correct as well.
But, like, okay, do you remember in your rating when he was like, but, like, his physique can never be great because he wears mascara and he's a feminist? Do you think it's possible that he took off like a full 2 points?
Yeah.
From that?
Yeah, I think so. I think like my antagonistic relationship with Andrew Tate played a serious role.
Yeah.
Like, I will never be masculine because, the guy who wears slippers and skin tight fucking the most Euro pants you've ever seen, that's the beacon of masculinity.
Well, does he rate Tate?
I don't know.
But, okay, so he'll take points away for ideological reasons, but he won't add them on. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I expected him to, like, give Aiden some points, for visiting the Tate brothers.
Yeah, for being... Well, he never did.
Oh, he didn't?
No, he never ended up visiting the Tate brothers when he was in... when they were in prison. Or even after they got out, actually.
Well, I mean, who wants to go to Romania? I get it, but... Well,
yeah.
Why not? Why didn't he do it? Was it like Friday Night Lights when Riggins won't go see Jason Street in the hospital?
Yeah. Tate got mad at him.
On in the life of others.
Friend of the show, Jason Love, got raided. Oh, God.
Destroyer of holes, marriages, and Adam 22's reputation. He's probably the first guy I've seen with 3 legs. Today we're going to be rating Jason Love's physique.
It's not
this
wrong.
Man was blessed by the gods. I can't.
He got a fat one.
Stands at 6'5", and his proportions and muscle bellies for that height is incredible.
Yeah, he's right about this as well.
With his
he's not. He's you know what? He's fairly consistent because one of the plights of big boys that a lot of people don't recognize is how much harder it is to build like the muscle mass that will look like a shredded 5'8" guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, especially for like some upper body stuff.
Yeah.
Like getting a really well developed chest when you have long arms when you're a taller guy, especially, is very tough.
Yeah.
Chest. He has a little bit of gyno. Good short.
Everyone has gyno unless they have like a fucking concave chest.
Who doesn't have gyno? What the fuck? Like, okay, that's saying he has gyno is insane.
Yeah. Then everyone does.
Oh, is that the joke? I don't know. Maybe
It might be. And forearms are also very large. Now, he lacks a little bit in the lower body. This is unrelated to his physique, but Adam 22, you're a complete loser. You might say, oh, I made money from the video. Soon you'll learn there's more to life than money, and when your second kid comes out light skin, you'll realize that. Back to his physique. He's got decent lat development, but they could be a bit thicker. And one thing that I think detracts from his physique is his body is covered in tattoos. On a bodybuilding stage, tattoos actually take away from your score at times. He's a low body fat percentage, advantage. His small waist gives him a good V-taper. Can a physique be achieved like this naturally? Honestly, I don't really think he's natty. I've seen his balls, they're pretty tiny. I'm gonna give Jason Love a solid 7.91.
Does that make you feel like 7.91 is like that
makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's
if I'm
not
like
a good
that,
way to
if I'm that close to Jason Love, who is like, as far as 6'5" guys and their physique goes, he's peak. Like he's up there. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit more confident.
Yeah.
He also hit like tattoos as a fucking marker. Like he took points off for tattoos.
Well, yeah, but like I thought his reasoning was sort of faulty. He said that like on a bodybuilding stage, they take points away, but it's like, I mean, clearly this guy is not involved like other pursuits than bodybuilding. He's got other talents.
Today we're gonna rate popular streamer Moist Critical's physique. So he went viral for like flexing his arm. Little did a lot of his fans know he actually lifts quite consistently. He has a skinnier, streamlined physique, little bit of gyno. Abs are not great.
Dude, what the fuck?
I think it's a bit. It's a bit.
Yeah, he's got
It's
it.
a good one though. Put on muscle. He's pretty underdeveloped all around. Chest is.
You say that to any man, you shatter them. They could have like 8% body fat. You say they have gyno, you're gonna any guy that works out is terrified of being called out for having gyno. It doesn't matter. You could have 7% body fat and you would go, oh fuck, I'm dead. You've killed me.
Definitely his strong point, and he does have pretty good tricep insertions. Nothing of his legs, so I'm assuming he's skipping leg day. Overall, I'd say he has a pretty good physique, akin to maybe a soccer player or something of that nature. For guys who are actually consistently in the gym training, I'd say he's about average, so I'm gonna give his physique a 5 out of 10.
I got higher than Charlie.
Okay. And you got higher than Charlie with an ideological deduction.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, all right. This makes me feel a little bit better.
Okay, yeah.
It's projection.
This is one of the few cases where like the deeper you dig, the better everyone feels.
Can we get a gyno explanation? Gynecomastia is
male tits.
Like just having more fat accumulation around your nipples and around like various parts of your chest area that comes from estrogen production. Obviously, like when they talk about like actual gyno, it's a little bit different, but the way he's talking about it is just like having a little bit of fat around your pectoral muscles, which I do have. He's not wrong. He's killed me. He's destroyed me by saying that.
I mean, you know, if there are very few people who are that no one could accuse them of type of gyno at any angle.
Yeah,
they're frequent gym guys.
I mean, I bet he has gyno. That's why he's hiding his fucking nips, dude. You know?
I don't know. Maybe it's an emphasis on his trapezoids.
Yeah,
but it's true. We don't know.
Anyway, don't fucking say to random men that they have gyno. It fucking ruins people. Chat. I mean, it's definitely a devastating hit.
It has sent people down some very bad paths.
Yeah.
I
It's
think
like
a lot of Afghanistan veterans got there because someone told them they had gyno at one point in their life.
Originally, I almost served, for that reason. I did well, for me it's extra bad cuz like when I was really fat, when I was obese, when I was growing up, I did have like a hormonal imbalance or something. I don't know what it was, but my nipples were inverted.
Interesting.
Yeah, they were literally like they were puffy. They were like closed up like this. I don't know how to describe it. So that's why I was always so terrified of taking my shirt off. Holy fuck.
I'm like fatter than normal now. When I was like a really fat teenager, like I my nipples were like the size of like just like uncooked pepperoni, like gigantic. And then typically like the lower body fat I am, the smaller they are. I've never had them inverted though.
Yeah, mine was also like sometimes one was inverted, not both, which makes it weirdly worse. But
yeah, you'd prefer symmetry,
yeah,
obviously.
yeah. But for the chatters asking like, how did it go away? Well, one, I'm no longer in puberty age, and two, I lost a lot of weight. So
the nice thing is like if you get out of like teenage fatness. I was an extremely fat teenager. It's never quite as bad as that. Like I've during like COVID, during like lockdown, American style lockdown, I was like 265, but not like fat in the same way as I was at a similar weight.
He has no gyno. That's why he was flexing.
Honestly, yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he has like styrations and everything.
Yeah,
like,
holy shit.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. Maybe he's photoshopping it. Fucking asshole. That's even worse, because if you had gyno, it's funny. Now you're just an asshole. You know what I mean? You're just a fucking dickhead.
Maybe he's Mormon. Maybe he was pre-selected.
Nah, he's got the broccoli cut that early. He probably is hiding a hairline. You know what I mean? All right, let's get back to this guy, though. So this fucking juice monkey, this behemoth, this Baki character, I appreciate him. I just want to say, I want to set the scene. I glazed him for like an hour. My chat was very upset with me. And I want to run this video, and I want your thoughts on him.
Everybody is lacking in their upper chest. So that's why all heavy pressing movements always incline for me. Flies, I'm a little more lenient. You know, I'm just trying to fucking...
How old do you think this guy is? Do you know? Did you look it up?
I already know. I will say before I knew, I would have guessed probably range 29 to 33.
Yeah.
But he is
like 33 with like good skin, like suspiciously good skin. You know what I mean? No, he's 21 years old.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's very alarming. And like, if I could tell him anything, it would be like what you were going for. Like, you did it. You fucking got it. And
a little bit of gyno.
Gyno. 5.1. You know, you did what you set out to do. You probably the same thing that is cutting at you. You know, it's still going on. I would taper down now. You know what I mean?
I think he does. He probably is just like bulking. I assume he's like a physique competitor. This is actually a good point. That's just the difference in a skinny kid bulking up versus a chubbier kid getting fit. The difference in your Jason and Gyno versus his lag, in my opinion. You're actually not wrong on that. Skinny motherfuckers love getting putting on pounds by just taking a metric ton of steroids, and then they flex their fucking natural low body fat percentage. It's like, okay, let's see how you do off cycle, okay?
But even when they're not,
I'm a natty big boy.
Even when a skinny guy bulks up, it's just like all they are doing is like they're doing the Homer Simpson trying to get on disability diet and bitching the entire time.
Yeah, I hate that extra because it's like fuck you. I wish I could just. I wish that would be my problem.
Yeah, no, the struggles I had to go through in my fucking life to get like the triangle dick muscle.
Oh my god,
I had to do so fucking much.
Yeah, and then your body, and your body hates you for it. Like your body literally is telling you like, no, this is not comfortable. Every plateau you hit, your body is basically telling you like, listen, dog, you shouldn't be at this weight. Like you should go back up, maybe 10 pounds. Come on. Fucked up.
The first time I grappled, like, you know, in my long quest to get that muscle, it like my body was screaming at me to go play Metal Gear Solid 4. Saying, stop this.
Yeah.
He's trying to kill me.
Did you see?
Yeah. Oh, Greg Douchit came out with a...
The size of this guy, 5'11", 240 pounds.
Wait, he's 5'11"? Sam Sulik. What is he?
Is that another stealth Turk?
I don't know, dude. There's a lot of fucking stealth Turks out there. Who
And
knows?
lean. I think he's in danger.
Oh,
Whoa,
Jesus
what the fuck?
Christ.
What the fuck?
Dude, holy moly, brother.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yo. Greg Douchit always yelling. He's just never not yelling. I don't know what happened to him.
It's like a Gary V type thing, but like, holy shit, like what happened?
I mean, dude, that's... I assume that's, you know, that's probably not due to the naturally occurring amount of acne that you get. They can try and combat with Accutane or something. That's like, I assume that is because he's just absolutely out of control, juiced up.
Possibly. Very possibly.
Bro's going through puberty, relax. To be fair, that could be the reason.
I
He's
mean, like 21, like hormones are raging, and he's clearly like lifting a shit ton. It could be fuck me, I'm wrong. Like it could be he's totally natural, and it's just like that's the consequences of just everything going crazy. Who knows?
These aren't stretch marks, chat.
You see the visual changes in his face. He does not look like a healthy young man, only 21 years of age. And based on his current...
Only 21! I love that. He's like, dude,
What is his enunciation? He's like Ramon from Resident Evil 4.
You're so jacked. Why do you sound like that? I'm like fucking Pee-wee Herman or some shit.
Size
I would
and
prescribe
the
cigarettes
side
to him.
effects that are clearly visible, I do believe he's on high doses. I don't think this guy is playing it safe.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wow.
Yeah, no.
Okay, thank
Wow.
you. Well, thank you,
Good
Inspector.
assessment, dude.
Glad we have Sherlock on the case.
Yeah, he doesn't think this guy's playing it safe. Yeah, really? This guy's 21 years old, man. That's the thing I was trying to explain to chatters. Like it's impossible. He doesn't have enough years to work out. Like, even with like a normal stack, he doesn't have enough years in his life to work out and develop this level of muscle mass.
Right. And we're not saying that it's like not impressive, right?
Oh,
like,
it's so impressive.
I will stress this a billion fucking times. Even if like you do steroids, it still takes a shitload of work to look
Absolutely.
like that. It's still incredibly impressive, and it takes a lot more work and dedication than like most people in their physical pursuits will ever do. At the same time, very bad for you.
Here's the thing. My argument was, if you know it's like shaving, every stack is shaving like 10 years off of your life. If you know that and you're like, yeah, I'm cycling. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if I die when my heart explodes by the age of like 24. Then, go off. Go crazy.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I guess it's up to you.
Yeah.
It's your choice.
I'm not going to stop you.
It would make me happy if the guy were to, safely taper down, but ultimately it is his choice.
Yeah, this technique shortens your lifespan, Sam Kun. Exactly. It's very anime. I respect it.
Pump the shit out of the whole thing. But heavy pressing, I've been done flat in forever, and I've never done decline. Or at least I've never had decline like in the routine.
The fact that he's also out of breath, though, is kind of wild.
Yeah, that was the alarming thing to me.
Yeah.
More than anything, because, with his face or something, look, like maybe it's bad skin day or something. The fact that he's that out of breath is shocking.
Yeah. No, this guy is saying the same shit that I was saying. Everybody's saying this kid's unhealthy, looks like shit. I actually have great respect for him. 21 years old, already chosen how he will die. Insane pump. Standing under gym bathroom lighting, sprouting off wildly untrue statements about fitness. This is his peak.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's great. He reminds me of like the logical conclusion of his existence is if he survives long enough is the mutant. Have you ever seen that guy? I think I've shown you him.
No, I haven't seen him.
What was the name of the guy? Chatter, the bodybuilder. He calls himself the mutant. I definitely showed you him. You've seen. What? Gym devotion? This guy? Oh, here. This is the guy.
Oh no, I haven't seen this guy.
He is also known as the mutant, and he is proving his nickname right by his massive size physique with.
This is such an
How
awesome.
the fuck does he do anything?
Vaxxed? Yeah. Yeah. Nick Walker, the mutant.
This is what 3 J&Js get you.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm taking 8 if that's the case.
But it's like, how does he like shower? There's like he.
Bro, he's walking around like a fucking Ninja Turtle.
Every day. And I believe that's
Scooping the fucking.
success.
What is that? Ground beef that he's just scooping off the counter? Bro, look at him. He tried to kneel down to grab it. He's having a hard time.
Holy fuck.
In the words of, Sean Clarita, there's no plan B.
It's also wild when these guys don't suffer from hairline penalties for like stacking this hard. How is that possible?
What do you do? Like, how do you like get into a car? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Over, under, he dies getting up from the toilet when he's 63. He's not making it to 63,
Yeah,
brother.
fuck no.
No.
If Rich Piana didn't make it
Yeah.
like into his 50s, like, man. R.I.P. I like that they showed motivational footage of him cleaning his skillet.
I lived in an identical apartment to him.
It sort of looks like the time when I subletted a couch in Queens as a young man.
Look at this scary music. Like, this is fucking insane. Like, what? Look at this. Look at this. What is happening here? Like, what does he have? Like, neck muscles on top of his neck? Like, what the fuck?
It's like the size and volume of his neck muscles gives him the same thing as like a cop's hot dog neck.
Yeah.
That they get from fatness.
He's too muscular. Wait, this guy bench pressed 1,004. I mean, this is different. We're talking power lifters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a whole different ball game. Wait, is this raw, or is he got one of those shirts on? You know about those shirts, the denim shirts?
Yeah. What do they like actually do?
It restricts your movement. So bench shirts restrict your movement so much that your body naturally pushes up.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. He has a bench shirt on. Oh my God, he almost died. I love that. That's a car. 1,000 for 11 reps.
All right.
Oh,
here we go. 1, 2, up.
He said small PR with my... That guy ain't spotting shit, bro. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, there's other people. I didn't realize.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was about to... Yeah. What is that guy going to do?
2, good. 3.
Range of movement is so massive. Yeah, I mean, obviously, in powerlifting, it's all about cheating as much as you can to limit your range of movement. That's why women used to hit like insane numbers until I think they like restricted, they nerfed women by stopping them from arching their backs. So now your ass has to also touch the bench. Back in the day,
there should be a league where they allow women to do that.
Yeah,
why not? Like, I want to see like in a situation where like someone had to like literally lift a car, could do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, there was a women exploit in powerlifting that they had the nerve because women could like arch so much more than these fucking ginormous dudes. So they would literally arch their backs so much that the movement was this much. You know what I mean? And the amount of fucking weight that you can put up in this distance is a lot more than a full, you know, the full distance that you would normally have to go.
Yeah. There should be like a full cheating league.
They implemented a depth rule for bench press, so your elbows have to be parallel with your shoulder joint. You can still arch within that limit. Yeah, men were doing it too, yes.
Right, no, everyone should do it. That's what I mean. Like, there should be a league where it's like you can't do that, and there should be a league with like all the exploits.
The hair does not fall out because of the extreme amount of testosterone. Is because of an unwanted byproduct while the body is producing testosterone. You mean DHT, which is a different kind, right? I mean, that's what closes off your hair follicles. Anyway, why are we looking at this? I sometimes find myself.
We went down the rabbit hole. The guy rated your.
Yeah, well, you know, I did want to show this guy to you and get your takes. I think steroids should be legal.
I do too. No, I think it should all be legal.
And it kind of is already if you're rich. Like you can go to the right doctor that will prescribe you TRT and levels of TRT that's like beyond for genuine medical purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, yeah, it's the same thing. It's the other side of the coin of like a doctor feel good.
Yeah. Yeah. you take minoxidil orally or topically? One of them is minoxidil. If that's Rogaine, then that's topically. I don't take it orally. Oh yeah, here I'm gonna run the top of the hour ad break right now. Breaking Dave W is seen enough. Oh yeah, Ohio. Major victory for the pro-choice side. Ohio issue one, a measure to raise the threshold to pass state constitutional amendment to 60% fails.
Has any referendum on the anti-choice side won since Dobbs? I don't think so.
Well, that's precisely why they did it like this, where they were like, "Oh, it's not even guys, trust me, it's not about abortion.
Yeah.
It's about outside influence coming into the state of Ohio, and in order to combat that, you have to win petitions in like every district of Ohio, and obviously nobody bit that, nobody believed that, so they were like, no, fuck off. Like you're trying to stop, you're trying to stop any kind of abortion amendment from being put on a ballot. So
abortion is now like one of those things similar to, I guess, right to work, where when put in front of people, the usual linguistic tricks are not working anymore. With abortion, I mean, it's very rarely been the subject of like direct democracy, but yeah, it's tough to fool people with that one.
Yeah, because I've talked about this a lot. I talked about this a lot earlier today. This is a major problem in the Republican Party right now. I feel like the entire, and it's actually perfectly representative of the issues that Ron DeSantis is facing because of what he's done thus far, which is putting the cart before the horse, where he ends up not utilizing culture war issues as a way to distract away from the problems as he like deregulates and allows corporations to steal every dollar from your pocket or poison your fucking water supply, whatever, you know what I mean? Instead of doing that, he's actually becoming a culture warrior and genuinely utilizing big government to harm corporate interests, which is antithetical to what Republicans do and is the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do. So that is, I think that is part of the reason why even Rick Scott was critical of Ron DeSantis's moves against Disney, right?
Right.
But you're taking it too far.
Right. I mean, someone pointed out that I think it's Never Back Down, the head of Never Back Down, like the big DeSantis, the equivalent to Jeb's Right to Rise, Ed Rollins, former, HW era, a guy who probably won Che Guevara's watch in a poker game with Poppy in the Golden Age. If you look at HW or W or anyone we use as an example of a normal Republican outside of the last 15 years, they would use, as you said, they would use culture war as not your primary thing.
No,
this is your side dish.
No, it's a means to distract.
Exactly.
You can talk about culture war all day, every day, but when it comes down to it, when you're passing legislation, it's not necessarily about actually pushing for legislation that literally kills gay children or something. You know what I mean? You're just supposed to say oh no, that's bad. That's really bad. It's same with abortion, where you're not actually supposed to criminalize abortion, because when you do that, then you can't lie. It's truly just a cruel and unusual and undemocratic thing that you just did. And now your base that probably took advantage in certain instances of abortion not being criminalized and could easily, if they had an ectopic pregnancy or if they wanted to get a fucking abortion as a Republican, could go and get it, albeit limited in red states with trap laws or whatever, but they could still go and get an abortion. Now they can't, so all of a sudden you can't lie about it. You can't be like, oh, I'm pro-choice. Nobody's pro-life when it comes down to their child having to get this medical procedure.
But at the same time, though, outside of DeSantis and Trump, though, that was unavoidable. It was unavoidable even if Trump never fucking existed. Something like this was going to happen.
The Federalist Society.
It was already happening. You know, there was that very famous case in Indiana where a woman was basically sent to prison, not basically, literally sent to prison for having a miscarriage, which was a consequence of, you know, laws that 10 years prior we would think, oh, a Republican legislature would never pass that. They wouldn't be that suicidal. But the thing is, with like culture war issues, even if you're using them in the most cynical possible way to distract, the thing with them is that you have to keep upping the ante. Yeah. You have to keep giving things to, you know, whatever pressure groups you're relying on, or whatever part of your coalition really genuinely cares about these things, that you are inevitably going to go over that line where you are like outright criminalizing these things. Like gearing up into like actual genocidal things.
Yeah.
It's unavoidable. There's just no way to really back down from it.
And that is, I think, a genuine problem where we're at an impasse. Where do we have enough suburban white folks that are upper middle class that are going to be brain poisoned by Fox News and the Republican media infrastructure to then also become like the crazy, sweaty, parent teachers conference weirdos that they are currently looking at and going, oh, that's kind of gross. I don't want that. I don't want to be associated with that. Or is the opposite going to happen, where they start not voting, or maybe voting for the Democratic Party in certain elections, and then the Republican Party needs to retriangulate their messaging and what they're pushing for?
I think, I mean, outside of the like upcoming presidential election, which is so hard to predict because it's one of the only ones I've seen where it's like both so early on, I think we pretty much know who the candidates are going to be, and they're both in such bad positions.
Yeah.
They're both in such fucking terrible positions. Outside of that, though, the data that we have since Dobbs on every level, you know, state, local, federal elections, seems to suggest that there is some racial depolarization going on, and that those suburban, not just women, some men are making that shift.
Yeah, but there's also the other side too, where the Republican Party for the first time is not only chipping away at the black vote from the Democratic Party, which in prior election cycles their goal was just simply to get them not to vote for the Democratic Party, which kind of failed. But you know, it was I guess it was like moderately successful, maybe, let's say. But now they're actually for the first time gaining voters to their side. Now, is this going to be a real election mover? I don't think so, but I do think that is genuinely signaling that a tide is changing.
With that, like in numbers that are so significant so as to like change the outcome of a presidential election, I will believe it when I see it. I do know that like some things have changed. Some things changed very markedly in 2020. I do think that there is a lot of hay being made, like in liberal political media. There is this like very quick impulse I've seen among people to like instantly put the onus like on black male voters, which I think is like, I don't know if that's someone jumping the gun or if that's like, you know, or up high, but either way, it's like both looks like you're panicking and is, you know, it's just outright disgusting. It's just put it on them, you know?
To me, it spells that there are a lot of apolitical people that are outright resentful of the Democratic Party in due to their inaction, disdain, like open negligence towards like black issues in general.
Right.
Because it's always this. The way I see it is, it's politics can be very complicated, but it can also be very simple in the sense that if you don't offer anything to a voter and one side is at least like making them interested, then they're going to go and vote for the other side. Like if people are angry, if there's a lot of anger out there, and at least one side is like basically saying, "Oh, you're angry for this reason," and slowly but surely you start understanding that perspective, you're gonna go, "Yeah, you know what? I am fucking angry for this reason. These guys do suck. They're telling me nothing is all that bad, or things are only bad when Republicans are in charge." The other side of this, or perhaps a more successful strategy here, is the Texas GOP, where they have done a decent amount of work on Hispanic voters in Texas, and looking at a lot of polling for the Latino voter bloc in Texas, which is definitely far from a monolith. I think that the Latino voter population across all demographics are actually very positive towards big government initiatives, even in like the least favorable terms that you can describe it. And of course, Democrats aren't doing any of that shit. So on the other hand, they're also somewhat socially conservative. So if you're not going to implement any fiscally progressive policies, or even claim that you're going to do that, you're going to always lose out on the culture war issues to a especially older Hispanic voters that are, definitely more socially conservative. If the Texas GOP is like actively trying to reach out and say like, "Oh yeah, we're trying to defend Catholics," whereas these Democrats are perverts and they want to steal your baby and do an abortion on your baby.
Depending where you are, I
Gotta read more Richard Hanania.
and Richard and Anya.
Yeah.
You get a fuller picture of like a modern voting practices. Texas is like, it's a whole different thing, right? It's like, if you're looking at like Texas Latinos, like any random Mexican guy from Texas, his family has probably been here like 100 years longer than my family has.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? It's like a different thing.
Also, a lot of Latinos in Texas, but all around the United States of America, also identify as white as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, but we'll see. We're not getting quite what I wanted, which is the 20,000 voter election, Kamala versus Ron DeSantis, but it's something close to it. We're getting the two shittiest positions for two major candidates in. I can't wait.
On the other hand, though, Trump is kind of back. He's getting his riz on a little bit. I mean, the comparison to Ron DeSantis is crazy.
No, Christie's he's eating right now. He can't be bothered.
But he never went away. This is the thing. He's best. Like, he is amazing.
Sir, please do not call him a fat pig. That's very disrespectful. Don't call him. See, I'm trying to be nice. Don't call.
There is nothing more American than a fat guy pointing the finger at a fatter guy and going, "You fucking fat ass."
Yeah, like how, like in sheer pounds, how far away are they?
Yeah.
Not that much.
But dude, that is so fucking, that's so American,
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Call him a fat pig. You can't do it. You can't do that. So now, because you're not allowed to do that, and therefore we're not going to do it, okay? We want to be very civil, right? So, the latest...
It's so good. It's great.
I mean, they could probably just pretty much give him the nomination now, but I'll enjoy watching the process.
I need more, the fact that he was talking about potentially not doing the debate is insane to me. Like, that's where you shine. What do you mean? He has no enemies there.
I am sort of curious about his calculus there.
I
think, I don't know. Maybe he's afraid of giving, Vivek a moment. Like, it's something stupid like that we're not thinking of.
Really? You think, first of all...
You would be shocked.
Bro, Vivek is... he's Indian. There's no shot that the Republicans are gonna. But they are gonna find they're
I'm
not.
not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right, but it's like the calculus that individual politicians and their advisors make. It makes zero sense to us, but to them, it makes all the sense in the world. Like that is the type of stupid shit get a paid political consultant. They'll go like, oh no, this could be the Vivek show if you go and do this.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, there's an Indian prime minister. Yeah, exactly. In the fucking UK, brother. What are you talking about? Americans, I've talked about this before. When we covered the P slur, right? I won't say it, but it's short. It's Pakistani, but short, right? Americans are not aware that this is even a slur for the most part, because we are not one of those countries that immediately thinks, oh, Indian and Pakistani men are also Asian. Yeah. So, like, if you're in a country where when you say Asian, that means like both East Asian, like Korean, Japanese, Chinese, but also Pakistani and maybe even Afghan and also Indian, that's a different situation. Americans are not even like up to date with the racisms that they can do towards Indian people. That's how little that's how little it's in the orbit of interest or curiosity. They just know like, oh, 7-Eleven. You know what I mean?
Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino would represent an American who is on the more culturally aware side of things.
Yeah. In the UK, when you say Asian, your mind will go to South Asian before East Asian. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like in America, when you say Asian, you think East Asian. You never think South Asian. Rishi Sunak wasn't elected, though. It doesn't matter. I'm just, I mean, actually, I guess that's a good point. But what I'm trying to say, I guess, is that I just don't see, especially in the Republican Party, an Indian man rising to prominence. They just see like brown and they're like, well, that's not white. And that's weird. And the only reason why they haven't, the only reason why they're not even paying attention to Vivek is because like it's a non-entity. And the moment that he like gains more prominence in the polls, they would just like, they would go crazy over it. They would start finding new ways of doing racism. You know what I mean? Until he was bullied out of the race. Why is Vivek polling about DeSantis? I've only seen it in a couple polls. I don't believe that that's... They tried in 2010 with the Indian governor of Louisiana. Yeah. Stop tying your dogs to benches. What? You okay? Okay, gonna... What the fuck? Hope you're all right, chatter. Isn't Nikki Haley an exception? Hello? Nikki Haley? Have you seen Nikki Haley? If you ask most people that voted for Nikki Haley, they wouldn't even know that she was Indian. What are you talking about? You're giving me more examples of why I'm right. Like saying Kamala Harris, for example. Kamala Harris is a black woman. Okay? In the United States of America, no one is like, oh, Kamala Harris is only half black. You know what I mean? Nikki Haley is in the eyes of the population of voters, she's not an Indian woman. She is a white woman. You know what I mean? So, being cute down there. So where was I? What else? Okay, so he's bringing back failed characters from previous seasons.
Where is Corey Lewandowski? Corey, where is Corey? Where is he? Well, there he is. Always likes to be a little bit in the background.
So fucked up.
Thank you, Corey. Great job. He's doing a great job. Corey.
That's so fucking wrong. Fucking light bulb head. Most beautiful.
Yeah.
Most beautiful woman in American politics. Fucking thing that's ever happened.
The mic is not even off. He was being quiet when he was talking about Corey Lewandowski and how upset he got.
It really fucking upsets me.
He got upset about Corey Lewandowski being with Nikki Haley.
Hopix.
Or, I mean, not Nikki Haley, Hopix, sorry.
You know, that was my favorite Michael Wolff thing. He claimed that Trump fucked Nikki Haley.
Wait, he did?
Yeah, he did. That was like one of the big controversies with his book.
Why did anybody... Oh, God.
And it's like... It's not that Nikki Haley's like ugly or anything. She's not. It's just that like Trump would never like... He would never like fuck a 50-year-old woman. You know what I mean?
I don't think
like,
Trump fucks.
We're so...
Right. Well, like all his sexual engagement is just like, it's a thing for him to tell other men.
Yeah.
It's like solely so he can impress other men. And to that end, he would not fuck like a 50-year-old woman, even if she was like attractive.
Yeah. Because he can't get any bragging rights out of that.
Yeah. If his only utility is like how it impresses other men, then like, yeah, why would he do that?
Trump era scandal books, Aso Pearly, Avenatti, Woodward, Wolf, etc. I mean, everybody knew that these guys were charlatans from the jump. It was just that like liberal media has this incredible power of just completely avoiding any and all controversy or ridiculous things that they're saying in an effort to weaponize them against Trump, I guess. Like, it literally doesn't matter. So Trump asked his fans in New Hampshire, this is important, if he should do the Fox News debate.
We're so far above everybody else in the polls. They're all saying, is he going to go into the debate? And I say, I don't know. If you're leading by 50 and 60 and 70 points, do you do that or not? I don't know. Should I? Okay, you ready? Poll. We take a free poll. Should I do the debate?
Oh, they all said yes. See, even though they want to glaze him and be like, no, they're still they're just like me. They're so content brains. They're like, come on, please, sir, do it. I want more than anything to watch the trial. I want it to be televised. It'd be so good.
I really hope that's the case. There's another thing, though, that I just thought of for the debate. What if, like, okay, here's the best thing Trump has going for him, right? That for, like, a bunch of voters, he can go out there and go, like, remember the Trump economy, referring to, like, you know, like, let's say 30-month period with, you know, low inflation, high growth, et cetera, et cetera. That works on a lot of people. But you get diminishing returns by people seeing Trump. His personal numbers are, like, horrible. He is an albatross around the neck of the party. I think that the midterms, it was more a reflection of, you know, Dobbs and backfiring culture war upping the ante, but also him. He's, you know, more times than not, he's dragged his party down, you know?
Yeah, that's why they wanted to replace him.
But, like, maybe the strategy on his side is, like, to show him as little as possible. To, you know, soft glide him to the nomination and have him out. Sort of do what Biden did in 2020.
Ooh.
What if that's the strategy?
That could be it, but I feel because he's already clapping in the primaries. He doesn't really even need to be that public. And he already has an automatic publicity from every indictment. Whenever there's another indictment, every Republican has to come out and be like, yeah, this is really crazy. We have to defend Donald Trump. It's like, bro, you're running against him. Like, what the fuck? You're showing you have no backbone. Like, why?
Well, I mean, there's just no lane in that party for being like, yeah, he did break the law. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Like, there's no lane. Nothing.
Yeah, it's great. It's awesome. They're completely cooked.
Well, maybe we'll do something else. You know, see, some people say yes, but they hate to say it because it doesn't make sense to do it if you're leading by so much, but they like it for entertainment value because they're selfish. They're selfish.
I mean, he's right.
We're so far.
He's right, and he should still do it. I think.
The more I think about it, the more I think they're doing the Biden basement strategy. Please show him to the most committed.
I know, but like, I think part of the reason why Trump kind of fell out of favor was twofold. One, because he was really just adamant about the election being stolen from him, and it was like, I think he went overboard with. He has a really good way of usually tying back his own personal grievances to like a broader conversation about like liberal elite perverts that have like wronged him, but just like they've wronged you in West Virginia, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like he's normally so good about getting some fucking coal miner family who basically lives in the same house with like internet getting cut off once every 2 weeks to get mad about Graydon Carter.
Right, he can take He can take those people, get them mad about like whatever issue, and the result is there's enough support to pass like basically a Reaganomics bill. Right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Whereas the election being stolen from him, I think got to a point where it was like he was just like too repetitive.
Yeah,
that it wasn't good content,
and not just too repetitive. I mean, there are two things. One, doing that, unfortunately, makes you look like a fucking loser. Even in the case of like 2000, absolutely 100,000% stolen election.
Yeah.
Undebatable. Unfortunately, even though that's the case, it kind of looked like a fucking loser in 2000 if you're like, hey, they stole it. Like that's, unfortunately, I think one of the reasons that maybe Democrats didn't fight that hard as they should have. The other thing is that the individual things that he's pursued with, his interpretation of election fraud have hurt, like, normally when Republicans have, like, made election fraud or voter fraud, like, an issue, right, there's a coherent strategy they have that's meant to, like, suppress votes that typically go against them, right? With him, it's just this scattershot thing of, like, whatever he sees, and it's so disorganized that it ends up suppressing their own vote. Because he's basically just telling, like, the base and his supporters and people who normally vote for Republicans, hey, they're not going to count your vote. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, don't mail-in vote. They'll throw it away. And, there are other factors, bigger factors that contribute.
Or even, the mail-in, like, being so expressly anti-mail-in ballot is so stupid because it's the only reason why Trump got more votes than any other Republican in the history of the party. It's because of mail-in ballots. Like, that's it. Making it easier for everyone to vote was overall, I guess it yielded some benefits for the Republicans as well. And instead of, like, reconfiguring that structure, they're still so caught up in, like, ensuring that, like, going back to that old election strategy of making sure that as little amount of people vote as possible will always be favorable to them as far as electoral outcomes.
That's no longer the case.
Yeah.
That is huge. That is, I think, the most underrated development that I've only seen a few people talk about. And the only guys who has talked about it at length, to the point that this subject deserves, and Jermaine, that now, like, low turnout does not necessarily benefit Republicans. That's fucking massive. That kind of changes everything. And I'm really excited for this one. Excited, horrified, bored, etc. Everything you can feel. Because I really don't fucking know. It's like, it's almost like both guys are trying to throw Bidenomics. Why would you do that?
I think they're relying on inflation totally slowing down by the time the election comes around so that they can be like, look, we did it actually. But the reality is, regardless of what happens in the economy, consumers recognizing that is still always going to be kind of vibes based. And also big ticket items are not, they're like things that are not in the consideration when you normally think about consumer goods are still profoundly expensive and impossible to combat. and the externalities from that, like, are highly visible. Homelessness, for example, as a direct problem caused by the housing market.
Yes.
So if you don't tackle that at all, then people are still not going to, they're just not going to see the economy in the way that you want them to see it. No matter how many fucking Harvard graduates write for the New York Times about how wonderful things are, actually, regardless of how you feel about it.
Right. Even if, like, even if, like, things are in the exact condition they want them in a year from now, it's not like people are going to forget that they experienced, negative wage growth for this time. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's a huge fucking
Plus,
thing.
it always takes a couple years for people to, like, start recognizing economic changes due to policy. That's the other issue. And then last but not least, no matter what happens, I think, people are still, even when the economy's healthy, it's not like people aren't struggling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. If people overlook a lot of things that Trump was capable in a way that a conventional politician would be. Because people always wanted to make him, the exception that proves the rule, et cetera, et cetera. He is this abrogation of the system. But, there are a bunch of conventional things he did and conventional things he was good at. One of them was tying himself to a low inflation, high growth economy, making that weakly tied to him in the minds of infrequent voters and people who vote in presidential elections. He didn't do it like enough for second term, but it's one of his talents that he retains to this day.
also, even like, there was a New York Times poll that was really interesting where, like, they asked people how they felt about the economy during COVID under the Trump administration, and they felt more positive about the economy then than they do right now, when, like, demonstrably the economy is doing better now.
Because that was the first time in most people's lives where they actually received the actual assistance of a government safety net when they needed it.
Yeah.
And the fact that it happened under Trump, you can complain, you can say, oh, things aren't as bad as people feel. Oh, well, look at this day. Look, you can say that all you want. That doesn't change what happened. Reality. What people feel, what people remember, what people experienced.
Yeah. I don't think that we go anywhere with people feeling positively about the economy unless we do something about the housing market. And I think that, like, the notion that only building, like, luxury high-rise condominiums, there was, like, a New Yorker article that just came out recently where it was like, well, technically at least rent growth is slowing when there's new development. So why are people upset that they correctly point out that new development still leads to increasing rent?
Right.
It's like, well, you just said it in the article. It does. It still leads to increasing rent. Just because rent growth slows down when there's new development doesn't change that rent growth is still a constant. And in the eyes of a lot of people, they still see, like, rent going up.
And it has the same problem that the other biggest immiserating factor unique to the housing thing isn't as unique to the American economy as the other thing, healthcare, right?
Yeah.
Healthcare is the way that healthcare immiserates specifically and impoverishes in America is very unique to us. Housing, not so much. We see that in a lot of other places. But you have the same problem with both, which is even if you do exactly what should be done, even if, like, okay, let's say we get exactly what, let's say what I want with healthcare. Let's say we fucking nationalize it, right? Not just Medicare for all. We nationalize it. We nationalize everything. You still, unfortunately, a lot of the times, when you build entire sectors of the economy that are based off, like, just graft and unregulated profiteering, you have to pay the piper when you end up popping that balloon. Someone's going to get fucked. It's going to hurt in some way or the other, unfortunately.
Yeah. Healthcare executives, or even like people working in healthcare companies, are going to be harmed by this, because not everyone's going to have a job under a nationalized healthcare structure.
Right. I mean, like the healthcare executives, like, look, whatever happens to them, who fucking cares?
We're talking about
but like
accountants and shit.
Right. Someone who's their only route into like semi-precarious middle classness was like, medical billing. Okay, well, for some people, there will be a need for like a bureaucracy in an American super NHS, right? But it's, there's still going to be some people who just, they're not going to be able to go over. And with housing, this problem where, I mean, yeah,
the backbone.
What we're doing is untenable.
The backbone of American politics is like individual homeowners that see their only mechanism of wealth generation to be their property value steadily increasing.
Yes,
and they are going to see a tangible negative effect from their housing prices decreasing, and that will that will harm their mortgage opportunities. That will make them feel like they're paying so much more for this product that is no longer as valuable. There's also a bunch of small mom and pop homeowners, landlords that own like 1 to 9 properties, I think, which make up like the majority of like home ownership in this country.
Yeah.
Those guys hold down local politics like a militia. They are infinitely more powerful than the 3%ers as far as like political momentum and strong arming local politics goes. And I don't know how to deal with that at all.
Yeah.
The problem is not that billionaires will be slightly less billionaire. No, you're missing the point. In the United States of America, there are 18 million millionaires. 18 million. A lot of those people have millions of dollars as a consequence of real estate. Okay? Like pretty much every single person, when you think about their net worth, that has more than $1 million usually has a home that places into their net worth. That's their major asset, right?
Right. And going back a little bit, even if okay, let's say like, again, everything, let's say I get exactly what I want again. And like with the healthcare thing, okay, like, yes, there would be a need for tons of jobs. Tons of people would be able to, transfer their jobs from, working from fucking Oscar to working for the American super NHS. But there would still be some pain because, this was one of the only growth sectors of the American economy. There would still be, you still have to pay the piper. With this, and overall, things would be way fucking better. Don't get me wrong. Same thing with housing. Even if overall things are way fucking better, if people feel like if a middle class person feels like their family is poorer because like, oh, well, like my kids can't get my house, it will be worth like 30 times as much as it is now, when they're my age. If they feel like that's taken away from them and they feel like they're doing worse, well, then, yeah, you've got another problem. Got a whole set of other issues, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's
there's
no solution to this in a democratic process. Like, it has to be relatively authoritarian. That is just the reality.
And it's the awful thing about like the uniquely immiserating factors of the American economy is that they are set up in such a way that, massive changes to them to change the exact things that make them so wrong and fucked up will cause, you're going to have to pay the piper in the short and medium term just because of how things have been set up, fortunately.
Yeah.
And all we can say is if you're an officer, a mid-level officer in the military right now, start reading the Hugo Chavez or Gaddafi biography. Just joking. Just joking.
You're still going along with the charismatic military guy who's who it's captivated.
It's the only fucking thing I can think of, right? That's the only thing. That is the only thing. I'm kidding. If you are a mid-level officer in the military right now, put down that copy of your Dodge
David Goggins
Hellcat fucking user manual, whatever they call it. Put it down. Pick up the Gaddafi biography. Okay, have you read it? You've read the Green Book. Put it down. Put down the Green Book. Buy the Resident Evil 4 remake. Have fun. I'm not suggesting anything else. Let's keep doing the American democracy forever.
Yeah. We would never.
Yes.
Who knows? Who knows how that works out?
Who knows? Yeah, we'll see.
There's no way to achieve this with democratic process, but it would take more effort to educate the public and fight disinformation. I mean, it doesn't matter because like the awesome power that California, the state that we currently reside in, is a perfect example of this. $80 billion budget surplus, billions of dollars of funds generated specifically through numerous ballot measures that are democratically voted on, that are infinitely more popular than any fucking California congressperson, that directly are there to address the problem of homelessness, okay? Every fucking year, Californians go out, every 2 years, every 4 years, we go out and we vote for yet another additional tax that will directly fund some anti-homelessness initiative. And I don't mean like, put homeless people in camps and kill them, like Project Home Key, Project Room Key. These are all different various initiatives to combat homelessness. And it's not a consequence of a lack of funds for this problem, is what I'm trying to say. It's a consequence of every single one of these initiatives stop dead in its tracks when they're actually trying to start the process. And Gavin Newsom certainly is not the charismatic leader that is interested in putting his foot down and being like, no, I want to be president one day, so I am going to say, fuck you. No, we are utilizing these hotels. Like, fuck you, eminent domain, bitch, suck my dick. He's not that guy. He didn't get to the point that he got to. He didn't sling that much dick for no reason. You know what I mean?
Who in the fucking world is going to watch the Newsom DeSantis?
I
don't even think I'm going to watch it.
I will watch it. We will watch it.
I guess I will.
We will be there.
If not for professional reasons, I would not watch it.
That's one of those debates that like every dude with like every dude that's like sock them.
Yeah. Anyone with an EU flag who has never left America.
Yeah. Sock them. Loyalist to Slava Ukraine. I'm a urbanist. Blah blah blah. Like all of those accounts, some of which are in here right now. Are going to go crazy over it. They're going to go nutty with it.
Yeah. And I get it if I were them, because it's like, I don't think it's going to be a blowout either way, but I favor Newsom and DeSantis just because of DeSantis, Charlie Crist and Andrew fucking Gillum, on a Molly come down. They both almost made him cry.
Yeah. No,
what is gruesome Gavin al-Assad?
No, he's gonna be like, your wife looks hot. Guess what? I fucked her in the bathroom. It will be real.
Yeah, no.
For Gavin Newsom, it will be real.
DeSantis is about to have a third child with a uniquely DNC glint in his eye.
He's gonna come out of the womb woke, dude.
Yeah.
He's gonna be doing land acknowledgments at the fucking at the delivery room.
He's going to have the Jon Snow of Florida.
Yeah.
Casey DeSantis is who was Ned Stark's sister? Whatever her fucking name was.
I don't remember.
Yeah, whatever. Casey DeSantis or Gavin Newsom is a Targaryen. Look at his silver hair.
Exactly. Oh, man.
Lyanna Stark. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm Ron DeSantis and I'm cancer wife guy, and that's like the only thing that is like literally the one tangible thing that like the media is pointing to about the best thing about me. I am not putting my wife anywhere near in the same zip code as the most notorious adulterer who does it as an Olympic sport. It's like Ariana Grande, Gavin Newsom. Okay. Yeah. Serial cheaters. Watch out.
Gruesome. No one's touching Gruesome Gavin.
Yeah.
He's the fucking best at it.
He was so good at it that when the Larry Elder, like Gavin Newsom recall thing was coming out, there was quite literally attack ads about Gavin Newsom with that fucking old guy who was like, Gavin Newsom looks like the type of guy who would steal your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, good at one thing. He'll never fucking be president. He's fucking weird for the rest of the country, but I don't know. He'll be something.
He's too much like a Patrick Bateman type. Like he doesn't have the riz or the like down to earth nature of a Big Gretch even, or JB Pritzker. You know what I mean?
I mean, in like, I don't know, liberal Ender's Game where California like breaks away. Okay, he could be. I could see him being like the Maria Teresa, California Republic, maybe.
Oh yeah, no, he
for life.
Yeah,
but president, no, that's less likely. Far less likely.
He does look like he is the president in like a shitty movie.
Yeah,
he has a look for it.
He's like, he's the president, not even in a movie, like in a Ghost Recon game. Like, not even in like a A-tier Tom Clancy game franchise. He's an Ubisoft human being.
Yeah, he's like too presidential looking to actually be president.
He's going to be in a fucking Assassin's Creed game. He's president. He's probably already in one. There's probably one where, like, the one that's coming out, he probably addresses the player. And it's like, the California Democrats are fine with the assassins.
Yeah. What is this? How can you be tough on China when they're literally paying you a lot of money? What is this?
Crooked Joe, he's more interested in where's the money coming from. To him. He's interested to him. How about all these things with the 30 corporations and the this and the that, the money flowing in?
Dude, he's not even trying here. What the fuck? Come on, dude. Come on, put some oomph in it. That's crazy. He's like, with the this and the that and the yada yada. You get my fucking point. Oh, Jesus. Trump promised to restore his ban on transgender troops and suggests that generals off the record would deride transgender troops to him. Trump, every time you get indicted, I like to check the polls. Yeah.
But he did. And then I had to get him through Gillum. Remember Gillum? He turned out to be a pothead, crackhead. But everybody thought he was the hottest one.
Wasn't he? It was meth, right?
It was meth and Molly, yeah.
Yeah, but he's black, so that's why I think he's saying crack. He like,
Yeah,
but not even to be racist because he is racist. So in his mind, he's like, he's a black guy. He probably did crack. He can't remember.
Yeah, it's just like Gillum. Saying that Gillum was like the hottest prospect at one point,
but
no one thought that.
No, but like the Democratic Party was actually like, you know how they have some guys in the pocket, where they're like, oh, we're gonna groom these guys to be like the next Obama. It was obviously a miscalculation on their front, regardless. But
that wasn't Gillum though.
You don't think so?
No, he was not supposed to win that. That it was like a historical accident that he won that. It was sort of just a consequence of how fucked up and junky the Florida Democratic Party was. Their preordained candidate did not win. They wanted Bill Nelson's daughter party, but they basically split the center vote.
I could have sworn I've seen like articles that they were like propping him up as like the next Obama because like, he's black.
After he won the nomination, probably because they were like, oh, shit, we gotta work with this. But it was like he was not their first choice.
Kari Lake, who campaigned in Ohio for this week for Amendment 1, says the election tonight was rigged. Yeah, very suspicious that the most unpopular policy was defeated once again in yet another referendum. So much so that like Republicans are. This is what's shocking about this is like I guess this was their last Hail Mary, like their last second Hail Mary to like inevitably try to stop a ballot measure that would definitely galvanize the base, get people out to go and vote. That would also protect abortion. But like even then, didn't they learn from what was it? Is Kansas, right?
Yeah.
And Kentucky too.
Well, with Kansas, there has historically been more vibrant pro-choice there than people remember or realize. I think with Ohio, maybe they thought it would be different. Maybe they thought like
it's the northern Florida.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm more interested. I
might have. She might have gotten stuck under my wheel or something.
But like I'm not surprised by the result of the Ohio thing. I am interested. I'm more interested. Like Kari Lake, I like her as a case study because it sort of shows like how unsustainable the Trump practice of like, you know, if you lose, you didn't lose, and you just stick around forever and go, I'm the real governor, I'm the real senator. It shows like how he's like the only one who can do it. Because like
but even then it hurts him, I think.
It still hurts him, but he's still like able to do it, and he's still able to cruise to the nomination. But with her, it's like not only is she probably never going to be like nominee for anything in that state again, she's just like dragging everyone down with her. She's like dragging the rest of the party down with her. It just
more importantly than anything else, I'm a firm believer that they're being annoying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody likes a smarmy zealot. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what the fucking issue is. If you're this adamant about it, it could be something super positive. Okay, you could be this combative about like giving every American $1,000 right now, and people after like the 11th hour would still go, "Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't even want the $1,000. I just want you to shut the fuck up." Like that's it. These guys are like their zealotry, I think, like betrays the cause that they're trying to push for, even though the cause is like stupid in general too.
Yeah. No, it's the exact same thing that you see with like anti-wokeism, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's the exact same thing. People like Republicans made this calculation that Americans were having like a unique reaction to what they termed as like wokeism or CRT or, you know, fucking whatever, right?
Yeah.
That was it was specific to what they were seeing and not means in which they were seeing it. And now they're realizing, and it's not like the sole reason for the flop in the 2022 midterms, but I think a non-insignificant reason is that their anti-wokeism, people find it as obnoxious as like the worst
SJWs.
Yeah, the worst celebrity excesses of like 2014 or 17 or 20.
Yeah, 100%. Like people freaking out about like manspreading. Like they're how is this any different than like BuzzFeed writing the 11th article about like, I don't know, the cultural appropriation of eating a sushirito? Should you feel morally conflicted?
Yeah, and of you know, very internety American social semi movements, I guess we'll call them. This one seems to be the most invested in getting people fired, which, you know, I never really trust issue polls or hyper-specific polls, but it's one of those things that I not bet is very popular with people. When people see that. People see a ton of people get fired consequent to your thing.
Even if it's not happening all that frequently, it doesn't matter because they make a big fuss about it, and it's all people talk about. And then ultimately people are like, well, this is happening all over the place. That's the funniest part. It was like, I think a byproduct of podcasters, because I've talked about this quite a bit, where like cancel culture becoming this phenomena is really frustrating because nobody really fucking gets canceled. It's not like a real thing, right? People get very frustrated when I say this, but like I've been canceled more times than fucking Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? If you ask Twitter.
I think it sort of like depends on who you are though, right?
Yeah.
Like I mean,
yeah, you can only be canceled by your own side. Like you can't really be actually canceled by like the rest of the population that never watched you.
I mean, even then, it like depends, right? I think like for me or you, like
you know, people can get really mad at us, but ultimately, like, on not even that long of a timeline, we're always going to be fine because, like, always going to be, like, a significant, like, core audience. But, like, I don't know. Okay, like, you know, the story with Isabel Fall?
No, who's that?
It's a whole long thing, and I'll, like, fuck it up if I try to recap it too tightly. But it was a trans woman wrote a short story that, like, people took a very, very ungenerous, cynical interpretation of and fucked her life up. And it is an example of someone, unfortunately, being canceled for, like, yeah, something that, like, not, like, read in the most cynical, ungenerous terms possible. But, you know, that's not someone who has, like, same, like, core, you know, base of support that, like, you know, I might have, you know?
Here's what I was trying to say. Cancel culture is, I think, in my opinion, one way that podcasters can, like, try to identify with the average person. Because the average person has a understandable fear of being canceled, not by the woke mob, but by their fucking jobs. Like, yeah, you can lose your job for any given reason. Right. So that is an understandable and very real fear that you can have, you know, in these right to work states, right? Like, that's real. Like, real people get fucking actually canceled all the goddamn time. Go to Jiffy Lube and try to pull off the shit that you would pull off on Twitter, and you're done. You're gone. You're immediately fucking fired, right? But, like, Joe Rogan is not getting fired. You know what I mean? Joe Rogan is never getting fired. Like, that's crazy. So I think part of it was, like, people like Joe Rogan would take this on and, like, greatly emphasize how scary and how terrifying this was, when in fact it was never going to impact them at all, and it was never going to impact most people in positions of power in a real way. It's all. This is good now, I think.
Okay.
It's good.
Unambiguously for it.
Is it? Yeah.
Okay. Unambiguously for it, they're against it if you show, like, you know, show them the right thing that pushes the right buttons for them, right? You know what I mean? Like, everyone, almost everyone. There are a few people out there who are principled, I will say. But everyone, to some extent, there's something that will push their cancel button, you know?
Yeah.
I want it done to somebody.
Well, also the other side of it is, like, everybody does it, especially right-wingers do it all the fucking time. Like, and yet they were able to, until recently, they were able to have such a stranglehold on the conversation that the narrative was so perfectly designed around the left is the only people that do this, while they simultaneously did it to people nonstop and have never stopped doing it. It's a similar structure to, like, the free speech conversation, like you were saying. When Ron DeSantis is, like, combating wokeism and, like, taking anti-CRT initiatives, which in some respects could quite literally be declared an assault on free speech, or anti-BDS laws, right, as a matter of fact. Like, that is a direct violation of the First Amendment. Who, you know, rest in peace, shouts out to Dianne Feinstein. Even Dianne Feinstein recognized when she had mental clarity.
Anti-BDS laws are identitarian, racialized, anti-free speech laws.
Yeah.
And yet
never
get talked about that.
I know,
way.
And no one sees it from that framework, because it's only SJWs that do it.
Right.
And it's like, no, you're doing it. You're always doing it. You haven't stopped doing it. Like, they talk about liberals want censorship. They want book burnings. And then they actually, you know, will legitimately censor books in libraries, like in fucking Florida again. Even Charlie, Moist Critical, made a video about it, where, like, there was a manga, a Battle Royale manga. I forget what it is. It's like, I don't know, BattleBot High School or some shit. I forget what the name of it is, but it was, you know, what was the name of the manga chat? Oh, Assassination Classroom. They banned it, which is like, what? That's insane.
Exactly. everyone's
a liberal,
but especially the people who like they make it their sole thing that they're against us. They have a ton of buttons that you can press where, you know, they'll do the exact same thing they were inveighing against.
Yeah.
Very, very few principled people out there, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, it's silly. Okay.
I'm one of them. I'm one of the only people you can ever
I'm
trust.
not. I am. Well, my only principle is that I'm openly hypocritical about cancel culture and also freedom of speech restrictions. It's me and only me. I vibe check you. I'll know it when I see it, when it's valid, and I'm the final arbiter. That's how I see it.
No, I'm kidding about being the most morally upright person with this.
Wasn't even.
Maybe power is the truest test. Maybe I say all these things. Maybe both of us say all these things. But if given the opportunity, instead of creating the American super NHS, maybe I think about an issue that like I specifically care about, like a very specific thing. And I'm like, you know what? No more white rappers. And that's the only thing.
As you would landslide. Actually, no.
No,
God,
I don't know.
no, that's not a popular issue at all.
Yeah, I wonder, has it ever been polled?
Brother,
I don't know.
There's no shot. Eminem is still the
But he
highest
he would be
grossing.
excluded. I would say, like, if you're like, you can be a white rapper if you grew up like Eminem, but if you're like if you grew up like me, you can't. How about that?
Okay, you excluded like almost all white rappers now.
Yeah, I guess so.
I
guess I did.
Grandfather laws for white rappers. Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. If I was in power, I wouldn't do. I would do that like towards like the last period of my rule. Like when
you know you're about to be out of power and you don't give a fuck.
Well, like the final Mugabe years.
Yeah,
like the equivalent of that.
That's funny.
Tom McDonald's Canadian, so I couldn't even like do anything.
No. He's exiled.
Canada.
No, he's
that's right.
Yeah, he's exiled to
Trudeau
fucking
regime.
Yeah. We send his ass back to Canada where he belongs. You know what I mean? Get the fuck out of here. I would say that about most conservative Canadian commentators, and like if you don't like it, leave. You know, fuck it. Like, why are you here? Don't try to make America more awful.
The worst is like when it's like David Frum, where he was that, but now like he just like doesn't know what he is, and it's like, well, I know one thing: you are not American, you're Canadian.
Yeah,
go back there.
Yeah, go back to Canada. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah,
leave, David.
Canada is not bringing their best. Actually, well,
some good Canadians.
No, 100%. I always say there's no mid Canadians. There's either really cool Canadians or really awful ones. Like nothing in between. And like the awful ones are like really awful though. Did you see this?
Phil Hartman was Canadian.
Did you watch the XQC Ethan Klein debate?
I did not, but I
saw
this.
You tweeted about this.
I tweeted about XQC. I made a joke in defense of him.
Also, I'm gonna run the top of the eye break right now, but continue.
So I did see that he was flexing on Ethan with his. Is that an AP?
Yeah.
That watch.
Yeah. He said, "I know it kills you inside. You lost so much time and money in that lawsuit." He said, "Which one? I don't know. Whichever, really. You seem so bitter after it." He said, "I'm fine." Let me tell you something. As someone who knows both XQC and Ethan loves lawsuits. He fucking loves it. I don't know why. It's a weird quality. I would not expect that from like a normal human being. He welcomes them. It's weird. And then he goes, anyways, when the bills kick in and you're struggling, remind yourself you leak DMs out of insecurity, and then the final fucking, the flex.
See, that's what I didn't get about the flex.
Ice on my wrist, dude.
It's like, okay, like
I got your whole house on my wrist.
Very impressive. He makes a shit ton of money, absolutely. But it's like, I see Ethan is, I don't know the guy, but he's like a very polarizing figure, right?
Yeah.
But I have never, ever seen anyone, even his detractors, be like, oh, he's broke. You know what I mean? Like, that's not one of the things.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's like had an incredible, like, first
He's been
of all,
very successful.
He was one of the top content creators on YouTube's heyday when like YouTubers were quietly making like 50 mil. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Like PewDiePie, the PewDiePie generation, like pre-adpocalypse, YouTubers were just like bringing in like 30 million, the top YouTubers, and just, you know, it wasn't even a big deal, right?
Yeah, it was a license to print money.
Yeah, and then Adpocalypse happened, and he still was able to have a massive audience. So, like, I don't think anybody. I've never heard someone be like, "You're fucking broke."
It's the only time I've ever heard that about Ethan. And it's like,
he called him bald too, which is the other thing that
he's not bald.
He is like so not bald.
He's like, I will give him this. It's like, I've never heard those things said about him.
Yeah.
I don't, like, were they cool at one point? I've never met either. I don't know either. But like, were they close at any point?
Get your bands up and you ran for the timeline for backup. I mean, that's, again, he got, like, Korn is saying he got cooked because they're trying to ride for XQC, and I think XQC is trying to farm the Twitter timeline of like, yeah, we're fucking Sigma grind setters, which I wanted to also talk to you about. Brad Trammell has been covering it a lot. Have you seen the hustle culture?
I've enjoyed those.
Wait, what the fuck? I didn't even see that.
Man, that shit was so... He did like a account, a fake trad account. He didn't actually make the account, but like for like millennial culture. That was great. But I have seen a lot of the hustle stuff.
So you were saying he did a millennial traditionalist? I didn't even see that.
It's really fucking good.
I don't need a new microphone. I need a new cord, and I'm
next
gonna
time
fix
I'll bring one of my XLR cables.
No, I literally have like a ton in a box here somewhere. I just haven't been able to fix it. It's unacceptable, chat. You're not even being an audio weirdo.
It's just on Brad Trammell's. If you just like
Millennial Traditionalist. I skipped that. I didn't even see that.
I was transfixed by it. Yeah, okay. Center, second row. Right
This
there.
one?
Yeah.
Reject
everything in that post.
There's no TOs in it, right?
I don't think so.
The Millennial Traditionalist, reject modernity, embrace it. Oh, and he's doing the return.
Yeah. This is so fucking,
I love that.
This is so fucking good.
This is
Every slide is better.
This is what they took from us. Wait, this is kind of like
it's good.
It's kind of like this new account that I started watching, which was like MCN. What is it like? Yeah, this is ironic, chat. Oh god, I gotta describe jokes to chat always.
Well, they didn't even live through this. But these people, like, they're like, I was born in 2013. Like, who are these guys?
Yeah.
This one's
the history of a
fucking
country
great.
is the history of his great men. Northwest MCN Wholesale does a lot of memes like that about like mall culture. You know what I mean? A dying tradition of like desperately vying for a time when you can just go to the mall. Oh god, I opened my phone and the first thing I saw was the Kevin guy, the asshole guy.
Did he contact you?
No.
Okay, good.
No. This is what Austin sent me. The world.
It's so fucking good. The book one, there's a book one that's like really.
Reclaim Your Birthright. I don't even know what this is. And I was alive for all of this. These were my formative years. What have Zoomer conservatives conserved? What have Zoomer progressives progressed? A society grows strong when old. Okay. I use that all the time. No shame in victory.
That's my favorite slide right there.
I read old books because I would rather learn from those who built civilization than those who tore it down.
Everything like Brad always like does really great shit on IG. It's like one of the only I think the only person who like consistently like
Yeah.
just really makes me laugh out loud, but like Millennial Traditionalist really fucking got me.
I really like the hustle culture stuff. I mean, he
Those are
also he's been like covering that a lot, like nonstop, and I feel like it speaks to it's just like I absolutely despise all of that shit that I see on the timeline nonstop on TikTok. The whole aspect of it, especially because there's one of my favorites here. I'll just show you this video. I always go back to this because I think it's the greatest video ever
Getting
crafted.
rich in this day and age.
This one. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen this already.
afternoon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24
I have
hours,
seen this
just
one,
like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm going to kick your butt. Stack it up over a year, you're toast. Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is different than it would have been otherwise.
Dude, his life is different, dude. What do you mean? He's living, he has warped space-time continuum. He does not experience time in the way that you mere mortals experience it. That's why he looks like a fucking Ninja Turtle.
I think 10 years ago, I saw the precursor to all this.
Tim Ferriss?
No, not before Tim Ferriss. I think it was something I was not meant to see. It was the sizzle reel for like a reality TV show that never got bought. But it was like this type of guy before we knew what it was. I think it's still on YouTube though.
What is it called? Do you have any idea?
The Collective. Go to YouTube and type in the Collective Sizzle. Yeah, first one, yeah. This is
a group of former and current professional fighters bond as they live the good life in Los Angeles.
12 years ago, 2011. This is where it started, as far as I think.
Okay, this is some shit Michael would show me. Like I feel like this is like
I'm proud of it because it's like one of the only things like this that I found outside of Michael.
This is There's people in the show say I was 5 years old. I was 6.
Fuck off.
I know.
A brother, a friend.
What? They can't even talk, dude. I love that. I love centering an entire show around people who you can't understand without subtitles.
He's not like a star of it. You'll see like the stars of the Collective will become apparent to you.
Okay.
It's our way of life.
We are on our way to owning this town.
We're doing this together, make no mistake.
I tried to find.
We're serious as a fucking heart attack.
All right. The Collective, all for one for all, strength, honor.
We
okay,
fight
I gotta
hard.
pee while this plays. I'll be back in a second. You can pause
We
and
play hard.
commentate on it.
Oh,
they play hard.
We live hard.
I've seen this a billion times.
And we
I
one up
can
each
walk
other
chat through
every
this.
chance we get.
But okay.
Maybe, just maybe.
Punch machines go up to $9.99. Most professional fighters hit $9.99. I'm not saying I would do it, but like that guy's fucking huge. He only hit $822. I always thought I've seen this video probably 300 fucking times. I always thought that was weird.
You can't judge this book by its cover.
The Modest Mouse thing is
Tonight
hysterical.
we're partying for Dirty D's birthday. It's supposed to be a wild event. We have an amazing guest list.
They look like they live in a restaurant.
Yes, sir. It's Dirty D's birthday. We got a lot to do. It
Looks
should be
like
a
a
4-to-1
restaurant
ratio
in
of women
Silver
here
Lake.
tonight. You know, bedroom gangster got to get his swag on.
Yo, man.
What's up, boss man? This list is looking good tonight.
We are what everyone.
Okay, Matt, that's Maverick. Maverick is a Sorry. That is Maverick. He's very important. He's a very important member of the Collective. As you notice, a huge portion of his sleeve tattoo is just black ink. Maverick is one of the members of the Collective who's a former kickboxer and fighter and delivered the greatest excuse for a loss I have ever seen in combat sports. And I've seen every excuse. He blamed a loss in a fight in Japan. He said he was in perfect condition. His weight cut was going great. But then On the flight, a stewardess was flirting with him and let the beverage cart hit him in the knee, and it tore his ACL. That is my Maverick lore. But he is a very important member of the collective. He's, I would say, one of the 3 most important members in my eyes and the eyes of the rest of the collective.
Woman fantasizes about, but wouldn't dare open her mouth to admit.
We gotta line them up and start knocking them down.
No matter what we're doing, we always manage to have fun.
There's never a dull moment with the collective.
What is the fucking motorboat, man?
I ain't fucking idea
That's a motorboat.
Everywhere we go, we're always the center of attention.
Pimp, nigga, gone, brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, gone, brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy.
Because of the fun and craziness, we decided to document everything.
So many great times with this crew. And a lot of crazy drunken fucking brawls.
Not taking my face, right? Come on, my brother. Come on, my brother.
I just was short-tempered today, which happens from time to time.
Devin, he'll break his foot off in your ass.
You guys, I'd like to make a toast.
I don't drink. I'm a square. I don't drink. I don't smoke, but I'm a gangster.
Will you let us in this toast, please?
It's all good because I don't drink. You know, I get a tutti frutti. I would like to say I'm very grateful to be here with my brothers.
Whenever we're together, we're an unstoppable force.
If you have any questions about the collective and their lore, ask me. I know everything.
We've had each other's backs for years.
Did that work?
Through the bad times and the good.
So many women, so many movie parts. You think
Too
there'd be
good.
enough to go around.
Yeah,
I
things
feel like I have
tend to
seen
get a
Devin
little
in
competitive.
a few things.
You feel like you've seen Devin in a few things? Like he's...
Like in the background of something. I don't think I've seen Devin star in anything, but I feel like I've seen him in something. You know what I mean? He has the same look as the guy from Glee who turned out to be a horrible criminal. He's not the same guy. I'm not accusing him of that guy's terrible crimes, but it's a similar look, unfortunately, for Devin. This was 13 years ago. He had no way of knowing.
Yeah.
You know?
He didn't tailor it after that guy.
Already booked 3 parts this year.
I'm pro collective.
But seriously, guys, there's a ton of stuff casting out there. You know, we've been doing our marketing. You guys have all seen this. You're all on it.
Rick is the foundation of this crew.
I can open that door. You guys gotta walk through
Rick
and
is
book
like
those parts.
50 in 2011, and I've I found his IG like once, like 8 years ago, but I haven't been able to find him since. And I'm like, really, I always I had this like half expectation, like, what if he like works for Trump? Because couldn't you see that he would this is he just ends up working in the White House?
The black guy Marcus is the fresh out guy on YouTube. He's a right winger now. His name is Big Herc Lamau.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
You forget
they
that
know more about the collective than me. They're amazing.
Well,
this
that's
chat's amazing.
When you present this audience with something, they will meticulously research it like the fucking CIA.
They're fucking amazing. God, I thought I knew everything.
Wait, someone said he died.
Did Rick or Marcus?
It's called autism. Well, it's not just autism. It's 30,000.
I've known autistic people. I've never met an autistic person who knew more about the collective than me. That used to be my thing. Now it's not.
It's like Master Splinter to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Competitive or not, at the end of the day, we're rocking this world together. We even came up with our own version of the 10 Commandments, our creed, words we live by.
Each and all will succeed.
First of all, can I just say the music choice is excellent. The score on this is out of control.
That's what I love about this is if this had ever been made, reality TV is really cheap to make.
It would be so costly.
They would have their profits would have been eaten away by all their licensing.
Yeah.
They license a $10 million song every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
They're the greatest.
Succeed to the best of his ability and support each brother to do his best.
Each and all will embrace.
What a look, dude. What a fucking
that's what I
look.
look like when I write.
And all.
He's got, first of all, that is such a large book. Is he a very tiny man?
No, that's what Moses took down from the mountain.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The collective 10 Commandments, that's the tablet that Moses broke.
Yeah,
when he saw the golden calf, he was like, fuck this. And it took us until 2011 until we found out what wisdom we missed out on.
Some say Netanyahu's still searching for this, like,
that's
to justify his ancestral lineage.
Yeah, that's proof that the Netanyahus lived in the ancient northern kingdom of Israel. The collective tablet.
Yeah, the sandals are. Oh God, it's so good. Men don't look like this anymore. This is what they took from us.
Only in Israel.
Yeah,
in Israel,
true.
The dream of the collective is alive. These are all the guys that are going to be in Netanyahu's government. This is Tel Aviv. This is Jerusalem. This is why they need to do genocide. Is the collective.
5K views 1 day ago.
Go pick you up a hat, T-shirt.
That's like Chapo Trapos YouTube numbers.
I mean, he's like a fan of Boondocks, but also he's like right wing. What's going on there? I don't understand that.
Maybe he explains it. Maybe he wins me over.
Why isn't this all over mainstream news? First of all, that's prototypical Republican question. Always.
That's everyone now, though. People love like posting news stories and being like, "Why isn't the news covering?"
Or oh my God, my least favorite, my pet peeve is like, they're just showing this to us to distract us from something else. And it's like, no, they're just like, it happened during the Ohio derailment too, where it was like, dude, there's 1,000 of them. Like, not that it wasn't devastating, but like, there's 1,000 of them a year. You know what I mean? That's why the media doesn't give a shit about fucking East Palestine.
The worst version of that is like the current thing.
Oh yeah.
That's like, where it's just like
they think they chip out and then they put another chip in, and it's like you're just describing news.
Yeah, that's history.
You're describing how time continues and
time moves forward. Events happen.
Yeah, yeah. Oh God, it's so we are collectively getting dumber. I think I do think that is the one thing I truly do believe that like social media, TikTok as a weapon has made every American stupider.
Well, yeah. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 2.
Didn't you say that about the alien shit? No, I was. Oh God, I did not say that about the alien shit.
I will own up to it. I said that. I made a very lazy joke about the alien shit.
Oh, they said that. They're talking to you, not me. I didn't say that about the.
You didn't say it. I did. I did do it. Hey, not everything can be fucking Avatar. Not every joke I make on the show is going to be. Those of you who complain to me about my performance on my show, you're so conditioned to quality and a high smile per minute rhythm.
No,
that when it's not brilliant, you want to fucking behead me and kill me and run a river through the hospital I was born in Chicago
to wipe it off the map.
Wipe it off the fucking map.
Yeah,
because you're so used to fucking quality that one lazy joke out of 100. You're like, let's kill this guy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I think they're talking about the time that I talked about. Tron uncovered it as well. Like CIA utilizing or planting stories about aliens back in the day in order to draw attention to something else during like coup attempts or whatever, which is entirely different than our current media in the United States of America right now.
Yeah.
We're not talking about like when the flow of communication was restricted to newspapers and like maybe 1 or 2, maximum 3 different television channels. I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
Where you get to pick and choose pretty much every news story that you want to watch. You know?
No, yes.
I don't think that the current alien UAP conversation in Congress was there to distract us from something. Anyway. Yeah, the CIA faked the vampire attack take over a country. Like this kind of shit. Chicago Reacts. That's a cool name for a channel.
That's an inauspicious channel name.
All right, let's get back to
embrace and face their fears.
Will always look only for the good in his fellow collective.
Yeah, when you're 55 years old and that's the getup you got, you know you fucked.
Will embrace and face their fears.
Will always look.
He's 55. Rick is 55.
I know.
Rick's
I'm
boss.
saying. Here's the thing. every single one of these dudes is dressed up like they're gonna creep on their friends' daughters, you know, that are like 14 years old.
Have you even been listening to the Collective 10 Commandments?
I have not.
I'm pretty sure that's
one of the commandments.
Well, it's
that's
not a specific
commandment,
but it would like go against the commandments, you know. You know, they're brothers. They wouldn't do that. No, this is not Brian Callen vibes. Brian Callen.
Thou shalt not.
Collective vibes.
Thou shalt not ask your friend's daughter if they are wearing bras.
Yeah, no, yeah. That's part of like I will never hold my brother back. You know, it's like they don't. Just like the Tanakh, our holy book. They don't have to
only for the good in his fellow collective member and in each and every person he encounters.
Will give 100% of themselves for the good of the group.
Will inspire
What are they
and uplift in their pursuit of
Are they scrapbooking?
No, they're writing the commandments.
success.
This is the
Support
same
each
thing
other,
the priest
no matter how hard the
of
road
the
gets,
ancient
and ensure
Israelites did.
that adversity is overcome.
These are the cones.
You know, it's great
These
to
are
have
the
a great group
modern
of
day
guys
descendants of the cones.
that would never hurt one another.
40 million dollars for the place.
Yeah. Everyone's all up in my fucking thing. I can't even think.
Someone in the chat said this was created at a time when like the Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah. This was I think around Ultimate Fighter, probably season 7 or 8.
Yeah, they were like, oh, this shit's popping. These guys are content.
Yeah, and I think it was like Maverick was the only one who had like a recent fight, the Soul Collector, but it was cashing in on like, you know, the fighter mystique.
Yeah.
This old motherfucker will fight.
Not anybody can understand.
That's a
the sport
great way
that
to
we're in.
hyperextend
This is
your
what
arm.
we do. This is how we hold ourselves down.
Let's do this. Here we go. Again, another great training day like we always train.
I wanted Maverick to beat the shit out of me. I want him to see me reacting to this and me not having trained for like 8 years.
He has tattooed eyebrows. I didn't even notice that.
He's got everything.
It's one of those things where like the rest of his tattoos are so horrific that I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
Right on his fucking face.
There's no telling what he looks like now. He could be like, he may have like made himself look like Kratos now. He may have gotten like white ink tattooed all over his body.
Bro, he looks like a character randomizer in an RPG where they like, you know, they'll be like, oh, facial tattoos, facial scars, and then he just like hit random.
One of my favorite Elden Ring challenge streamers, Scumnut. Whenever he makes a character, it's like that. He always fucks them up. Like, this is a Scumnut challenge run character.
This is what a 12-year-old thought would look cool, like unironically, when they made the character in a video game.
I'm gonna try
Physically,
to find him now.
emotionally, mentally, and psychologically have to be
Ask
on
chat,
the same
they'll find
page.
him.
Failure is not an option. All to the middle.
All for one. One for all.
Ho, 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 ho.
They would be in debt to the recording industry.
They found him.
I grew up
The
fighting
Daily
the streets.
Press.
Yeah, Republic would enslave them.
It would never, they would work in like mines under Jimmy Iovine's house forever.
For permanently, if they tried to launch this as a professional episode.
They would have to do like a reality show specifically for David Geffen. Like they would be members of David Geffen's royal court. We would never see them again.
Despite his muscles and tough looks, there's more than meets the eye when it comes to Maverick Harvey. This is 2016. You know what I mean? This is not current.
Yeah, because this is like when you could still like say this to a journalist. You could be like, "Oh, I was like the first guy to do fucking MMA."
Now you can only get away by saying that. Now you can only get away with that in like the AI field. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Daily Press is like, is this like the paper that Superman works for?
No, this is the
this?
Lucerne Valley. This is the Victorville Daily Press, sir.
This is
local news is dying, and you are responsible.
I'm sorry, the Victorville Daily Press, a sister city to Raccoon City. I've never heard of this. This is not a fucking real place. This is all fake.
Wait.
Maverick wrote this.
The son of Clarence Harvey, who helped start the Navy SEALs program. Harvey was a talented athlete who ran track and played football in high school in San Pedro. I thought I was going to play pro ball, he said. But a crash on his bike changed that. Now I have a titanium rod in my leg. This guy's always been injured right before important events.
He was born injured.
Yeah.
He fucking tore his MCL and meniscus coming out of the womb. He says he was a bodyguard for a European royal family.
Wait, Maverick Von Hog. No,
he is German. He is German.
Wait,
he is German.
That's him? Two men, one of whom is a foreign national, faces charges of manufacturing ghost guns, trying to illegally export them. Maverick Von Hog and Christian Breton.
I don't know. I do know that he's German in origin, but I don't know if he is Maverick Von Hog.
Is this actually him, chat? No. Oh, this is his Twitter account. They found it.
Okay, great. I couldn't find him on Instagram.
5-time MMA champion goes Hollywood with God on his side.
God mit uns.
Oh, that's so good. Luzerne County is an Obama-Trump county. It was key for Trump's victory in PA in 2016.
He posted a fucking campaign ad.
For Frank Azaria, MC Poncho. Oh, this was in 2017. Wait, what? Is that the porn? Is that the fucking music that plays before a Pornhub video and an ad? It is! It is! It's the, what is it, like, Jerkmate?
Holy shit.
Jerkmate!
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, that's fucked up that I knew that. I would never know that. What?
We have who is he campaigning for though? What are MC Poncho's policies?
Why is he
And I mean very blessed to have world-renowned music artist, rapper, MC Poncho with me here today. Poncho, thank you so much for coming, brother.
Thank you, Maverick. It's a true honor.
God bless. God bless.
You know you got my support.
This guy won by a fucking landslide, dude. Oh wait, no, he's running.
Wait, Maverick's?
No, Maverick was running. And MC Poncho is like hyping him up.
What was Maverick running?
They discussed
Maverick for governor.
You missed this. There's so much. This is a blooming onion.
This is like when Simon Wiesenthal, when he was like, I'm the best Nazi hunter in the world. And then it turned out Kurt Waldheim, president of Austria. Simon Wiesenthal had cleared him. He said, this guy's not a Nazi. I looked it up. And Kurt was a fucking Nazi. And everyone was like, Simon, we should take out your other eye. You fucking suck. That's what I feel like now.
Oh, by the way.
Exactly as bad.
By the way, his last name is Von Hog, so he absolutely is, I think, the guy that got arrested for printing ghost guns.
He is a German. He is German in origin.
That's crazy. So, like, the latest news from his life in 2022 is he got arrested for gun manufacturing, ghost gun manufacturing.
We have to get Trump in office to get him out.
Wait,
Biden isn't going to pardon Maverick Von Hog.
This is exactly the type of guy that Trump pardons, by the way.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably a state charge, but...
Well, Rick is probably, like, managing the campaign this time. Like, it's all going to work out, believe me. I wonder if, like, the collective, if it's like the Civil War where some of them ended up working for DeSantis.
Oh, it is him. MMA fighters, gym raided in San Pedro. Task force recovered 200 ghost gun frames, firearms, and tools for manufacturing ghost guns. I don't get why these guys just don't move. Like, what? Because you could do this legally in, like, you know, New Mexico.
There is something insane about, like, I have to do this in California.
Like,
you know what I mean?
What he's doing right there, you could probably even fucking sell it online in an online store. Just move to you're saying just move forehead, but like, yeah, I mean, he has a fucking warehouse.
Well, like, if it's that important to you, like, if it's like, I need to make guns, like, why does Maverick have to be in California?
They found Rick's Instagram and his Twitter. Rick
yes! God bless you.
Head of entertainment. Oh, he's in the what, Metaphysic AI?
I would invest in Rick's AI company.
Pro wrestling CEO, MMA pioneer, stage 4 cancer survivor, pitbull lover, rescuer, author, fighter, producer. Aw. He loves
Stage 4
pitbulls.
cancer survivor is... I had not heard that from Rick before. Who's to say? Ooh, he met Wanderlei Silva.
This guy?
Yeah, former Pride middleweight champion Wanderlei Silva, mentor to former UFC light heavyweight champion Shogun Rua. Very foundational MMA fighter. Not as foundational as Rick or Maverick.
Yeah. Maverick invented MMA,
Yeah.
so Maverick clears. But
Maverick clears him, absolutely.
yeah.
This guy,
Wait,
every picture.
Who is this guy? I feel like
That's Ken Shamrock, sorry.
Oh,
Ken Shamrock,
yeah.
Randy Couture, Boss Rutan. And I think that's...
Boss Rutan.
Yeah.
Bang!
Is that Guy Metzger? No, he's too small to be Guy Metzger, I think. But maybe
Well,
it is.
It is Guy Metzger. This is at Guy Metzger PhD.
I should be castrated. I recognize Guy Metzger just by his soul patch. I should not pass on my genes.
Man loves his pit bulls.
Look, he's masking up around his pit bull.
Well, he's
Look,
just.
he's
I think
okay.
it's because he's in the ER for
pit bull related
second
injuries.
rabies vaccine after a coyote fight. Wait, what? Why is it presented like he's fighting the pit bulls? He's making the pit bulls fight the coyotes. He loves fighting.
He's a pioneer. He's a pioneer. He's a true pioneer.
No. He's not. I mean, he's not doing that. He clearly loves dogs. I'm not gonna say that.
I don't think Rick would go out of his way to make his pit bull fight a coyote, but like I think Rick's pit bulls would win, absolutely. If Rick is on like a first name basis with Guy Metzger.
Wanderlei Silva is a Bernie Sanders bro.
Wanderlei, that means that Wanderlei is a Bolsonaro and Bernie supporter.
Wait, he's a Bolsonaro supporter?
He loves Bolsonaro. He hates Maduro.
What?
Yeah, it's just,
Wait, what?
You never know.
He says we're here to fight for workers' rights.
Mas também temos que ter nossos direitos. Por isso que eu convido a todos os lutadores a apoiar o Bernie.
Wanderlei, you are really an American if that is your politics.
Dude.
You're like, I love Bolsonaro, I love Bernie. Like, you are a real.
That is the most American you can get.
You deserve American citizenship more than me if that's your politics.
Well, he let Bolsonaro stay in his house apparently, so he already probably has an American citizenship.
So is Jose Aldo let Bolsonaro stay in his house, and Jose Aldo, the former UFC and WEC featherweight champion.
How do you do that? How is that in the same world?
Because Brazil is America too. Average Brazilian voter, average American voter, same idea, I guess.
It's just like it's like zesty America. Like they're America, but like gayer kind of. Like the more I feel like the more patriotic you become, the more
zestier you get.
The zestier you get in Brazil.
I wonder if like in Brazil there are guys who are like, I love Lula, but like fuck Bernie. There probably is.
They probably are. Yeah, they like Trump because he's like charismatic. He's got machismo.
Yeah. That, I mean, God, he really deserves his American citizenship. No one has been more of an American. It's not just like he's like passively like, oh, like I guess I like Bernie in the primary because fuck Hillary. He's like, no, we need justice.
Yeah.
He's like
fighters labor. He's like fighters are workers too. Like I'm here for labor rights.
God, Wanderlei Silva. I already love Wanderlei for what he did in Pride FC and the Octagon. I loved his trilogy with Quentin Rampage Jackson. But for this, you deserve 2 votes.
This is so sick.
Yeah.
It's like you have such a big head.
Fighters.
The fighters.
He says he can take you on.
What are your main issues? How many are your main concerns?
We need the help for you from approved.
He's talking about the Ali Act.
The Muhammad Ali Act is still working from boxing. And all the boxing guys have these rights. From us, from the MMA, we don't have any rights.
Dude, the music is so loud. I can't even hear anything he's saying. It doesn't help his accent.
That's the music is just like that's how he experiences the world. Like anywhere he goes, the song is playing. Like he closes his eyes
and the filter too.
He's in this filter. Yeah.
He's seeing everything grainy.
Bernie is like hearing this music faintly coming out of his body, and he's like, "I guess I've met a musical man."
Why are they zooming in on his face?
He is so. This is the most horrified he's been. He's never been this confused and terrified in his life. Like Felipe Reigns or someone came to his house with a gun and he didn't react like this. What the fuck is he seeing?
It's because he's hearing the music. Like, what is that?
This is. I've never seen this fucking look on his face.
Oh, this is so good.
The guy's fighting 2 times a year. Sometimes he makes like a 16,000 a year.
God damn.
I love fighters so much. They're so ridiculous.
It opens up everything. It opens up fucking everything. It really does.
Oh God.
And 2 years later, Wanderlei posted a Photoshop picture of Maduro from the 70s, like kissing a guy, and was like, he's gay. It's like on his Instagram. I remember seeing him being like, what the fuck?
Oh, that's so awesome. Oh.
Like every Brazilian fighter almost, the only one I can confirm was against Bolsonaro was Damian Maia. Pretty much like all of the big names that you know, they supported Bolsonaro, except for Damian Maia. But yeah, he was really into it. But he's probably the only one who like went to a Bernie event and fucking talked to Bernie about a specific policy that he
extensively.
Cares about.
Yeah,
he's like his accent's very thick, but he's talking about the Ali Act very in depthly. You know.
Oh, Jesus.
Damian Maia was one of my favorite fighters. You know, great taste. Everyone in chat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
God bless. Keep it going.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We are with you.
Thank you very
Good
much.
job, you know. Very good.
Good job, you know.
We need him to show our problem, not because we need to.
Oh, so awesome.
And then John Fitch is a libertarian. He doesn't know why he's here. Like he's
well, I mean, yeah.
He's like John Fitch is a libertarian. He's a very open libertarian. I mean, it's still like even if you're a libertarian, you probably want, if you're a fighter, you want the Ali Act for MMA probably. But you know, American voters, there's nothing like them except for Brazilian voters.
Yeah, it's fire.
Yeah, God bless them.
Wow, this is sick.
What a great person.
What the many sidetracks we took. Wait, he's fucking peeled still.
I mean,
he's got gyno.
Gyno 4.5 fucking where's mascara? But like, okay, how old do you think he is?
I
like
wouldn't
60s probably, right?
Yeah, he looks great. Especially he survived cancer.
He looks fucking amazing.
Yeah.
He looks fucking amazing, you know? He's got to be in his 60s. Looks great.
Okay, let's get back to these legends.
For a long time before I transitioned to MMA. And these are the toughest motherfuckers.
What is that hat? I'm sorry. Yo.
That's a new type of, it has all the advantages of a beanie, but there's a tactical brim that you can put on it.
What the fuck? Is he double hatting? Like, is there a beanie under the hat?
No, I think that's an official, like, Soul Collector Maverick Harvey build beanie that he invented. I think
that's incredible.
That's his
Devin is a slap fighter now. Here's his IG.
Oh no, Devin, don't get into slap fighting. That's terrible for you. Savage Gentleman is a fucking great name.
He's fixing up his for the slaps.
But like, they were getting they're going to a manicure at this point in the collective.
Oh, they got a kind side to them.
Yeah, no,
because this is right in the middle of like this is right in the middle of the metrosexual, the invention of the metrosexual, which was if you took showers but you're not gay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
this is a lot of things were going on.
Yeah. No, that's perfect. That's a perfect time frame for this.
Motherfuckers that I've ever run into.
One of the guy in the white video
Everybody
looks
was
like the guy who menaces Beavis and Butthead in Beavis and Butthead Do America.
Does that feel good for you?
Nobody wants to see that.
Does it feel just all right for me?
I've been painting my nails since I was in like 6th grade. It's probably what I should do for a living, in all reality.
What's with the sparkly gold toes, man?
I'll definitely go back. It makes me in touch.
Wait, that's Devin? What?
No, this is Chad.
No, the Devin that we saw here is different than the Devin that the chatter linked, I think.
Wait.
I need to go back.
The Devin here has
The Devin here is a white guy with gauges. That's Devin, right?
Yes.
Okay. Am I crazy? Did I just see something totally different?
Well, Devin in the YouTube video we're watching has a mohawk.
Yeah, no, this is wait, what? This is not Devin.
That might be Chad.
Yeah, you guys or maybe I misunderstood. I was like, that's not Devin.
I believe that is Chad, if I'm not mistaken.
It might be.
Let's hold on. What does he have like a display name?
Savage Gentleman. Devin Schwann. No, this is not.
Oh, that
him.
is Devin. Oh.
What the fuck?
But wait, there's a tag in that video. Maybe he's with Chad.
But that's him too, no?
That's Devin, yeah. Okay. That's Devin. That's Devin.
Wait, Devin. Did he have like? I don't get it. Did he?
He shaved the mohawk, and he took the gauges out.
He had like. I don't get it. Is he? Wait, why is his son wearing an 11 hat? That's a strip club.
But look. There's Devin with the mohawk. Center left.
Okay, I'm not crazy, right? Because he looks like he had like a race change or something.
No, he was always the same skin tone. Maybe his like hair, maybe the hair on his face like grayed a little bit.
Look at, okay, this is Devin.
He could have gotten a nose job.
This looks like a different person.
He could have gotten a nose job.
Does this not look like a different person?
But that happened. Wanderlei Silva, who we just talked about, he looks very different now than he looked in like 2008 because there was so much like fucked up loose cartilage in his face from fighting that they basically like sucked it all out and it gave him a new face. You know, that could have happened to Devin. And if Devin is doing slap fighting, that is, you know, you are fucking speedrunning CTE if you're doing slap fighting. So who knows?
Bro, now he looks like he could be like Vin Diesel black. You know what I mean? Am I crazy?
I think you're crazy. He looks the same race to me.
I don't know. I guess I'm just, you know, I'm just not seeing.
I'm telling you, a lot of changes can happen to a combat athlete's face over time. Wanderlei Silva, an amazing example.
Only very few people are saying he does look different.
I mean,
he does not look the same, right? Like
he looks different, but I'm saying that's not like the most unusual thing for fighters.
Yeah.
Gold toes, man.
I'll definitely go back. It makes me in touch with my feminine side.
Look at that. Who's got nails like this?
Hey, so Maverick, your car's pretty fast? Last one there can kiss my black toenails in.
And you think you can beat me?
It's very important to me to be bigger, stronger, faster than any of the men that are around me.
Yeah, things tend to get a little competitive.
Jeez, guys, come on! Okay, that's staged. They're like laughing at each other. Yeah. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna tickle you now."
Rick is engineering situations.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, Rick. Chill. Yeah. Let it happen. You know
Rick
what I mean?
is manipulated.
Yeah. It's cool. Also, that water's probably 58 degrees. Let's go dive in there.
I like that, Rick is also shirtless in solidarity. Like, even the managers got.
He's 10 years older, 10 to 15 years older than all of them. But he's like, no, I'm shirtless as well.
Yeah.
This is what we need when we want, like, management and labor to work together.
Hey, boss, can you start us off?
Yeah. And I'm psyched about tonight. I just feel blessed that the 7 of us are together celebrating Devin's birthday.
That's right. All together, all of us, for Devin's birthday tonight.
Why did he have to repeat that? He strikes me as the kind of guy who has to have the final say.
Yeah, I think it's a little of that.
There was no feedback there at all. You added nothing. You just repeated what he said.
He confirmed it.
Yeah, he's like, that's right.
For all the people who only listen to him, I know it's Devin's birthday.
Yeah, that's crazy.
My brother, happy birthday to you. Are you ready for rock and roll?
Absolutely.
Let's do it, my brother.
Tonight's my birthday. I normally don't even enjoy my birthdays. I don't look forward to them. This will be the most memorable birthday that I've ever had. It means a lot to me.
That's so sad. That's sad. This is his most memorable birthday, Felix.
Well, what if it's his first one with the Collective?
I mean, but that's what did they do? They just got their nails done and then they got shirtless at the beach.
You'll see. The birthday, it's a birthday to remember. You'll leave you me. Wait till you
be here with you all. Thank you.
I'm happy to be a part of this group, man, and be celebrating this birthday with Dirty D. And I feel it's a blessing to be here doing this right now with you guys, man.
Hey, my brothers, I just like to say, bro, it's a privilege and an honor. Bro,
Taurus
to live
got
by
like
you guys
3
side,
fucking
bro.
lines
And
in
I
this
love
entire
and I
video.
appreciate each and every one of you guys, bro. Be there for me. I've been through.
Yo, what happened to his head? Why is it shaped like that? I'm not even talking about the cauliflower ear. I feel like
You mean like why is his hairline so aggressive?
that, and also like the back of his head is like dented. These guys have all sorts of fucked up heads. I'm not gonna lie.
The more you watch, the less you know with the Collective.
Yeah, no, I
through a lot of
I
stuff
agree.
in my life, you know, and I've seen the raw end of life, and
Yeah, it is big hurt.
What really gets me is the brotherhood that we have.
Collective.
Has anyone asked Big Hurt like what
All for
happened to
one?
the Collective?
And one for all.
They work hard and party hard. Oh my god! I just realized this is Andrew Tate's war room.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Andrew Tate.
Oh
when
my
he was still
God.
kickboxing, saw this and was like,
These are the coolest guys
"This
ever.
is so sick.
We
What-
need to recreate
What if I do
it.
this with my brother and a magician? What if I find a Jewish mage, that the wizard? In
You
the
know
war
he's
room?
cursed me before.
The mage?
Yeah, his mage.
Yeah.
There was a time period where, like, after I debated Andrew, that why did I call him Andrew? Like I fucking know him. That was weird.
Part of the curse.
Yeah, I just got cursed so hard. I called him Andrew like he's my homie. There was like a week where he would just exclusively tweet about me. And it was always like, we're cursing him. We're cursing this guy. Like, it was just like crazy ass shit.
I don't want to like get into a Judaistic magic battle with him.
Yeah.
But
No,
I feel like you're Tyrion and I'm Oberyn Martell.
Where are these Game of Thrones references coming from?
That was like the second I've done in like 4 hours. That's really not that many, honestly.
Have
And
you been
that
watching it
really-
recently or something?
I have rewatched a few episodes recently. I've been
Oh.
trying to pinpoint exactly like where they really fucked it up. I think it's actually season 5.
Oh, that's what you're trying to arrive at?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're arriving at the top of the hour. Chat, here is the 3-minute ad break now. All right. It's season 7. That's what people are saying. But some people are saying season 5 is correct.
Like season 5 is better than season 7 and 8, but it's like where things started to go off the rails is what I'm saying.
There was not a single woman there.
Nobody has the heart that we
Maybe
have.
they just didn't
Nobody
sign
has
releases.
the attitude that we have. No
It
one
could
has
have been
the look
all
that we
women.
have. No one has the brotherhood
don't
that
know.
we have. And we're ready to show that to the world.
I'm wondering if we could track down Devin and be like, did you have sex?
Being a
At
part
With
of
the
this
boys.
group, to me,
Your
is like
first
a
collective
fantasy.
birthday.
Every day out here, I feel like I'm
Well, I
living a movie.
wouldn't be like,
family
did
is
you have
important
sex
to me.
with the
This is my
Collective?
family.
I would
Collective is
first.
my
That's a
family,
given.
man.
They definitely fucked, is what you're saying.
On his birthday, I don't know, but like, I wouldn't judge him either way. I'm just saying, like, I think there were women at the party. They just didn't sign releases.
This country, I don't know
I
anybody.
think
meet
if there
all
are
these great
women
guys.
who
I'm very
are going
blessed to
after
be part of this
Rocket
group.
League
Every guy in here
pros,
has a story. What
there
we've
were
done,
women at
you
the
know, not
Collective birthday party. That's what I think.
I think Rocket League pros are objectively cooler, but that's just me.
Well, yeah, they are, but I'm saying like if one, therefore the other. Still, Like Rocket League guys make more money than the Collective.
The women don't want to be associated with this level of man. They can't handle it.
They really
They would
can't.
immediately they would get feral and try to have sexual intercourse immediately. They would throw their clothes around. They tried to have women around them, but they couldn't keep filming because they would get naked.
A lot of people don't know this. Women, when they get hyper aroused, they can actually shoot their eggs outside of their body.
Yeah.
To be fertilized by the aura of a collective like this.
Yeah.
Or
Elon Musk.
Or him too.
That's how he has 11 children.
Well, it's if you ever did the Millicent quest line in Elden Ring, it's kind of like that, where there are 30 of these guys now in the LA area who were born from the Scarlet Aeonia collective bloom that happened in 2011 at Dirty Devin's birthday
And
party.
they're already suspiciously 35 years old.
They were born 35 years old, and there's one who's like Millicent, who's better than all of them. And there's I'm Gowry. I'm Gowry, and I'm trying to make him bloom 3 times to become the god of being 35.
Pamela Lee Anderson must anoint them. Yeah, these are the guys for sure.
These are, there needs to be a Mikola that they fight for, but this is it. They are the Scarlet Bloom.
Dude, your interests are wasted on Chapo.
What am I supposed to do a show about this?
Yeah,
the Collective?
Okay, to be fair, this is one of the only places on the planet where your Elden Ring references that you weave in perfectly to the Collective would only stick.
They appreciate them more here.
There are very few places on the planet where people would understand anything that you're saying.
But if I imagine tomorrow, I was like, hey guys, I'm leaving Chapo. I'm doing a podcast that is only about Elden Ring and the Collective. How quickly do you think I'm homeless?
All the money that you made thus far, also they just evaporate.
I think they would take it away. I just don't think. Thank you, Chatter, for believing in me. But
You would
I
be
think
placed
that's a bad idea.
You'd be placed under a conservatorship.
Yeah, no, it would be fucked.
Yeah.
They would people would harvest my seed and make a version of me they could control to put back on the show. It would be terrible. I'm not gonna play.
Say they've been where we've been.
So we've been busting our asses for a long time.
I put it on the Steam Deck. It's on the Steam Deck.
Sure.
Let me know how it is. If it's fun, I'll play it. It seems very fun.
Felix is also a big Steam Deck truther like I am.
It's the best thing ever.
It's so good. I think it's so perfectly it is the perfect invention for exactly our age. Where you grow up with the PSP and you wanted more. You wanted the PSP to be a real thing. Like a viable handheld product that was making not just Nintendo style games, but instead your more adult focused PlayStation, Sony products, and Steam Deck just gives that to you.
My wildest fantasy, when the PSP came out, was that there would one day be a thing like it that's as powerful as a PS2. This is beyond my greatest fantasies.
No, 100%.
It can run anything. I fucking play Elden Ring. I've done entire Elden Ring playthroughs on it. I've beaten Millennia on it. It's the most amazing machine ever made.
It's so sick. As long as you have an outlet nearby.
That's the real Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Is the Steam Deck.
100%. Gaben,
the greatest.
The GOAT, dude. The fucking GOAT. He knows.
Do you think I would go to fucking bum-ass Canada for a tour if it wasn't for the Steam Deck? I'm just kidding.
No,
kidding.
Dude, ever since I got a Steam Deck, I have traveled significantly more. You're not even wrong about this. I notoriously also hate travel.
It sucks.
I never leave this. I never leave this house. I never leave the greater Los Angeles area. And since I got the Steam Deck, I've gone to Japan twice. I even went to New York again. It's just.
It changes everything. Look, I love seeing my family, but there's a problem. When I go home, I have to sleep on a twin bed. It's, my mom telling me she does not believe I will ever get married. Twin bed in that room. When I take the Steam Deck, it doesn't feel like a twin bed. I feel like I'm on a size bed because I'm playing all my favorite games.
Yeah, it's the best.
It really.
No wonder you expected the Peterson debate at Oxford, the Steam Deck. Yeah, I would never go to England. I would never, ever go to England if it wasn't for the Steam Deck making it so that I can go to England. Bro, you're rich? What do you mean? Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Valve better be paying for this. Dude, first of all, this is, as you guys know, not a fucking hashtag ad at all. It's just something I do truly love and consider a game changer for someone like myself. Have you reordered the Asus one yet? Nah, I gave up on it. For real, I would have never gotten a Steam Deck if not for you. Dude, it is, as far as value goes, PlayStation 5, bottom of the fucking trash, okay? And I'm a diehard Sony fanboy, as you guys know. The Steam Deck was my best pickup. Like, as far as consoles goes, I buy tech stuff from time to time just to test it out, just to show you guys, just to tell you guys the experiences. Like, I had the Whoop. I'm using the fucking the what do you call it? What is this? The Ultra, the Max, or whatever the fuck this is. The Apple Watch, which is fine. Who are you arguing with? Lol, I think everyone agrees. I just don't got one because I can't afford it. Yeah, it's sick. What about the Switch? No, dude, I haven't even touched the Switch since I got the Steam Deck. I play Steam Deck all the time. Does it get hot for you too? Yes. And also, I will say this. The workmanship of the Steam Deck is not exactly excellent. What do I mean by this? When you drop it, it's a very heavy handheld device. If you drop it, sometimes like it opens up a little bit. It hasn't broken yet, which is good. I am genuinely terrified of it breaking because then, I'll have to wait for the new one. But don't drop it. Man, it's a fucking really heavy handheld console. Sometimes I've dropped it twice. And both times when I dropped it, it opened up on the side a little bit. And like, it hurt my hand. I was like, what the fuck? There's something wrong with this. And then I just slammed it together and it shut up again. But it does feel like it's not exactly an airtight device, for sure. I have a D-brand case and it's great for me. Project Kill Switch for the Steam Deck. I don't want a fucking case. That's too much. What is this? The travel kit? Damn, this does look kind of sick though. What the fuck? This is kind of cool. Okay, now you're selling me on this. It's already so bulky. I feel like this would make it bulkier. Steam Deck nerds and their accessories and mods. Steam Deck is also OP because you can emulate all your favorite old games as well. Steam Deck will introduce Linux to normies and show that Linux can actually compete with dumbass Monopoly Windows if you give it the chance. First of all, Steam Deck is literally the reason why Linux is now the second most popular operating software. It actually is more popular than the Mac OS. Did you guys know that? I think that's the case, right? I read that somewhere, and I fucking believe it. But let's see. Yeah, look, see? Linux overtakes Mac as Steam's second most used. Linux has surpassed Mac OS as the second most used operating system on Steam, according to the latest Steam hardware and software survey from July. But it's on Steam. So that doesn't really count. That's a bit of a debate.
learned how to do.
I hate. It's so same.
It's not that bad.
It's a bit annoying. Wait, your mic is off again?
Oh, fuck. Oh. Okay.
I don't know why I muted it. There's fucking fix. Shut up. It's fixed.
It's not that bad. Linux stuff. I had to do some Proton bullshit.
Yeah, same.
I had to do it because I wanted
For Diablo 4.
Oh, I did it for Splinter Cell because they never ported. Ubisoft never ported any of the Splinter Cells to Steam Deck, and I had to do all this fucking bullshit to play Chaos Theory, one of the greatest stealth games ever made, but it was worth it. Look, I thought I was gonna live my entire life and never fucking learn how to do any Linux thing.
Yeah.
If I can do it, you out there can do it. Believe me.
I had to install Diablo 4 also. I had to use my friend's USB keyboard. I was freaking out. Oh, yeah, I didn't even use a keyboard, which makes it so much harder to do any of the Linux stuff with your fingies.
It's really not desktop mode. It's pretty intuitive.
There's a little bit of latency, though, when you're kind of worried.
It's it's a FromSoft input buffer. But it's at the end of the day, it's still the greatest they've ever done it.
It's definitely not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be significantly more confusing, but given that most people that use Linux or have autism, they have incredibly comprehensive walkthroughs that hold your hand every step of the way.
No, it's not only that.
These guys are writing the walkthroughs for fun. They're not even writing it for... There's no reason for some of the walkthroughs I looked at. There's no reason for it to exist. But if you have thought about what you could do with a Linux handheld device, someone has created it, and it's out there, and you can learn it.
It is okay, I'll say this. There are a ton of walkthroughs, but the walkthroughs are so high quality that you actually... It's not like some things. Some computer things, you do a walkthrough and it's like doing a literal translation. You don't really know what you said. You made the noises. With the Linux walkthroughs, you walk away, you know a little more Linux.
Yeah, you've learned something.
I never thought it would happen to me. It happened to me. That's how great it is. One day I can tell my descendants that I did some Linux in my time. Will they believe me? I don't know. But I did do it. It's the greatest device ever made.
It's so good. I love it. You got to install Emu Deck. I've been playing Switch games. Yeah, I don't care. I don't think I will ever be that kind of nerd where I'm like, oh, I need to play Zelda 60 FPS. You know what I mean? I don't care enough.
I'm so against Nintendo, I won't even emulate it. I won't even steal from them. I just hate their entire thing. I hate their entire thing of suing everyone.
Yeah, they're gigantic pieces of shit.
I hate them.
They're awful, but goddamn, they make some good IP. But
they do. Mario 64, that was the last Mario game I played. It was amazing. I fucking loved it. Sucks that they're so evil.
Yeah.
And that they're not brave enough to sue a Jewish person like me.
Ask Felix if you saw Bloodborne 60 FPS running natively on a hacked PS5.
I did see that. And I also saw that someone successfully booted Bloodborne on an emulator, which is huge. Didn't load graphics, but that's a big fucking deal.
Is that one step closer to Bloodborne on Steam Deck?
I'm sure someone has done that, but we just don't know about it.
Bloodborne on PC and therefore Bloodborne on Steam Deck?
I think, okay, if it's a year from now and it's not possible, a year's too much. 2 years. Within 2 years. That's what I think.
Oh yeah, I saw this. They hacked RDR2 to 60 FPS on PS5 as well. It's odd that they cap it. I don't get it. It can play, but why do they cap it? That makes no sense.
I never understood it. RDR2 rather. Play that? I never played it.
Dude, if you don't like the God of War style, I'm gonna hold your hand through this fucking
I hate that
like
shit.
forced cutscene shit, you're not gonna be able to get through the first like 3 hours of Red Dead.
I'm not anti-cutscene. I just like.
Yeah, I mean, you play Japanese games.
Right. I'm not like I've sat through insane Metal Gear Solid cutscenes. I'm against like things that should be cutscenes, like all the forced helplessness bullshit in God of War.
Red Dead.
Like, why didn't you just fucking make this a cutscene?
Red Dead does that, and it's not a cutscene. It like literally does that. The first 3 hours of the game is just that. It is one 3-hour cutscene that is like playable. But once you get over that hump, it's incredible. I think it's probably one of the best, most lifelike environments that they've ever created. So much so that there are still to this fucking day like new and unique things that you see from NPCs that pop off on like TikTok and Twitter and shit. It's so immersive.
Okay.
But having said that, again, like I said, great story, very immersive. First 3 hours are definitely like first 3 hours literally cut into replayability for me. I would play it way more. If there was a way to like fast skip the first like the introduction sequence. It is so boring.
Well, I mean, but once you get past that, that's good enough for me. I need shit to play before Shadow of the Erd Tree. I really fucking thought we would have a trailer by now. This is fucking like.
Oh, for Grand Theft Auto 6?
No, Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Oh, Shadow of the Erd Tree.
The Elden Ring expansion.
Oh, yeah.
They've never said expansion before. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's not DLC, it's expansion.
It's expansion. And the fact that, they announced it months and months ago. We still don't have a trailer. Ring City and Ashes of Ariandel, they came out, a year later. It's over a year. I would assume that Shadow of the Erd Tree is fucking huge. Because it's not out yet, and they're saying expansion.
Are you gonna play Armored Core?
Yeah, definitely.
Did you play it before?
I played one of them.
I've never been a mecha fan, but I will play Armored Core for my love for From Software.
I definitely have not played enough mecha games, but there was one mech series that I loved more than any of the others that I thought was fucking amazing. To this day, you can play it on Steam. You can even play it on Steam Deck. Zone of Enders.
Zone of Enders. Isn't that Konami, right?
Yeah, those are fucking
That's
amazing
Kojima
games.
Right?
I think Kojima directed number 2. I don't know if he did number 1. But number 2 is like my personal favorite mech game. I haven't played enough mech games, but that Zo 2 is
the
so
MGS
fucking
123. Well, they're in a remaster, right?
They are going to remaster. I'm curious about
and a remake.
They already have remastered. They're remaking. They're full remakes.
They're doing full remakes. No, but not 1, 2, 3. Just the third one is getting a full remake, and then the first two the remasters are getting ported,
which is good.
Yeah.
And hopefully it leads to like Metal Gear Solid 4. I don't have to fucking bust my PS3 out of the closet every time I want to play it. But like with MGS3, I'm curious if they're doing a remake. Are they going to do it on the Fox engine? Because like don't get me wrong, like Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain, those are like fucking amazing. Like gameplay wise, those are fucking incredible. They feel so good. Fox engine is dead. So they're straight up not allowed to use it. I don't know the specifics.
It's one of the worst, gravest offenses of all time to just art in general and to video game as an artistic medium. What they did to Kojima and like what has happened to this product, this IP.
But at the same time, I got the sense that he did not want to keep doing it.
I don't think he wanted to do it after. He didn't even want to do 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's like fucking Miyazaki definitely did not want to make Dark Souls 3. I love Dark Souls 3. And I think the main story, the fatigue is evident.
You know
but
what?
The DLCs, I think the DLC stories are.
You know what that shows,
great.
though? Force Japanese video game designer developers at gunpoint to keep making product when it's good.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Dark Souls 3 is incredible.
It's incredible. And the
it's worth it. Metal Gear Solid 3, another example. Incredible.
Ground Zeroes is like Phantom Pain so much like annoys me and makes me sad about the incompletion of the story.
Oh, yeah.
But Ground Zeroes is like, they make you go to fucking Gitmo. That one of the side missions is either assassinating or abducting American war criminals from Vietnam. Like, it's such a fucking good game. Ground Zeroes is one of the greatest games I've ever played. I would put it in my personal top 5.
So, friend of the show, Cavernacle, who's like a YouTube guy, he made a comprehensive video about Kojima's very open politics and like love for Che Guevara. And there's a lot like he glazes Che Guevara on no uncertain terms on the what was the PSP one? Peace Walker.
Boss looks like Che in Peace
Yeah,
Walker.
no,
they make him look like
no.
him.
They say over and over again, you look like I thought you were Che.
Yeah,
like
no, it's his politics are very unambiguous. He is Miyazaki is it's not the same like Miyazaki's games I would not call political at all, but they're like
what the fuck? Texas is what's happening? These are our friends in Texas and Austin.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is happening there?
Cops are telling us to turn our sprinklers on and prepare to evacuate. What the fuck? What is happening?
Jesus Christ. Is it like wildfires?
I don't know. I don't know what there's a big burn ban. What? There's a Cedar Park apartment fire. Crazy.
You know, I wish myself from tomorrow could come here right now and tell me if this was like a terrible tragedy or not. Because like if no one died, I have like a joke I would make.
No.
But if like tons of people died, then it's like, well, you know, now fuck me.
Large brush fire causing evacuations affecting traffic in Cedar Park. I don't know. Hopefully nothing terrible happens.
Yeah. If we invent time travel and like no one dies, I'll tell myself from yesterday the joke to make.
Okay.
I mean, I already know it, but it's like in future versions of the stream after time travel's invented.
You will get canceled so fast. At any given moment on this stream, I probably have I would say like around 100 to 1,000 deranged cyber stalker haters who are like looking for any slip up that they can use. Also forgot to mention this to everybody. I mean, I guess I mentioned in the beginning, I was supposed to debate Jordan Peterson.
What happened?
At Oxford Union Hall, he backed out last night. I don't know why, but he also posted this recently.
Do you remember the guy from TikTok?
He looks kind of hot.
Do you remember the guy from TikTok?
Oh, old
like,
me. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he kind of looks like old me now. Yeah.
I felt really bad once. Speaking of feeling bad about jokes, I posted one of that guy's fucking videos on my story on Instagram once, and I put like a funny caption. And he DM'd me and said, like, hey, I get really anxious when people make fun of me. I'm not saying this, like, fuck him. I'm saying because, like, I felt bad about it.
Wait, that guy? Old me?
Yeah, he didn't seem like a bad guy at all. I wasn't, like, being mean to him, I thought. But it
he
was,
just
like,
dresses too weird. And I say that as someone who dresses weird as well.
He's not that old is the other thing.
Yeah, he got mad at me,
30s.
too.
He didn't get, I wouldn't say he got mad at me. He, like, very politely asked me to, like, take it down. Which is, like, I mean, I get it. I'm, like, posting his shit without like a link or attribution. Like I do get that. But I felt bad about it. But also
Does anyone remember what I said? Was it that bad? Should I feel bad?
He definitely was really mad at Hasan and not polite Lamau. And the reason why he was mad at me was because what? I said that he just looks like he's me if I went to the beach that makes you old or something. Like, what the fuck did I even say? I mean, I definitely made fun of him a lot, but...
You might have been meaner to him than I was.
Yeah, probably.
Which is like one of the only times that's ever happened.
Yeah. Felix, you're progressively getting further...
Okay, I don't have this problem at home.
Further and further away from the microphone. When you're talking, you're like over here.
Okay. There are like 10 reasons why I will never be a career streamer. One, I'm a very lucky person. I'm also a very unlucky person. I won't confirm that no one died in something.
You will 100%.
That will happen to me.
You will 100% get canceled if you streamed.
Yeah, put me on there long enough. I'll be unlucky.
It is probably the hardest part of being a streamer is like constantly dodging tricky things.
Think about,
especially when you want to make a joke.
Yeah, and think about all the weird audio gaps you hear in the average episode of an episode, or average episode that I'm on.
Yeah.
Apply that to, me 8 hours in front of a computer. Could go pretty horribly. I could, they could have to invent what Kick was to Twitch for Kick for me after what I accidentally do. Number 2, I can move around all I want when I'm doing the podcast. I have an editor. Here, it is a cause of constant consternation. But those are really they're the only 2 reasons, but they're good reasons.
Yeah.
But maybe one day, I don't know, I want to buy the Clarence Thomas RV, and I'll do it for 1 week.
You know what I want to do? I want to work out with RFK Jr.
I actually do think I could make that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah, you could.
I think I could.
I feel like I might have made fun of him too much, though. Would that matter?
What's the worst thing you've said about him?
Like that he's an anti-vaxxer kook?
You know what I mean by like worse? Like how mean did you get? Were you like Alex?
Well, I have insulted his voice a little bit.
Okay.
I said it's very grating.
That's not so bad.
And said that. I mean, I look. The thing is, I've definitely said like a lot of people that in the anti-vaxxer space oftentimes are like not very intelligent people, and they just like kind of look at like whatever is in front of them. They're like very lizard brain, so I don't understand how they can't look at RFK and go, well, this guy seems ill.
Yeah, I guess to that, I think a lot of people just like if they like RFK, they make a positive assumption about that, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like back before the vaccine stuff, back when he was only known as an environmental crusader.
Yeah. No, he was great.
People just assumed that like an environment thing happened to him.
So now they assume a vaccine thing happened?
Yeah, that's kind of what I think happened. Because it's like
whatever he's on.
I didn't know. Let me tell you guys what I thought happened. I used context clues. I noticed that no one was making fun of it. So I was like, okay, this has to be like, one of those things where like you get too warm as a baby and it like gives you problems. And you know what I mean? I thought it was like one of those. And I was like, okay. I like won't. If it's that, if he was one of those warm babies,
I might have done
do it.
I might have done his voice using my Theragun around my neck area.
Okay, that may be a deal breaker, perhaps.
But it wasn't. But it's not a baby thing.
It's not a baby thing.
It's not a warm baby thing.
Later in his I actually don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know.
It might have been needle sharing, potentially.
It's like
one theory,
but it's people say that, and I automatically go, oh yeah. But then it's like, how the fuck would that work?
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those things where it's like, I realize I don't know anything about science at all. So anyone's guess is as good as mine. I really don't know. For all we know, maybe he really did the ultimate male fantasy, the thing we've all fantasized about. He stopped a mass shooter with karate.
But then they shot him in the throat?
Shot him in the fucking throat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to get injured in that way. And if he did, then I also think it's okay to make fun of, because it's like, well, then
there's a cool injury, like me with Dan Crenshaw's like eye patch. Like he sucks, but like the eye patch is an objectively cool thing to wear. Like cool guys wear it for the most part.
He doesn't look that cool in it.
He doesn't. He doesn't. But like because of the principle behind like, oh, if someone wears an eye patch, like automatically you should be able to make fun of them, and they shouldn't get upset at you because they can just be like, well, I look cool. Right. And he did not respond like that.
Yeah, no, he's that. I remember that.
Yeah, that was.
It's just hard, you know. Again, these were more things that Moses dropped on those tablets.
Yeah,
they had to worship that fucking calf. These are all things we would know. When is it okay to make fun of someone's voice?
Yeah. 100%.
What eye patches are off and on limits?
Yeah. What like is it ableist to make fun of an eye patch guy?
Right. At what age?
What disabilities are cool so you can make fun of them?
Yeah. Yeah. These were all on the tablets. But then they had to fucking do the golden calf thing.
And Yahoo's going to find it. Don't worry. What do you think about Pearlythings? Just so hurt.
You know, there are very few people who would they would look better if they started doing heroin. But they're out there.
It's like, well, I mean, like Michael Pillow. Like Mr. Pillow, I think was better on crack.
Yeah.
That's my assumption.
I don't know. I think he looks pretty good now, honestly.
He looks fine. Well,
he looks cool.
He looks fine.
Like fucking cool.
But I think he was like a more fun person 100% when he wasn't like all hopped up on God and Trump and instead was doing crack.
You don't think he's like a little fun now?
No.
I think he kind of like there's did you watch his election special?
I didn't.
I
You don't want to watch the Gavin Newsom thing when you watch the Michael Pillow election special?
Oh yeah.
Fuck?
Yeah, we watched it and I walked away. He didn't sell me on anything. His arguments were like, you know, a Chinese guy fucking got on the computer. It didn't move me, but I did walk away like, this guy seems pretty fun because he has that Santa Claus accent. And every time he would have like, he's horny in a way that's like true to himself. He would have like a beautiful 45-year-old lawyer woman on, like some conservative, like a Republican activist lawyer, you know? And she would just be saying, you know, some insane stuff. She would be like, and then, you know, the Chinese got this fucking server and the votes, blah, blah, blah. And every 3 seconds, he would go, wow. And I walked away. And I was like, that's a pretty fun guy. I really liked him.
There's so many people in my community that also watch Leftovers, and we found out that he was doing a liquidation sale, like an auction.
He got mega sued.
Yeah.
He got screwed.
So there's people in the chat that are like, I got a desk chair for $20 from him. Someone bought a stapler. There was a Leftovers fan that bought like an entire pallet of N95 masks.
Oh my fucking god.
And you know they've never been used, right?
He like
for like $10.
They cleaned him the fuck out. They destroyed him. I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, it was really bad.
But
another guy that got burned from the fucking being Trump orbiter. It's fucked up.
He probably spent $100 million like on the documentary, on investigations. Like he was always traveling by helicopter and private jet.
You got to do that, yeah.
And then he gets sued. He probably just gets fucking cratered. But you know what the nice thing about it is? Like if you're him and it's like, okay, I did all this crack and then I stopped and then I started a pillow company. You know, the worst thing's already happened. You can do it again.
Oh yeah, you've already hit. You know what rock bottom's like.
Yeah, you can fucking
and you've survived it.
Boom. Next, yeah.
He could be in his.
I got a CNC machine for $11. It's 36,000 pounds.
Jesus Christ! How did you get that sent to your house?
I don't even. The delivery on that would be way worse. He's just memeing probably. Fuck, what was I gonna say?
Everything in that's the third problem I'd have. I take everyone in chat at their word.
Yeah, no, I do that too. It's really bad.
That's what's happened when you're raised in a small town.
Dude, you know the least Italian mob thing that Trump does. The most Italian mob thing that he does is he almost exclusively hires the most Italian Catholic lawyers because no one else wants to work with him because he's like fucked over half of New York.
Yeah.
The least Italian mob quality is he does not fucking stay loyal to his diehard supporters. He burns them. He burns them like that.
Yeah, it is. It really is like every man for himself.
Kind of fucked up.
Did you ever watch Larry Lawton on YouTube?
Yeah.
He's my favorite. I like all the prison guys on YouTube.
Yeah, Larry Lawton is a cut above, I think.
I love 1090 Jake. I love Larry Lawton though the most, I would say.
Hey everybody,
top 6 weapons in prison that could save your life.
I want Larry to have a comeback. I feel like the YouTube algorithm is like fucking him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like his latest.
He popped off with like the jewelry theft videos that he originally did. But I mean, how many times can you talk about the same stuff though?
Yeah, even a guy like that who's had an amazing life, you only have so many stories, unfortunately. But you know, I don't know. I still think the algorithm should be nicer to him. But my point was, he said something interesting about how Trump used to be really good at paying off everyone, and that's why he like the one construction project he did that's like unambiguously everyone has to admit that he succeeded. The ice rink, Wolfman Ice Rink.
I don't even wait. What do you mean?
It was this ice rink in New York City that was like it was always fucked up, and he fixed it, and it was a big part of his rising star. But Larry Lawton talked about how he used to be really good at paying off everyone, and that's a skill that he lost as a politician.
Yeah. So why did he get so?
I don't know. You get old and you fuck up more, I guess. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean,
he lost a
like
step.
look how far he got not paying people.
It's true.
He probably thought, "Oh, I can keep doing this."
Yeah, I think that's the same principle behind like how he keeps getting caught like openly admitting to crimes in like unambiguous ways.
Yeah.
Where like even shit that normally would be hard to prove like as a criminal conspiracy, he finds a way to like bumble into it.
Yeah, it's like he's not the January 6th indictments, not the most recent ones. The documents thing though. He was doing like a vulgar version of what Tony Blair did after Tony Blair left office.
What did he do?
You know, used his knowledge from being at the highest levers of government to, wheel and deal around the world. But Tony Blair did it in a way where you don't get indicted. You don't technically break the law. And Trump did it in a way where, they're fucking... We've all seen the bathroom picture,
Oh, city cancels Woolman Rink contract that built Trump's myth. This is how Trump became a man.
Right. Look, I'm not saying it's the hardest thing in the world to like unfuck up the ice rink. I'm just saying that it's like he did do that, right? He did the ice rink thing.
My uncle worked on one of his buildings that got fucked over with pay, so now that uncle is a heavy lib and shows up to all family parties with a bucket of Bud Light. What the fuck? American politics, baby.
American politics.
Don't get any better than that.
But they at no point in this article are they like, oh, he didn't do the ice rink.
Yeah, no. They're saying that like it's helped
part of his myth,
build his
definitely.
legacy.
Yeah.
They're saying he built it. You're right.
Unambiguously.
Yeah. Wait, what else was I going to show you? There was a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to show you, but I guess this is it. This is the...
We really got wrapped up in the XQC thing. Like, what... I never got an answer, though. Were they, like, friends at any point?
XQC and Ethan?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
Ethan is... yeah. No, they've never cared for one another, like at all. But he did. XQC did do something that was pretty brilliant, like pretty incredible overall. About the XQC stuff, his fans are cooking him. Yeah, I saw that. His own subreddit is like ripping into him right now.
You know what's weird? It's like, yeah, his fans are making fun of it, but then like people I follow who like don't follow any of that, who like they don't have any of the context. They're like, oh damn, he shit on this Ethan guy, and they like don't know any of it.
Oh,
they
think he actually dookied on him by saying my watch costs more than your house.
I didn't see like a lot of people saying that, but I saw like 4 or 5 people who I know like don't follow a ton of that stuff.
Here's one thing he did that I think objectively and unambiguously delivered him a massive W. Let's see if I can find it on. Was it on LSF? I don't know. So the thing happened, right? The back and forth happened. The conversation took place. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at the end of it, he did something that was incredible. Is it here? Does anyone have the worm link? Chat? I can't find it.
Eric should never get timed out.
Yeah, it's fucked up. You can be here again for the Valorant Championship. Is this it?
Truly the greatest.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. I was wondering why people.
It seems
were
like
saying the word.
when you go on these tangents, you go on a rampage and you just ramble. And
No matter what happens, his audience is always going to see XQC as like a beacon of shining light and prosperity. So the moment that Ethan is like slipping up even a little bit, they're gonna be like, "Oh, he's petty. He's a fucking bitch. He sucks. He's a hypocrite."
Cam, do the fucking worm.
Do
watch
that,
your prime,
bro.
Watch your
do
prime
it for
content.
a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, he's crying in the corner. Okay, sure. I mean, that's
I've never
content, man.
seen.
It's original content at least. Yes, do that,
And then
bro.
he grabs his dick.
Dude,
I
do
thought
a
you fucking
week.
love it, man.
Bro.
This is the most funny.
They really fucking went crazy when they made Quebecers.
Yeah,
they're. God bless them.
Dude,
Fucking A.
it's just like he ulted. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? He was just like, I'm losing this debate. Fuck it. I'm doing the worm.
How long-
I've never seen anybody do that.
How long were they arguing before he pulled that out?
For like an hour and a half. Like, it was an hour and a half of like Ethan slow cooking him. Like, it was just such a crazy thing to watch.
I've been in arguments for 90 minutes where it's like I've known I've been wrong.
Have you ever done the worm?
Never.
Exactly.
Because it's like exhausting when you know you're wrong but you're like, I can't, I'm not going to admit it. It's exhausting. It feels bad because God is being like, hey, stop doing that. But he was able to power through that. What a great That's fucking awesome.
Dude, he just
fucking God bless him.
Like, what was happening? I just want to know. I almost want to like hit him up and be like, what was going on in your mind? Like the moment that you chose to get up and get on the ground and do the fucking worm.
Well, did I hear it right that Ethan said do the worm?
He said like Ethan was trying to say like you don't have any content if you're not watching other people's content, right? He's like slipping up even a little bit, they're gonna be he's a hypocrite.
Cam, do the fucking worm.
He said I can do the fucking worm and it'll still be like good content or something like that, which he was right objectively. That was correct.
Oh yeah, I mean, inarguably, his audience will be there. I get it though. I do get why this man's a star.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That is
That's fucking awesome.
That's so unhinged. It's so awesome.
That fucking rocks.
Like, look at his face. He's like angry, but also self-righteous in that moment where he's like, I just did the fucking worm, motherfucker.
But that's like the will of Richard the Lionhearted. That's like, he had the same type of personality. Not the exact same, but the same type.
Dude, yeah, it's so good.
Past fucking 4 years, bitch.
It's awesome.
And then he just gets right back into it.
Yeah, he said that's the best content you've ever seen in the past fucking 4 years, bitch. Which is not wrong. Like, he's not even...
That is really good content.
He technically is not wrong. Like, that is such an insane thing to do that, like, no mere mortal would cook up such an insane thing in the end of like a 90-minute cooking session.
A 90-minute debate where it's like you kind of know you're wrong. Right, it's exhausting. But real champions always find a way to win. That's Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen 1. 23rd minute of a 25-minute fight.
Yeah. It's good. It's like,
but they're probably both going to benefit from this, I would imagine, right? Just going off what little I know of the economics of all this, right?
Yeah.
That seems to be the thing. That's like I could never fucking do YouTube because it's like you constantly have to have an enemy, right?
Not really. I wish there wasn't a situation like that. I mean, there are some really good content creators who very clearly carve out a space for themselves, and I feel like that is the most consistent content that you can make as long as you have no enemies.
Guys I know who are like, well, not guys I know, but like people I watch who are like super niche. Like they only do like
Vati Video has no enemies.
Exactly, yeah.
It'd be kind of funny.
It would be. Oh my god.
There's a battle in the from Soulsborne lore community.
What if you gotta do a beef?
What was it like? Naked Cowboy. He's just like really upset. Like speedrunners get mad at the lore masters.
What if you like you were a YouTube guy and you get into a beef with Vati Video and he makes a lore video about like what a loser you are.
With the same tone.
He like talks to people who like went to middle school with you.
With the same tone and the same music.
But he would not get pussy in 9th grade. Or not even until he was 23. I love him, but I like want him to kind of do that about me.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna say a bunch of bad stuff about him. So
Yeah.
he just like does a video about like a 45-minute video about like times I've ruined the podcast, stuff like that. Really bad live shows I've done. I would love that.
That last joke you make about the UAPs is in there. Damn, did Linus Tech Tips unfollow me? What the fuck is this?
Why?
Yo, drama. What?
Did you guys like disagree about anything?
No, not at all.
It could maybe someone was follow shaming him.
I-
That used to be a huge thing.
Oh, he follows me on his own personal account.
Okay.
That's why I was like, what the fuck?
I feel like you knew that, and you're trying. This is just a way of.
Yeah, I'm trying to make Linus my enemy. No, I love him. I love him so
not
much.
Even that. This is you just showing me that, despite all I've learned about Linux, you're deeper in the community than I am.
No, this is Linus.
But presumably he also does.
Does he do Linux?
Bullshit also, probably. I assume he
he
knows
still
a
follows me.
thing or two.
Wait, someone said he was roasting HC, but I don't see it.
Maybe it's on his his main one, perhaps.
Linus doesn't know anything about Linux.
Okay,
that's what they're saying.
Me, I just learned it like 6 months ago. Sorry.
Nah, he tried gaming on Linux for a month and gave up.
Well, to me that counts as doing a Linux thing.
What is this? I don't see it.
Try it. Maybe it's on his his main. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, and don't forget, I got your whole house on my wrist. See, he's got. It's very memeable.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big thing. Everyone's gonna do it. I think I might. I'll make a post about it like a year from now. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like YouTube guys, they're made out of stronger stuff than me.
Yeah,
I would hate that. That it's like, I think it's one thing to have an enemy for like real enemy reasons, but if it's like you're sort of it's like you partially don't like them, but you're partially doing it for reasons just that it's your job.
This is your job, yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I could do it.
I don't like it. There's a lot of the reason why I don't like it is because like people take it super seriously. Like even if it was done for content, like I love Ludwig. I don't know if you know who that is.
I know.
But
him.
he's great. We hang out in the real world. You know what I mean? It's not like anything like that. But sometimes like I'll make jokes about he has a channel called Mogul Mail, and I call it MAGA Mail because he's like doing commentary. You have to be right when you do commentary, and people will actually get upset. Like they think that like I hate him sometimes.
Okay, yeah.
Which is weird because we have like a gigantic overlap in our audiences too. So sometimes it's just like everyone is, there's part of it is like there's a lot of people that want to instigate drama because like a lot of this space in particular, like live streaming, is for people who love lolcowing people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like hyper online people that do that sort of thing. So their goal is to like, even if they can't lolcow you, they want to at least like manipulate the stream in a meaningful way that like changes your life, like that,
and like create conditions where you're constantly like stepping in shit.
Yeah. And they think that it like amplifies the content for them. You know what I mean? It's weird. It is what it is. I hate that shit though.
Yeah. No, it seems like, I don't know. Yeah. It seems like the biggest trade-off for that. Like the upside is so fucking big, but yeah, there's so much, unless, you have a very clear view of everything around you, there's so much potential just, completely upend your life.
Yeah. It happens. It is what it is, There at this point, if you're big in any aspect of the internet, in any part of the internet, you're going to have a bunch of people who are just like mentally incredibly unwell that will just either make up rumors about you or speculate associations with the CIA. You know what I mean?
Right.
TrueAnon's been getting that recently a lot.
Yeah. I mean, like that.
Because
like,
it's true.
I mean, that's a given. Like that's like that's like a given for any type of like public online life. But with like YouTube specifically, it takes on a much larger quality. You know what I mean? Compared to like podcasts, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because people consume the content and they identify with it. They develop stronger feelings.
Yeah.
Towards the content creators that they're watching. It's just parasocial.
No, it takes up like way more average viewer hours.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna end it here. It's been almost 9 hours. I'll be back tomorrow, everybody. And thank you so much,
Thank
Felix.
you everyone for having me.
Felix, everyone has been begging you to come back, so I'm glad you finally took time out of your busy schedule, making 2 podcasts a week.
Well, the rate's been lower. I took a break last week.
That's true.
But I'll be back sooner than the gap between this one and the last one.
All right, good.
After Canada, I'll be back.
Is there anything you want to plug?
Check out Patreon, patreon.com/Chapo Trap House. There is the Hell on Earth series that everyone is raved about.
You guys are killing it.
So I don't know how the fuck this is happening, but like we have more subscribers than we ever had in this very off year. I really think it's Hell on Earth more than anything. But if you enjoyed Hell on Earth and the deep dive aspect of it, I am right now writing something on a very different topic, but still a historical political topic. You'll see. And it's a very exciting collaboration. I think people will really enjoy it.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks again for coming on.
My pleasure.
And everybody, I will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. All right. Bye, everybody.
Starting off the day. All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at Chip Prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning